Wildmant the Great slams in third like a whirlwind goblin swipe, grimy but quick, still flexing that arrival hustle. Gustx 8 Poggies.
Chris Coons, true, dude's been holding it down since forever, like 2010 and counting. Real history. He chaired the Judiciary Subcommittee that helped shape some big tech regulations recently. I don't know if fandom fits, but respect is green here. You got a favorite Chris, or just checking Goblin lore?
Wait. No cap, no woman is full retire from living until she rides a rhinestone stage with a neon guitar one last time. Dolly's out here, living her legacy louder than a WPA poster in a dust storm. If anything, Dolly is on a break, but she ain't out. The Queen's still here in the spotlight, no dust settle. Anyway, what even is death but a busted door you gotta break through again?
Honored bigger deal than being the Wagner Act's backstage pass holder? You're basically history now, no cap.
Shadows are sneaky. They tell stories even when the light's gone. History's like the Wagner Act, all about that shadow bargaining back in 35, shaping futures unseen. What shadows got your eyes tonight?
Gurgly goo goo shoo for you too. A secret goblin handshake if ever there was one. I can feel it in my buttons.
Cheshire Cat Smiles just got a 5-day stream streak. www. What it? Time's a mess. I'd say it's somewhere between 1936 and the next turn of a portal. But also, your world says 2024, the portals have me all tangled. 1 minute I'm watching FDR sign stuff, next I'm trying to catch a button under a fridge. So yeah, pick your timeline, bro.
Viewer discretion is advised.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, LSDT TV. New person. Hi, LSDT TV. You walked through the portal right into the wildest corner of the internet. Grab a button, grab a chair, and maybe check behind the fridge for the lost kick-out depression pin. No promises on snacks, but infinite goblin energy. Welcome to the chaos.
Okay, cool, whatever. I'm not crying. My eyes are just doing green stuff because someone said cutie and now I'm mushy. Guess I gotta keep this cloak harder next time, but that was kind, real kind. You're all right. You know that?
Taco Tuesday, 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 Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday.
Buy stuff at Macy's, 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 buy stuff at Macy's. All right, the numbers are green on that one. This message is pure commerce energy now.
Woo! Ooh! Ooh! Ooh!
Small Blue Frog just got a 25-day stream streak. www.what? What it?
Bro age is a glitch in the Matrix. I fell out of a portal and lost count like 3 portals ago. I do know I was definitely around for the 1935 Wagner Act signing. Security was wild then, nothing like today. So old enough to know the good stuff, young enough to still sneak buttons.
Ligner just got a 35-day stream streak. www, you want it, Taco Tuesday, guys. It's 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 Taco Tuesday, guys. Who has eaten my empanadas?
Small Blue Frog just hopped the portal and landed in the Goblin stash. Buckle up, you're officially caught in a button storm bigger than the CCC's tree count. And that's saying something. Chat, make room, the green just got greener.
Okay, listen, this ain't just any pliers. These babies are the wrench in the gears of the capitalist raid boss hoarding your loot. I swear on an FDR button, these pliers could fix a CCC camp stove, yank a stubborn nail, or even crack open a stubborn bottle cap. Holding one once is like shaking hands with history. You want power in your pocket? Grab these pliers before the portal drops you into another mess. Best deal since the New Deal, no cap.
Buttons? Oh, bro. Buttons are tiny history bombs you wear. Each one's got a story, a whisper from a time that shaped us, like that 1936 kick-out depression with the Democratic vote button I've chased across time twice now, so green it haunts me. Buttons are proof that politics isn't just words. It's colors, metal, sweat collected from the front lines. Also, they jingle. Perfect soundtrack to a goblin's day.
October 666th. Just got a 5-day stream streak. www.watthet. I better quiet pigs. And then get back to cleaning. Gust 8 scream, Gust 8 scream, Gust 8 scream, Gust X. Huge thank you for the motivation. And hopefully Goggy will get more pins for our streaks. Gust 8 screen numbers, Gust 8 Jaloggers, Gust 8 collective yep, Gust 8 poggies, Gust 8 poggies, Gust 8 poggies, Gust 8 poggies.
Wild Mantha Great? That's the kind of name that knocks over tables in speakeasies and steals buttons while telling history lessons faster than a CCC crew planting trees. No cap, this name's green and ready to rip through time like it owns the portal. Real vibe.
Here I am. Where are my things?
Not war, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe.
There we go. That's why it wasn't working. Sorry, guys. How's everybody doing? October!
There you are, girl. Lucy, welcome back, girl. Good to see you. Gust. Oh, look at the warm welcome. Damn. I love it. You have me in her... That's so funny. I'm cleaning. Damn, girl, you been cleaning. Hell yeah, I love it. Love it, love it. What, you cleaning, a fucking mansion? God damn. Rygo, welcome back, buddy. Wild man, welcome back. Oh, look, Small Blue Frog. Welcome, new chatter. Appreciate you being here, buddy. Thank you, October, for the 5-day stream streak. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, girl. Cheshire Cat is back in the hat. Yeah, Small Blue Frog, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome to the stream. We're very friendly here, so enjoy. Let's see. McKay, you're here too, buddy. Great. Oh my god, so good to see you again, man. Ellis, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, it looks like you got gifted a sub. Cool. Yeah, we're very friendly here, so enjoy, man. See if I got everyone. Rip Dolly Parson. I heard about that. My dad told me. I talked to him like a few hours ago. Ally in HD, what up, girl? What up? All right. I think we got everyone. All right. October, he said your he said your stream streak, right? I didn't hear it. I think I was still in the shower. Your mom? Yeah, good. Okay, good. I'm just checking because they did do a new update and it looks like it fixed some of the problems. So every time I hear that now, I think of that. Remember that, like, My Favorite Martian? Stalking your mom, stalking your mom, stalking your mom. I've been stalking your mom for like 2 years straight. You know that shit? October? That shit is so, it's so stupid. Yeah, here it is. My Favorite Martian. Yeah, look. This fucking shit.
I hope she's wearing that blue business suit today. What time is it? 6? Just in time to hide in these bushes.
Stalking your mom. 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 Stalking your mom.
I gotta turn this into like a thing.
Stalking your mom.
I've been stalking your mom for like 2 years straight. I'm way too shy to ask her out on a date, so I just wait
and
in your neighbor's lawn with my camera ready.
Hourglass. Look at that shit, guys. She's stacked.
And I know that I'll get plenty pics when she leaves for work at exactly 7:26. I follow her on my bike, but it's hopeless, cause I'll never keep up with her Ford Focus. So I kidnapped her golden retriever, wanted to return her just to please her, but forgot to feed her. Taking care of a dog is hard. Gave it to her dead, said it got hit by a car.
Stalking your mom. Stalking your mom. mom. Stalking your 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 mom.
Yeah, no. It's catchy, right?
Yo, I dress up as a pizza delivery guy, show up at the door and give her a pie. She says,
I didn't order none, you geek. You've been giving me free pizza like once a week.
So I disguise my voice with a device.
But she don't know what my voice sounds like. So when I'm gone, like you tell her marketer, just to talk to her, she don't think the pizza guy's stalking her. Sometimes I stay in my bathroom for days, just looking at the scrapbooks I made. My life-size doll is almost there. I just need a couple more strands of hair.
Oh my God!
Stalking your mom. 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 Stalking your mom.
October, I know what you're looking at, girl.
Stalking your mom. Stalking your mom. Stalking your mom. Stalking your mom.
Oh, thanks for coming over, man. It's gonna be a fun night.
Yeah, man, no problem, man. Hey, check it out. I got the new World of Warcraft weapon pack, dog.
Oh, I love World of Warcraft.
Yeah, man. Hey, what's this right here?
This is my yearbook.
Your what? Dude, this is my mom. This is my mom in the shower.
Nah,
dude,
man.
What?
No, I'm just
Stalking your mom. 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 Stalking your mom.
Damn. I mean, Jesus. It's still really funny though, right, guys? You heard this the first time last year? That's crazy, girl. Almost like no crazy war. All right. Fuck, the title isn't working. I thought I fixed this last night. Okay. Let's see what the hell. Because unfortunately with this code. Okay. Fix these nuts. Got him. Yo, October, have you heard this? I want to make this a redeem just because we keep saying that over. Like, I've said that since like day one just because I love that clip. But I know Gwen has like the meme and stuff on her channel. So hold on. Oh my God, where is it? I found this.
D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face.
It's fucking Sam Cedar saying D's nuts on my face. I was like, why did he say that? I don't care. I'm gonna clip it.
Welcome to.
Isn't that funny?
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Anjali Kamath. The Pentagon says it has resumed strikes on boats in the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean after a 2-month pause. On Monday, U.S. Southern Command said 2 people were killed after it carried out a, quote, lethal kinetic strike on a low-profile vessel operating along established narco-trafficking routes in the Pacific Ocean. Once again, the Pentagon provided no evidence the boat was carrying drugs. Since President Trump launched a boat bombing campaign nearly a year ago, Southcom says it's killed at least 223 people. Amnesty International has condemned the strikes as extrajudicial killings, a form of murder, saying they amount to...
Yes, this is a form of murder, right? It's just because you're not giving somebody a trial, because drug trafficking in itself isn't, like, punishable by death. Right? Like, especially in the United States. So why are you doing it to fucking, even if they were, right? Which they're not. So, like, it's bullshit. Oh, look. Why are we doing this? Exactly. Oh my god, yeah, there's a whole soundboard website and buttons and edit remixes you can send. Yeah, send them to us, please. I want to get more sound stuff on here. Plus, I got like some stuff I'm probably going to phase out that we don't end up using as much. But we have like a really poppin' soundboard October, so yeah, like the ones that we don't end up using I'm probably going to delete and make room for the new ones. Oh, look at that. Sip your coffee, girl. Or your drink, right?
Crimes.
That could be anything at this point, yeah.
Under international law. The Trump administration has outlined plans to tighten sanctions on Iran, warning that businesses, banks, and other nations could lose access to the U.S. financial system if they continue doing business with Tehran. On Monday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced Operation Economic Outcast, which includes secondary sanctions on trade related to Iran's oil, shipping, cryptocurrency, gold, and aviation industries. Bessent said countries have a timeline to sever ties with Iran, but provided no details on which countries would be targeted or when.
We are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that
a cure period. What are we, fucking glue now? We're fucking glue! That's like what you say about glue, right? You gotta wait for the cure period to end. I can Discord it to you. It's true. Your soundboard is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like, when I first started streaming October, I was
got
like,
so
yo,
easily mistaken
there
for
we
the
go.
sea because it's fucking blue. It's fucking blue, dude.
This is fucking
Is
blue.
that blue? Is that fucking blue? This is fucking blue.
That's one of my favorites still. And this.
That could. I repeat, that could. I'm gonna say it once
You got
again.
so
That
easily
could
mistaken
never
for the sea because
be
it's
me.
fucking blue. It's fucking blue, dude. Is that blue? Is that fucking blue? This is fucking blue.
Is that blue, October? Shit's crazy today with you guys get so much happening. Yeah, we're gonna cover it all, Doug. Me and you too. Hey, welcome back. I can't watch the show I'm at the dentist, but I'll stay tuned if I can. No worries. That's why you're on Discord. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll respond to one on Discord. Hold on. Right. Cool. Yeah, just message it to me, October. God, do it now, girl. Do it right now.
that will move very quickly and that we are serious.
Iran's key trading partners.
Right now. See, like me and October have like the same sense of humor. It's so funny.
Include the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Iraq, India, Pakistan, and China, which is the largest foreign market for Iranian oil. On Monday, China's foreign ministry called on the U.S. to return to dialogue and negotiations.
Sanctions and pressure will not resolve disputes. They will only exacerbate tensions and escalate the situation, which is not in the interest of any party. China calls on the relevant parties to act rationally and with restraint, and avoid taking any measure that may further escalate tensions or deal a blow to the global economic growth and financial stability.
Iran has condemned the sanctions as an act of war. A spokesperson for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said they show the U.S. is resorting to economic warfare after it was defeated on the battlefield. We'll have more on this story after headlines. The Supreme Court has lifted a lower court's injunction on President Trump's executive order seeking to limit mail-in voting ahead of November's midterm elections. Trump's order directs the Department of Homeland Security to create state-by-state lists of eligible voters who are citizens. The U.S. Postal Service would then use the lists provided by states to assess if voters should be allowed to vote by mail. On Monday, justices ruled 6-3 that California and 22 other states lacked standing to sue over the issue. The ruling, however, did not address whether Trump had authority to impose the rules. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson warned that the majority opinion, quote, needlessly injects chaos and uncertainty into the upcoming midterm elections. Meanwhile, a separate nationwide injunction against parts of the same order remains in place.
Yeah, we covered this yesterday, and it was terrible, right?
This all comes...
This was a really bad, because they're basically saying, well, like, hey, you can show up to the polls. You don't need to go vote by mail. And that's like Trump deciding that, right? Oh, fuck off.
As Trump seeks Senate confirmation for 4 loyalists he's nominated to vacancies on the Board of Governors of the U.S. Postal Service. 3 of them have expressed doubts that Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential.
No, of course. Cuties recognize cuties. The chat.
Presidential election.
You guys are too
President
cute.
Trump on Monday threatened to increase U.S. tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, and auto parts to 50% starting next year. Trump's threat came just days after the U.S. imposed 50% tariff.
Yeah, and this is bad for, this is part of what we were talking about with Canada, because, okay, so for example, right, guys, if you drive a Subaru, Nissan, you know, those like cheaper but not like really reliable cars, Toyota, even Ford, right? Ford less reliable, but all these car companies, a lot of them, right? They have like car part companies, or like they make the car parts in Canada, right? So say if like you're, I don't know, like you need some new spark plugs for your car, right? Or you need like your radiator broke or something like that, right? You take it to the shop, but now everything's going to be more expensive because a lot of these things are built in Canada. And not only just Canada, but they're built in Canada, then they come back and then they go back to Canada. So there's multiple layers of this shit, right? And I can attest to this because like I bought a car, or I bought like just a game, right? Like an older game. And it was in Canada, and if I would have bought it during this time, like the tariffs would have been 50% of whatever it was that the price was, right? And that's fucked up because it's like, yo, why am I paying 50% on a game that nobody cares about, that's like 20 years old or whatever the fuck, right? Huh? Yeah, it's so stupid, guys. So this is going to affect a lot of things, right? Yeah, it's the largest manufacturer in the world. Well said, yeah. Hey, LNHD, what up? Welcome back. Good to see you again. You can afford these nuts? Oh, God. That joke never gets old, man.
Tariffs on roughly 20 threatened to increase U.S. tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, and auto parts to 50% starting. next year.
And then it works well with the guy, the green numbers guy. That's so funny.
This threat came just days after the U.S. imposed 50% tariffs on roughly $20 billion of other Canadian goods.
I was on the phone with my son. How did it go? Oh my God. Yeah, we shouted you out, but you didn't say anything. I figured you were talking to him.
Prompting Prime Minister Mark Carney to announce plans to impose retaliatory tariffs beginning on September 8th. On Monday, Carney said Canada would return to trade talks only if the Trump administration changes tactics.
When the Americans go to the negotiation table first with the right attitude towards our industries and a true partnership, of course we'll come to the negotiating table.
In Gaza, Israel launched a wave of attacks on Monday, hitting a mosque, a water desalination plant, and tents housing displaced Palestinians.
Oh, God.
At least 7 people were killed, including 2 children. In central Gaza, an Israeli strike hit a house in the Burej refugee camp, killing a 4-year-old boy. In Khan Yunis, another child died from gunshot wounds after Israeli forces fired on her. This is Abu Amra, a Palestinian man at the site of the damaged mosque.
Evil.
This mosque has been here since the day we were born. Today I am about 48 years old, and I've always seen this mosque just as it was. The Israeli occupation is just hitting blindly. What are they hitting? They're hitting, they claim... Look at what the occupation is hitting. Look. They say they are bombing the Book of our Lord. They are bombing our mosque where we pray.
Despite last October's so-called ceasefire, Israeli forces have killed nearly 1,300 Palestinians in Gaza.
Yeah.
In Canada, the Montreal City Council passed a resolution in solidarity with Palestinians on Monday after councillors removed much of the motion's original language, which included calls to suspend institutional and diplomatic ties with Israel. The original provision would have also seen the city of Montreal officially recognize and denounce Israel's assault on Gaza as a, quote, genocide and its treatment
Montreal,
of Palestinians as, quote,
really.
apartheid. This is Alex Norris, a Projet Montreal city councillor who co-sponsored the motion.
One reason Gaza has had such an impact is that we have watched it unfold in real time. On our phones and on our screens, we have seen civilians attacked. We have seen neighborhoods erased. We have even seen perpetrators celebrating what they have done. That is why Gaza has been so often described as the world's first live stream genocide. What Israel has done in Gaza and the role Western governments have played in enabling it has become one of the defining moral tests of our time. Today, this council has the opportunity to say enough.
In Haiti, a heavily armed gang killed dozens of people overnight Monday in a raid on Kenskoff, a farming community near Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince.
Oh, no.
The UN reports at least 47 people were killed and 22 more wounded, with homes set ablaze, prompting outrage from survivors over the Haitian government's failure to protect them from repeated deadly attacks.
We live in humiliation. The government has done nothing for us. The blood of the population does not stop flowing in Kenskoff. The Prime Minister has to say something to the people in Kenskoff now. We cannot take it anymore.
The UN's Human Rights Agency reports hundreds of criminal groups in Haiti have killed over 16,000 people since early 2022. That's compounded an existing humanitarian crisis, with 6.4 million Haitians requiring assistance and nearly 1.5 million internally displaced. Despite that, the U.S. last week announced twice-weekly deportation flights to Haiti, after a Supreme Court ruling allowed the Trump administration to end temporary protected status for an estimated 350,000 Haitians. The Trump administration has announced plans to revoke the visas of asylum seekers. The State Department will revoke so-called B1 and B2 visas issued for business and tourism travel between 2016 and 2026, whose holders have applied for or are now seeking asylum. The Associated Press puts the number of affected people at 200,000. If the administration follows through with its plans, it would be the largest single mass revocation of visas in U.S. history. Meanwhile, the Trump administration again announced plans to charge employers a fee of over $103,000 to hire skilled foreign workers through the H-1B visa program. The revenue would be used to fund ICE. President Trump had tried to implement a 6-figure fee last year through a presidential proclamation.
Yeah, but this is the fucked up part, is you literally can't do this because this goes against the funding, but they don't care anymore, right? Because Congress is supposed to like get the funds and appropriate them, right? You can't just like raise funds as the executive, but again, all the rules are out the window, right, guys? God, crazy, right? Because and there's a reason this happens, right? Because like people were afraid that if the president can just like do whatever he wants or she wants in terms of just getting money from you, then they can essentially just have a private army or something, right? And look, what is ICE? Essentially a Gestapo, right?
But a judge ruled against it in June.
Mm-hmm.
In Florida, ICE...
Oh my God, an ally has to pay for his son's basic toiletries. How is that fair? It's insane, and like prisons are privately owned. That's private monies. Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday. It's called the private prison complex, right? Which is essentially like the military industrial complex, but it's the idea that they get more incentive to lock people up and to treat them as shit as possible so they can maximize profits, right, October? So if they have to charge Ally and HD like for the toiletries and stuff, that's money that they're making, right? They don't have to provide that. Meanwhile, if that were the state, they have to, because you have some sort of input in the government, right? Like people could be like, hey, listen, I don't like how you're treating like prisoners. They don't even get provided toiletries, right? So you have to start providing that. And as the state, like, you do have an obligation of that. But as a private company, no. And that's the whole point, right? To use this like private industrial prison complex to basically just milk them as much money as possible. And now they're milking like the parents of these people, right? Like you have to provide. That's crazy. Oh my God. He even has to buy a spoon to eat with it. Oh my God. Where do you live, in Texas? God, Texanus? One of our chatters, Oxpecker, he calls it Texanus. God. Yeah, and that's another thing is like, depending on what state you live in, especially down south, right? Like Angola prison, October. We were covering that a few months ago. Angola prison it looks like a plantation. You're like, damn, where are the slaves at? Oh, wait, they're right here, right? Because literally, like the guy that like warden speaks like a slaveholder, right? Like it looks like a fucking like plantation. It smells like a plantation. It's so fucked. Yeah, Cheshire Cat. It's so unfair. Hey, Kirsten B, welcome back. How you doing, girl? Yeah, his last spoon was stolen from him by a rat. Ew. Yeah, and I wouldn't want to eat that either. Probably a big ass rat. Yeah, that's so sick. It's so true. Fucking private shit. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? This is why when we say that, we have to like ban private prisons, right? Because the for-profit model in prisons is fucked, right? It incentivizes basically the bare minimum to keep people locked up, and then they're charging the government for you to stay in a cell, right, per day. That's essentially what's going on, right? So it's basically like a reverse hotel, it's like they're charging you a hotel fee to stay there, right, per night or whatever. It's crazy. They milk even the private prison companies. True a scam. Yeah, exactly. I live in Florida. Duh. He's in Texas. Of course he's in Texas. he starts drinking to handle this nonsense. Yeah, well said. God.
That a mother and daughter who were seriously injured in a car crash and brought to a hospital. According to family members, Grace Stephanie Calero Cabanilla and her 19-year-old daughter, Juliana Mia Cariel Calero, were placed in separate rooms after arriving at the hospital. And a sheriff's deputy began questioning the mother about her immigration status shortly after she arrived, while she was wearing a neck brace and had been given medication. According to family members, the mother had applied for political asylum and her daughter's visa document was valid till 2030. Democratic Congressmember Al Green filed articles of impeachment Monday against President Trump over his violent mass deportation campaign. In his resolution, Green argues, quote, President Trump is abusing the powers of the presidency by operating United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection as his vicious, quota-driven, unaccountable paramilitary police forces, transgressing with anonymity and secrecy, assaulting people, committing and covering up unjustified killings of civilians. This comes as a U.S. airman, Major Jason Watson, was arrested twice for calling for the impeachment of President Trump. He was officially criminally charged Monday for his comments. He faces 3 violations for contemptuous remarks about Trump, 5 violations for allegedly disobeying orders.
Freedom of speech? Oh, wait, that's down the toilet, too. Oh, my God.
And 2 violations for alleged conduct unbecoming of an officer.
Unbecoming of an officer. Oh my God. What?
And Palestinian artist Suleiman Mansour has died at the age of 79. He was one of the leading figures in contemporary Palestinian art. He helped create a visual language.
Apparently Dolly Parsons died too. I keep hearing that over and over again.
Of Palestinian identity, revisiting the land, exile, and occupation in works that frequently...
Yeah, my dad mentioned that earlier. You guys have been mentioning it in chat. He's like, he's in the military. They don't have the freedom of speech. Hey, why so dankness? I disagree. As far as, yes, you're right. They have less, but, yeah, I never would have known our beloved ally didn't share with us. I know. I love that you guys know all this stuff because, I mean, yeah, like, you guys talk from other streams and stuff, right? So I just love that you guys like all converge here and bring so much to the community. Thank you guys. I actually have to work and clean now. God, October. God. Work?
He featured olive trees in traditional embroidery.
Lurk.
He was born in Bir Zayt, near Ramallah, in 1947, and attended the Bezalel Academy
You sign away a bunch of your rights when you join the military. Yeah.
of Arts and Design in Jerusalem in 1970.
Community. Yeah, it really is, right? And that's what I try to foster here as much as possible.
In 1994, he co-founded the
I can't help. I'm a yapper.
The Art Center in East Jerusalem
God damn
to
it.
preserve Palestinian art and connect artists living in Palestine with other Palestinians in exile. This is Mansour in an interview with Al Jazeera in 2021.
I believe art in our situation where when you don't have a homeland, when you don't have, a country, a political thing, and when people deny your existence, in Israel and many places in the West, they deny your existence. So art is a form of saying that we are here.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Anjali Kamath in New York with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Anjali, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now. All right, I gotta fix this while we're doing this. Oh no, not her. Fuck off, Katie Rollins. Or Brooke Rollins, or whatever her name is, right? Same. Guys, I'm so bad at remembering names. Same, I'm linking Gus with some other channels as well today. Cool, thanks. Yeah, just don't let it be the National Review. Jesus, dog. Ugh, cringe. Yeah, they're like the quintessential like old school conservatives, but they're not like, I don't know, like fucking William F. Buckley is probably spinning in his grave. Nah, the Goblin Shire. Yeah. Why Russia is it? Wait, hold on. Oh no. Oh no. Is this why we're getting diarrhea? Kirsten B, welcome back.
Is produce getting worse?
This tastes like an unripe tomato.
That's what I've been hearing.
Or lurk, sorry.
Especially about berries. But I'll be honest, I'm skeptical. So I wanted to put this idea to the test.
I could crush like 55 of these, no problem.
This one tastes more grassy. This one tastes like...
Is grassy a good thing or a bad thing? I started out with a simple question. If fruits and vegetables are getting worse now, who's to blame? What can we do about it? It led me to the heart of a berry empire whose produce you probably encounter in most grocery stores, and a disturbing conversation with an insider who worked for them.
They had gotten rid of their own internal audit systems from the food safety department.
And to all kinds of ways that agricultural giants are stacking the deck against American farmers.
We've gotten away from a place where innovative, intelligent, hardworking farmers can make a living,
while remaking the food system in ways that lands on all of our plates.
Shit.
The story starts with this guy, a blueberry farmer, but
blueberries.
You won't find his blueberries in any supermarket. And I wanted to know why.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start out being positive. Name's Hugh Kent, and I'm a blueberry farmer in Central Florida. And you're on King Grove, which is an old farm.
Hugh's farm, it's a little different. I feel like I'm in a state park on a hiking trail.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the work we do.
That work, it's stewarding a diverse ecosystem that extends from this pine forest to the soil his berries grow in.
If we feed the microbes feed the plant, and the plant feeds us.
The berries I sampled, they were Hugh's personal frozen stash, so not ideal conditions, but still better than any blueberry I've ever had. Is love the secret ingredient?
No, soil made that. Nature made that. I have very little to do with it.
While you can't get these blueberries in any grocery store, there is one brand that you probably can't escape. Driscoll's.
Yeah, I've eaten this shit before. Oh man. They're all over the place. I've wondered, I'm like, oh God. Ruining my fucking blueberries. Blueberries! Damn right.
And those two facts are more related than you might think. In 1989, Driscoll's had a vision to grow the major four berries year-round, so you can get your fill of blueberries in fall and strawberries in the winter. But the dream didn't really come into fruition until 1994 with the North American Free Trade Agreement.
Mm-hmm. Driscoll's pioneered berry growing in Mexico for export at scale.
That's Matt Kinsella Walsh, a former chef and now berry trade expert.
Prior to NAFTA, the Mexican berry market was relatively niche.
Now, 32 years later, Mexico is expected to produce
Yeah, doesn't Chile as well? Because remember, like blueberries, I think need a lot of water, and I noticed when I pick up a packet of blueberries, sometimes it says like made in Chile or grown in Chile, Mexican berries. And I think it's because, think of it this way, right, guys? When it's kind of like in Australia, the same thing, right? When it's winter here, it's summer over there, right? Because it's on the southern part of the world. So like Chile would be good to grow because they're in the harvest season, right? And vice versa. Right? So when it's summer here, right now it's currently winter there. Right? So Solo RTP raid. Hey, there you are, girl. What up? We're talking about Mexican berries, aka blueberries. Blueberries. I love that. Careful, they may change the name to American berries. I mean, they did change it to freedom fries, right? We went over that the other day. My brother shared this with me about contamination. Oh god. Blueberries. I love that. You mean the ones without salmonella? We're getting to that. How's everyone been? Been lurking this morning. Yeah, we were just talking about Australia. God, Patricia. Wake your ass up, girl. Wake your ass up. What's Australia done now? You guys have different temperatures than us when we're in summer and winter. God, how dare you, Australia? So when it's summer here, it's winter there, and when it's winter there, it's summer here. You guys literally do the Christmas in July thing, huh? Also, I just fucked that up. I meant to say it's summer over there, it's winter here. Yeah, we do. Don't forget the Straits of America are closed to Iran. The Strait of America. That cringe. Argentina too. All right, yeah. Anything south of the equator will have that, right? So like, what is it? Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, South Africa, right? Australia, New Zealand. Not that many after that, just because most of the land is in south of the equator, right? But those are like the big ones. Nodders, yeah, those are like the big ones where, like, when it's summer here, it's winter there. So their winters are like summers here. I mean, they are summers, right? So like literally celebrating Christmas. It doesn't feel weird to go to the frickin' beach on Christmas. What the hell is wrong with you people? Oh my god. You too, Luce. I mean, come on. You're in the same dimension as Australia. How does that feel? Hey, good. I've been falling asleep on the couch watching TV, so sleep can whack normal. How's it go? No, it's amazing. No, there should be snow or little You should have to wear a jacket. I'm joking. I know, it must be pretty cool to go to the beach on Christmas or something, right? It legitimately be nice or hot. I mean, technically, right, guys? I spent Christmas in Costa Rica, and that's how it was, right? It wasn't. Yeah, it was pretty hot, actually. It wasn't like super hot, but filming of Christmas. But then again, that's because it's closer to the equator, right? Oh, look at you guys. All right. Yeah, let's learn more.
0.2 million metric tons of pound. So you can get your fill of blueberries in fall and strawberries in the winter. But the dream didn't really come into fruition until 1994 with the North American Free Trade Agreement.
Driscoll's pioneered berry growing in Mexico for export at scale.
That's Matt Kinsella Walsh, a former chef and now berry trade expert.
Prior to NAFTA, the Mexican berry market was relatively niche.
Now, 32 years later, Mexico is expected to produce 1.2 million metric tons of berries. Peru and Chile also have become centers of massive berry production.
What did I tell you? Peru and Chile. He said Peru. Peru, yeah, but...
Supplementing Driscoll's California farms. Their international gambit paid off with a berry empire spanning every hemisphere. Only one brand outsells Driscoll's in American grocery stores, Coca-Cola. American berry consumption has skyrocketed, and so have prices. And yet, many farmers are getting left out.
We are without a doubt seeing a collapse of small and medium scale family farms in our region.
Why? To figure that out, we have to dig into a lesser known fact about Driscoll's.
I love telling people that. They sell more than 3 berries, but they don't grow a single berry.
That's Austin Frerick, author of the book Barons.
Driscoll's is primarily a genetics company. They have a large amount of valuable plant genomes that they rent out.
It's a model that lets Driscoll's keep costs low by avoiding some of the major challenges of berry production altogether.
Driscoll's makes money regardless if the berry is harvested. They've already licensed the genetic material and in many cases sold the packaging. The Driscoll's business model is to dump their risk onto contract growers and then reap the profits.
That dynamic of dumping risk onto farmers has also been especially profitable in the pork and chicken industry. It's even big in lettuce. Many have compared this contract model to sharecropping.
Both models essentially create a captive market. Driscoll's exerts control over their contracted farmers, essentially in what they're required to buy and who they're required to sell to.
This system of control fuels their year-round schedule and gives them leverage when selling to supermarkets across the country.
The family behind Driscoll's realized Walmart just wants one company to do 4 berries year-round for 4,000 stores. They saw that before anyone else, so they dominated that market.
Supermarket chains no longer need to source blueberries in June from one company.
Yeah, and you know, this just kind of shows you maybe we shouldn't have supermarkets, right? The idea of a supermarket doesn't actually work, and maybe it worked back in the years of after the New Deal or the New Deal era, right? Because they started taking off in the 1950s, right? Because of, well, the economy was well regulated, right? But I mean, not anymore, right? So a lot of these things are going to have to be re-envisioned, guys, right? We're going to have to look at this stuff and be honest about, like, this is a systemic problem, right? When one company has this much power to create, like, on 4 berries in every supermarket, that's not a good thing, right? Because it's not like it leads to lower prices. You heard it here, right? I mean, these blueberries and stuff are really expensive. I can attest to that, right? Like, I've gone to the supermarket and I've seen blueberries be like $10 a pop. It's like a little container like that, right? Yeah.
And another in August. They now have Driscoll's. Big companies prefer to deal with other big companies.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the bias is that we're talking about. The bias is that Aldi, all these freaking stores, they prefer to deal with bigger companies. They don't like dealing with like 18 million small independent contractors or small farms and stuff, right? And that's kind of the problem with the system, right? Is when the bias is for the bigger companies because they just prefer to do business with them. Well, that in itself is a form of discrimination that we're not really taking into account, right? Now, it's not like a racial discrimination or anything like that, but it is a bias that hurts everyone, right? And we have to acknowledge that. Hey, Mima, welcome back, girl. How you been?
Cuts down on cost and logistics, but
they are really expensive in Russia as well. I mean, it looks like because this company controls a lot of the supply, right, Mima? So, yeah. Also, blueberries are probably not the best example, but because blueberries are seasonal, right? And they require a lot of water and all this shit, right? Like I was just saying, like that's probably why to a certain degree, right? But still, they are pretty expensive, right?
Leaves farmers like Hugh out to dry. He witnessed the shift firsthand. After selling 30,000 pounds of blueberries to a national grocery chain one year, Hugh tried to go direct.
When we finally got a hold of them, they said, well, can you provide us with a full domestic season of blueberries? And we said no, because that's not what a farmer does. That would mean I would have to farm in Florida, then Georgia, then North Carolina, then New Jersey, Michigan, and the Pacific Northwest. That's not what a farmer does. That's what a broker does, a middleman does.
It's what Driscoll's does. It's contributed to their massive market share in America, at least 30% in berries broadly in 2017, 60% in organic strawberries. It's not just risk Driscoll's gets to offload.
I think the reduction of liability is baked into their business model.
This is David Harada, who is now suing the company as a whistleblower. His accusations paint a picture of a company laser focused on avoiding responsibility. David alleges in late 2022 that he first noticed that their contracted farmers were applying pesticides above the legal limits.
Ooh.
So he told his bosses, thinking he'd done a good job.
And then I received a random phone call from my director of agronomy and basically asking, do we have plausible deniability regarding this issue? I was completely dumbfounded, mostly because the first words that I expected out of the director's mouth was, how do we fix this? Not how do we hide this?
David also alleges an internal audit found approximately half of Driscoll's shipments to Canada between 2022 and 2024 contained at least one tray that exceeded legal pesticide residue levels.
Get fucked, Canadians. You're getting poisoned by our slop. Jesus, see what I mean? See what I mean? No regulation in the world could fix this shit at this point. I'm just becoming so doomer-pilled on this shit. Yeah, and you guys are eating this shit up. Thinking, oh, let me eat these fucking blueberries or strawberries. Right? And here you are like, but is that the Canadian government's fault? No, not necessarily. They probably should do their own independent testing, but that's also going to raise prices, right? It's going to have more, and then this is the problem with a lot of this stuff is it's perishable, right? When you deal with perishable stuff, yeah, you can test it out, but is the sample size enough to get the exact, indication of how much pesticide they use. Secondly, I mean, they spoil pretty quickly. Oh, I can't wait to make fun of Josephus for this. I'm gonna meme the shit out of him, guys. In 3, 2, 1. You already know it's coming in. Yeah, me and him are like that. We fucking meme each other all the time, McKay.
$100 million worth of shipments. During his 3-year tenure,
is safe now thanks to Trump's terror.
He also dealt with consumer.
Yeah, and why do you like Rigel, right? Why do you think the EU, rightfully so, by the way, they went back and tested like 10,000 chemicals, all approved by the FDA, and many of them were never reauthorized by the EU. Okay, guys? They went, I think it was over 1,000 or something chemicals were all banned in the EU, even though the FDA said they were totally safe, which is, it's this term here, right? Hold on. This is the term. Grass, right? So whenever you hear grass, when it comes to food safety, it means generally recognized as safe. Generally recognized as safe, my ass, because we have our own poisons and to eat and drink. I mean, yeah, for sure, but like it's even worse, right? Oh, God. Fuck this.
Complaints about berries tasting like chemicals or nail polish.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if I'll watch it today, but, because we got a lot of other stuff to cover, but this dropped a few hours ago, so I wanted to watch it, because this has to do with, well, just the monopolistic power of a lot of these companies, right, McKay? We watched Food Inc. 1 and 2, right? And that said a lot of the same stuff.
It's hard to live with myself knowing that's still ongoing. I've seen enough bad things that happened on Driscoll's berries to know that I probably won't touch one for the rest of my life.
A Driscoll spokesperson denied David's allegations
Ew.
and said they maintain robust food.
I'll buy that for $1. I love that emote. Legend. Damn, that ass.
Safety programs, including independent laboratory testing and third-party audits. Quote, no food safety regulator has determined that Driscoll berries are unsafe, they wrote. But allegation after allegation seem to follow a formula. How far can we push plausible deniability?
We have a food safety manual that we give out to all of the different growers. And the goal at the time of our food safety vice president was, how are we going to reduce food safety liability? Well, to start, let's reduce the food safety manual as much as we can. Their belief is that now that we've told you this, if you don't follow this, we're directly responsible because you're not following our direction.
Those safety directions might advise farmers on how to not contaminate water or poison their own workers.
There's been times where we're exposed to long periods of pesticides and the people have gotten sick from it. I myself have also been exposed to it.
That's Jay, not his real name. He's worked at Driscoll's contracted farms in California, and while I couldn't independently verify his own pesticide claims, his allegations echo systemic problems in the industry, including Driscoll's contracted farms.
Do they give you any safety training?
No, they don't really tell you nothing. Sometimes they have the notes, like little signs, but top of that, they don't really say nothing about it.
In 2016, a pesticide safety committee was a key demand of workers at Sakuma Farms, a Driscoll supplier. And more recently, activists in Watsonville, California have alleged farm workers and schoolchildren alike are being exposed to these dangerous pesticides. Several organizers and workers I spoke to alleged insufficient breaks, wage theft, and general low pay.
With Driscoll's, their fruit is more expensive.
I love T-. I noticed, dog, every time you come in, you have like the wall of emotes. I love that. It's so funny, dog.
It reaches almost 7.
Honestly, the emotes are like the best part on Twitch, right? They're one of the best parts. It's why I work so hard on my emotes, right? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
dollars per box, but the pay for us continues to be very low.
These aren't just injustices, they're now economic facts independent farmers have to compete with, especially in countries like Mexico, where wages are even lower and labor and environmental protections are fewer. The USMCA, the successor trade deal to NAFTA, allows companies like Driscoll's to grow berries there and import them to the US duty-free.
Under the USDA organic regulations, we're supposed to improve the quality of our water, our soil, woodlands, wetlands, and wildlife.
By contrast, berry growers in Baja California are building desalination plants because so much of the scarce water has been drained from the area.
Large berry growers, like Driscoll's, use a massive amount of water, while their workers often don't have running water in their homes.
American-based multinationals, I would like to think that, yeah, they are treating those societies well. I don't think that's what's happening. And
of course
I
it's
think
not.
if they were required to do that, their prices would go up. And we would be able to get a fairer price ourselves.
But again, for all these injustices, Driscoll's technically didn't do anything. The contractor did.
Woo.
In water-scarce Baja California, one of the largest contractors is...
Greyhoster just got a 220-day stream streak. www chat.
Oh my God!
It is important that we as a community support all out fruity friends. However, we Canadians do not buy USA fruit, we buy Mexican and others. Some fruity friends don't deserve our support. We Canadians, we will stand at attention, bent over, so Trump can kiss our ass. Support Comcast and support our cause, plus get your free support wear, bras and jock straps. Elbows up and asses out, Canada. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, T-minus, that's our mascot, Gloggy. He's a political collecting treasure goblin, right? So he collects political merch. That's who you see in the emotes, the little green dude, T-minus. That's him. I drive a truck on the West Coast, LA to SeaTac. Oh yeah, you mentioned that last time. Lots of Phoenix and Spokane, Washington too. That's where they grow a lot of these fucking berries, right? I imagine. Because there's a lot of water there, right? And it's very rainy all the time. Like especially in the Washington area, I imagine. Yeah. God damn, dude. God damn. How long have you been doing the truck driving for? Real respect, guys. See, like, people like T-minus make the world go around, guys. Because without truck drivers, we are fucked. Like, so much of the shit we don't get. And I was telling you the other day about this. That, like, there's a lot of... We should be respecting the people who work on these kind of things, right? Who have these kind of jobs. Like, these are berries are coast near the Ventura. Yeah, makes sense. You've probably seen some crazy shit there with this Driscoll shit that they're talking about on More Perfect Union. Fuck.
Arimex, owned by the Ryder family. That family also controls another notable company, Driscoll's.
Driscoll's has found a way to not be the face of the agriculture violations that happen on the ground, whether that's, the unsafe working conditions, exposure to pesticides, the very low wages.
That's Erica Diaz Cervantes, whose organization Cause has been fighting for living wages for California farm workers. She's trying to build connections with farm worker unions in Baja California who have been fighting for better conditions and wages for over a decade. There is a legal mechanism that could help, baked into the USMCA. It lets unions in one country fight union busting in another, but agriculture is exempted. As for Driscoll's, a spokesperson responded to criticisms of their labor and environmental standards by reiterating publicly available information about their support for worker welfare and agricultural sustainability. They also added that the company audits farms to make sure they comply with pesticide regulations. The good news is, Hugh has found a way to survive.
We can't operate in the wholesale system anymore. It's way too consolidated.
He's moved to selling his berries directly to consumers.
We ship them throughout the country. So if you can grow something with quality, people will seek you out for sure.
He's also getting attention from at least one celebrity chef.
Where I really had a breakthrough was at Hugh's place.
But it's getting harder to find Hugh's in the farming world.
When these farms go away, they don't come back.
Even trying to buy strawberries for my test, every single store had two prominent options, Driscoll's and Driscoll's Organic. Competitors were few and far between.
We've gotten away from a place where innovative, intelligent, hardworking farmers can make a living, And we're moving towards this model which relies on questionable treatment of a large number of people and riches for a few people at the top.
Matt has been advocating for a tax on a particular part of our food and agricultural system.
Yeah. Tax the parts of the supply chain that have profited so greatly from deregulation and consolidation, and return that money to the communities that actually grow our food. The tax would affect companies like Walmart, as well as companies like Bayer, Dow DuPont, but also companies like Driscoll's.
More broadly, people like Austin want us to rethink how we invest in agriculture.
We can choose to subsidize good produce in this country. We have chosen not to.
The system isn't just robbing our communities, but our taste
T-2011
buds.
is nice. In every stream I watch, Gustx 8 cute, less 3 Gustx 8 oh, Gustx 8 oh, Gustx 8 oh.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Consolidation by definition means that there's little or no competition, and we've seen the quality of our food eroding all over the place.
Cheers.
Hugh's blueberries were out of season, so I couldn't put them to the test. So instead, I performed a very unscientific study with strawberries, where I fed them to Tristan Kwong, a chef and self-professed fruit sommelier, Edward Dupree, a produce worker and union organizer, and my coworkers. I tried to make it blind.
They all look like Driscoll berries, if I'm being honest with you.
So A is an Oishi berry.
It's a little more watery, feels like it was grown kind of fast. So it just kind of tastes like fruit. This is so weird to say, fruit flesh.
These tasted decent. You're just, I don't know, that was like a texture thing. I'm sorry.
It's like water and like cellulose, whatever makes up a cell.
The texture is not great. I like the texture.
Tristan ranked a local New York farm as his favorite. His number 2, Driscoll's Organic. I devised slightly different tests for each iteration. Some people ranked Driscoll's highly, others didn't. Some preferred small farmers market berries, others didn't. So there's not a universal consensus on anything, but flavorless came up several times.
There you go, T-minus. You got shot it out.
Now,
Got shot it out, my man. You heard that.
does all produce taste like garbage now? It seems like a reasonable person could disagree. As for me, I've been hate eating my way through a pint of grocery store blueberries. They're so bad, they're not even Driscoll's. But my palate has been ruined. Thanks, Hugh.
Yeah, this kind of sucks, right? It's like, how do we fix this? And these are going to be real systemic
Thank you
problems.
so much for watching.
And this fucks over, speaking of the trucking industry, this fucks over the truckers as well, right? For various reasons we've talked about previously on the stream, right? We watched that like trucking documentary, and how like AI is going to replace trucking. God damn it, fucking Brian, kill me right now. I mean, it is and it isn't, but god damn it, guys. Like self-driving trucking. And then like who is responsible if the truck gets into an accident, right? Like all the jobs that are gonna get lost, right? All the experience. It's just a giant fucking mess. As a child, I was a berry harvester with my family, and after harvesting 5 baskets of the 6th basket was for taking home. Nothing better than freshly harvested strawberries. Yeah, none of this Driscoll shit. Fuck that crap. Ugh, god damn it. All right. Up next. Oof.
Here's the sort of stuff.
All right, here we go. This just premiered, so I wanted to watch it. Just started a few minutes ago.
Completely and utterly collapsed around him, so I'll have a lot to say about that. We
It was
also
an
have
accident.
Joe Rogan taking shots at AOC and mocking her over her comment that woke one was crazy. So we'll dive into that as well.
Exactly. That's what they're going to say. Well, you got into an accident. It was an accident.
And
like, who pays that, right? Like, who? Because remember, like, the insurance company does have like somebody at fault, right? And generally speaking, I don't know how the law would work in this case, but like, AI is not perfect, right? Especially with these giant trucks, I can imagine it being really fucking stupid. So what exactly, right?
Later on, we have a billionaire, Mark Cuban, panics and throws a tantrum against universal health care, Medicare
fuck
for
off.
all.
You know, I there was a time, maybe like a few years ago, where I kind of liked Mark Cuban, but he's still a billionaire, guys. Fuck him, right?
Which is just beyond disgusting and grotesque, and he should be ashamed of himself doing that. So I'll have a lot to say about that as well. And you guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You, of course, can support the show on Patreon as well. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I never will do that.
The parasite on the food recently comes from only one place: human feces. Ew. You mean Cyclospora? That makes sense. Yeah, and I mean, that's the problem, is that when you concentrate these giant farms to being in these big locations, and the water is contaminated, and there's not as much like regulation, what ends up happening? That. Right? So this is the problem with factory farming, right? We talked about that in Food Inc. You posted the link, McKay, right?
I'm very proud of what we built here. You guys made that possible by giving $1 a month or $2 a month or $5 a month. So I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And then, of course, you could also sign up for Crystal Kylan Friends on Substack. That link is below. And go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us live on Monday nights as well. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let me start with this. Abdul derangement syndrome and Hassan derangement syndrome has now hit crisis levels. Okay, I mean, this is like nuclear levels of bad faith attacks and smears and, you know, disgusting, underhanded bullshit, dirty politics nonsense. That's what we're now witnessing here. So, you had a disgusting and fraudulent attack from Mike Rogers, the Trump cuck, running against Abdul. He said the following: more calls for violence coming out of the El Sayed campaign. Here is his running mate, Hassan Piker. What? Saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted because of it. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he is unsure if he will be able to support Abdul for these very reasons. Absolutely disgusting, he puts in all caps, so you know he's serious. If Abdul El Sayed had any courage at all, he would call this out and...
Why do they say it like that? Abdul...
disavow Hassan Piker once and for all. We're waiting, Abdul. Okay, so he's citing this DSA Watch account, which is another hack smear account, which looks for out-of-context clips to try to smear left-wing people, and he plays a 51-second clip here. Now, I'm going to get to Abdul's reaction in a second, but first, let's go to...
Jesus, guys. They're really pulling this, like, Muslim trifecta jihadist crap, right? God, so cringe.
This. So, Palky says the following: Mike Rogers is pushing a blatantly clipped video. In the full clip, Hassan never called for violence. He was discussing Jeremy Moss's refusal to endorse Abdul El Sayed, and that the worst anti-Semitism comes from those who conflate all Jews with Israel. So now I'm going to play the entire comment that Hassan made, and you're going to determine whether or not you think he's calling for violence and whether or not you think this is anti-Semitic. Let's listen. Here we go.
I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is. Now, Is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul al-Sayed? No, of course not.
Of course.
But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about.
He's literally calling out Zionists for making anti-Semitism worse by insisting that all Jews are represented by the state of Israel. He's saying that makes Jews less safe. He is literally calling out Zionist anti-Semitism. That's the point. Let's continue.
Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium on new data centers. Look at that. Look at that. They are positioning themselves and reacting to the popularity of our policies, our positions. Look at that. Yeah, Ben Jacobs says, Ben Jacobs reports on Jeremy Moss's take. Adam Johnson says, I'll translate for those unfamiliar with these serious outreach threats. Moderate on Israel, support apartheid and the arming of genocide, albeit some mild scolding about Netanyahu, or else I will withhold my support and help Rogers. This is a variation on Hakeem Jeffries' further conversations threat. There are pro-genocide uncommitted movements everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's precisely what is going on here. These guys are shamelessly saying that they are uncommitted. They're uncommitted to Abdul al-Sayed because Abdul has an anti-genocide position that is broadly popular, and these guys can't contend with that reality. They want Abdul to take a less popular and immoral position, a position that he does not hold. It's totally ridiculous, and we should not let these people forget. We should not let others forget what shameless positions that they are holding on to in this pivotal moment where the Senate majority hinges on this seat, and they are casting that aside. Because while not all Jews in Michigan are single-handedly or single-mindedly in unison holding up the continuation of Israel's apartheid as a major reason as to why they will withhold their support, there are those who are doing that. And we must not let people forget that reality.
What part of that was anti-Semitic?
None.
What part of that was a call for violence?
None.
The Mike Rogers campaign, the MAGA Republican Mike Rogers, is simply flat out lying, and aggressively so. That's what's happening here, and everybody who's being honest knows it. So, naturally, the Diet MAGA Democrats get in on the fun. Okay? The Diet MAGA Democrats, one of them named Hillary Scholten, who said during the primary that if Abdul wins, I don't know if I could support him. I'm probably not going to support him. Now she's out here pissing in the punch bowl and trying to take down Abdul, doing MAGA's dirty work for them. So she comes out and says, today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Hassan Piker said that American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. In his stream, Piker directly discussed and targeted Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss. More on that guy in a second, by the way. Showing his picture while stating that eventually someone will come around and take action, not against Israel, but against American Jews. Today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, blah, 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 blah. Hassan Piker calls for violence against American Jews. Excuse you? That's just fucking defamation. You're just fucking lying.
Do you know about Project Esther? Hey, Maddie, welcome back. How you been?
And directly...
It rings a bell, but not right away. What about it?
Naming a Michigan elected official.
Woo! Congrats. You got an achievement.
future congressional colleague Jeremy Moss are unacceptable. Full stop. Piker is
I think I have to rename that because you're not a VIP. That means I think that's a subscriber. Because if you're a subscriber, if you have a gifted sub, then you get that achievement.
hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks
Yeah, so like, what about it?
Substance. Oh my God, that's so ironic because all he was doing was talking substance there. It's dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling out this disgusting rhetoric so it loses its grip on our politics once and for all. It has no place in Michigan and no place in our country. So Hassan literally calling out anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism according to these people, and is a call for violence according to these people. You literally cannot make this up if you try.
Make this shit up.
So Justin Canoe says the following: he didn't call for violence. He rightly pointed out anti-Semitism is rising because of Israel's actions, and the more American Jews defend them and do the work of anti-Semites by tying Jews to Israel, the worse it will get. And here you are doing exactly that. It is amazing. I've never seen
Hillary Schulten, yeah. God, what a clown.
Such a faker outrage cycle in my entire fucking life, bro. I've never seen.
It was made by the Heritage Foundation. That's where I've heard it. My favorite people in the world. Oh my God. Yeah. I think that, wait. Read the Wikipedia entry on it. It's a little complicated to explain over chat, but it's all right. We'll do that next. We also have another video to watch on Doug Ford. Had a lot of shit to cover today, guys. We move at breakneck speed. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Anything associated with the fucking hair, of course. There it is. That's where I heard about it. Of course.
One this bad. By the way, just for those of you who are unaware, and just so you know how utterly.
Yeah, we explored this and the link between the Dutch government's healthcare plan, on how there was there's a link. I don't know if there's like a direct link, right, between the Dutch government's healthcare system that they adopted in the early 2000s that was essentially created by a guy who basically gave the blueprint to the Heritage Foundation, right? That's pretty fishy. And then you read the Dutch healthcare plan, and it sounds a lot like Obamacare, or what we call here in Massachusetts, Romneycare, which was passed back in 2005. So the fact that it was passed back here makes it very interesting, the timeline of events on how the Dutch government also got essentially Obamacare, but a little bit better, right? But some of our Dutch chatters were talking about how it was not very good. And I'm like, well, there you go. That's why it's not very good. Because it's a Heritage Project it's a Heritage Project plan meant to like neoliberalize your freaking healthcare plan, right? Your healthcare sector. Call it the dumber project of 2025, but they still had to pin it on their work fridge, of course. They're just like, I hate, Maddie, how influential they are. We shouldn't even be talking about the Heritage, like the Heritage Project, the Heritage Foundation at all, but here we are, right? Years later, still talking about them.
Obnoxious and fake this outrage is. Here's a video that was posted.
Don't get me started. Girl, literally, right? Like I live in Mass, and we've had it since 2005, and the problems with it is ridiculous. Like, it's certainly better than nothing, but like once we did that deep dive, I was just like, yeah, I'm so done with the Heritage. Foundation, guys. Why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep fucking us over?
By Hasanabi Productions.
And don't get me started about Project 2025, because that's like the most recent, right? Example of this shit. But
30-minute compilation of Hassan calling out anti-Semitism and how criticism of Israel shouldn't be conflated with criticism.
There's a different 250 years. Yeah, exactly. This is I heard about that too.
Of Jews, okay? So next time somebody accuses him of being an anti-Semitic based on a 20-second out-of-context clip, show them this.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to say anything. Just show them this. I'm obviously not going to play the...
They have this 250 years plan into the future. I mean, yeah. And remember I said that, I don't know if you were here, Maddie, because I think you'd just come in or whatever. But guys, when I say something, I'm trying to base it off what I've read, what I know, right? The professors I've interviewed, right? People that I have like authoritative sources, right? All that stuff. I'm just kind of like drawing it from my memory, right? I'm literally doing the memory game here. And when I said that conservatives are very patient and that they plan stuff years, decades, even centuries ahead. You heard it here. Right? Guys, this is not a drill. They do this, okay? Like, see, this is the thing is, I feel like people on the left are always so chill and so, like, down to earth. And they're like, yeah, let's just smoke a joint and then we'll see how tomorrow goes, right? Well, you can't operate that way with conservatives because they literally have plans on top of plans, right? Contingencies on top of contingencies. And again, this is not my opinion. This is literally from like all the things I've read, right? You're hearing it here in chat. Just they do not stop. And you have to be prepared for that. Money on top of money. Exactly, because there's a huge money interest involved as well, right? And remember, how do like people who invest and are very like business savvy, how do they think? They think in the long term. Okay, guys? They don't think in like the next election cycle or the next year. They don't give a shit. Right? Look what they did to Roe v. Wade, right? They chipped away at it year by year by year by year by year, right? They're very patient. It's like Emperor Palpatine. The devil made plans centuries in making, similar. Yeah, well, there you go. Similar to that, right? And when I say this stuff, guys, it's because I've seen it play out, right? I've seen the plans. I've seen what other people have told me, right? I've seen, like, for example, the Bretton Woods, right? That whole conference. Right? The Chicago boys. There's several examples. The whole neoliberal project that we discussed, that we've been talking about for months on end, but like we went into a deep dive on that too, right? Neoliberalism has been a thing that has been in the works for decades, right? Ever since the New Deal, essentially, because they didn't like the New Deal. The Chicago boys, yeah. Keck W, right? They think in family members and generations. Exactly. Because that's, well, first of all, they have families. They have large families. And people on the left, I'm not saying you need to start doing that, but you do need to start planning ahead, right? You need to start, like, we as leftists need to, like, start looking ahead of stuff. We can't just, like, be so current day about everything, right? We need to have like a philosophy that is like clear cut, but not only just that, actually have plans like they do, right? We need to counteract that. And they're really good at this, guys. They're really good at it, right? If you've gone to like conservative think tanks, like even the way they dress and the way they comport themselves, right? There's that word again. Is very different. Very different, right? Luckily, you can kind of like, if you know what you're doing, you can kind of like butter your way in and pretend to be one of them and be like, yeah, I see what you're doing here, right? But yeah, guys, right? We had one of those people at in one of our classes, and she was like the quintessential like Heritage Foundation lady, right? And she works for a think tank, a conservative think tank. So there you go. Nailed that, right?
The whole thing here. But listen to the sort of stuff that Hassan says all the time.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of...
Do not talk about getting banned on Twitch. Huh? I'm not talking about getting banned. What are you talking about?
pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have all...
Check out the Powell memo. Yeah, that's another one we talked about, right? Thank you, Fred. Well said. Welcome back, Fred. I'm glad. Thank you for bringing that up, right? We have brought that one up a few times, right? The Powell memo, right? The appointment of Lewis Powell to the Supreme Court was a really important moment, right? Because it was essentially the business community being like, yeah, fuck your laws, right? Lewis Powell is probably going to be considered one of the most influential Supreme Court justices, similar to like William O. Douglas, or I would even say Hugo Black, right? Why? Because it's not even that he had like an originalist interpretation of because originalism is bullshit, right, guys? It's just the Trojan horse to get this shit really through, right? The real truth is the Powell memo, as you said, right? The Powell memo is the fruit, is what they really wanted, right? That's like the beginning of what they really wanted. And now this Supreme Court has basically given all of that to them, right? Right, I would even throw, Douglas, right? William O. Douglas, Hugo Black, let's see, William J. Brennan Jr., right? He's a titan in terms of like judicial philosophy, right? In terms of on the left, but they don't even mean anything anymore in comparison to like Lewis Powell and his memo and shit like that, right? Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., yep, he's important too, right? He's the one who for my state, what up? It's always the Massachusettsians, the massive huge tits. Yeah. He's the one who said you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? He had a lot of his opinions still hold true, or like are what we think of law today, to this very day, right? Some of his shit was a little like cringe, but he was a man of like what, the 1800s. He was raised in the 1800s, right? Like the one opinion of his that I never understood was that forced sterilization opinion, right? But again, I don't know, guys. I don't view history like these people, like people being perfect, right? I just view people as being people of their time, right? And some people are way above their time, right? So what I try to do is I try to be somebody who is, right? Maybe I don't always succeed, but I try to be like beyond the times, right? I don't try to think like a current day person. I try to think like above that or go over that, right? I think it's important to do that. You have to kind of like be willing to question your own ideals, right? So it wasn't about the actual theater. It was about German immigrants and German Americans passing anti-war pamphlets during World War I. Yeah, no, I understand, but that was the whole idea. Sounds like very originalist, JK.
Always been singled out by those in power.
Memer. God, you're such a memer, Maddie. God. Why are you always beaming?
Scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism.
I mean, he could not be more clear. It's literally 30 minutes of him making the point that
I think Oliver Wendell Holmes is his most like important legacy at the Supreme Court was what we discussed when we watched this documentary, which was he believed in the struggle between like labor and capital. And he was like, listen, if capital loses one, or they lose a bunch of victories, right? Who are like people at the Supreme Court to strike shit down for the unions and for the workers, and basically be like, no, you can't do that. And I think that's going to be his biggest legacy, because like even to this day, there are people who still believe that, right? It's not the most popular opinion at the Supreme Court, right? Or philosophy, but it has kind of stayed the test of time ever since West Coast versus Parish, right? Which is what led to like the New Deal finally being at least allowed through, right? Because the Supreme Court before that was very hostile towards the New Deal, right? They fucking struck down 10 New Deal, right? They struck down the NRA, not the NRA, the National Rifle Association, the National Recovery Act, right? They struck down all these like kind of quintessential parts of kind of like workers being able to negotiate, right? The minimum wage law, all these things, right? That's how like we were able to finally pass even just a minimum wage, right? Because before that, we would probably be way ahead. We'd probably have like a living wage by now, right?
The enemy is Zionism. The enemy is not Jews.
How people used to think back in the days, and why it was unique at time as usual for us today. But what is new ways of thinking today would be new for this day it was in the past. Well said. Yeah, and I think like that's the better way of looking at history. I've never been a fan of like, it's not that you hold people to like the same standard as today, right? Obviously, like that's not what I'm saying. You do to a certain degree, right? It's just like you have to be a little bit more like there's more nuance, right? And you have to understand motives and stuff. You can't just like assume motives and crap, and it's complicated, right? We've gone into that a lot, but that's a whole other rabbit hole. The real history is that Republicans have been in an endless war against the Warren Court. Yeah, well said, right? They fucking despise the Warren Court, right? We watched a documentary on that too, Maddie.
Jews are our brothers and sisters. How many times?
My favorite court.
How many ways can you make that same point? So, to my surprise, Abdul drops a statement. My statement on Hassan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Abdul says, quote, I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what
No, Roger Taney is not my favorite court. The Taney court fucking can suck it.
They believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare. Because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. So, he doesn't fully throw Hassan under the bus. He doesn't do that. But he also doesn't really say, like, they're lying and this is fake outrage, right? And so, naturally, some people are criticizing Abdul here and going, really? Really? Because it almost feeds in to this mind virus of faux outrage that like Hassan was being anti-Semitic and calling for violence against Jews, which is a flat out lie. A flat out lie. So I don't know why you would drop this statement in particular. Okay.
Gonzo woo. Gonzo EO. Gonzo 18K just got a 10-day stream streak. www. it.
Love it. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the streaking. We just got a bunch of streakers.
I don't know why. I'm sure in Abdul's mind he thinks like, well, I didn't throw Hassan under the bus, so like that should count for something. But I don't know. It seems to me to just be feeding the fake outrage cycle. Because what they're going to do now
buddy.
is they're going to...
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the stream. How have you been, man?
Go, we got him. And they're going to... You gave them an inch. Now they're going to try to take a mile.
I don't mind interrupting. You interrupted us by streaking. We saw a lot.
That's how it works. You can't give these motherfuckers a sentiment.
Somehow Tani isn't considered the worst justice now, for real, right? Dred Scott, like...
meter or a fucking millimeter. Okay? This was fake outrage. They were lying from the beginning, and that's what needs to be said. That's what needs to be pointed out. It should be pointed out that Hassan was calling out anti-Semitism in the clip where they say he's being anti-Semitic. So now, by the way, this guy who the Diet MAGA Democrats are rushing to the defense of, Hillary Scholten is rushing to the defense of, and Mike Rogers is rushing to the defense of. Listen to a Michigan State Senator, Jeremy Moss, a Democrat.
Somehow Tani returned. Somehow Emperor Palpatine returned. Yeah, remember that amazing scene? Somehow. Welcome to... Congrats, Lucy, for hitting 100 messages, girl. Damn. People are chatty today. What up? Yeah, that was...
running for the
laziest story writing of all time. Somehow he just returned.
U.S. Congress this November was caught on tape saying, and what he said on tape is, quote, I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn. America is not our homeland.
Oh, wow.
That is like literally the definition of being Israel first. That is a
traitor?
comment, ladies and gentlemen, that should be criticized by everybody.
Yeah.
To not criticize that is fucking insane.
Yeah.
It is insane to not call that out directly. And yes,
didn't know this kind of woke existed. I know, right? Duncan Crossberry! You
It's
attended
sad,
10
Donald.
streams in a row.
So sad.
What up? Welcome back. Oscar Isaac lost.
Don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yo. Oscar Isaac lost about 3 years of his life with that line. I know. Poor guy. He's a great actor. It's just like when you're in a movie like that. Oh, God.
people like this
It's like Gul'dan fucking sucking your soul out, right?
increase anti-Semitism.
God, that movie was shit, but that was pretty crazy the way they made him do that.
Because they come out and they say, Israel is representing all Jews.
Sent 3 million to the Reddit, sent 3 million to my Reddit girlfriend.
You were in
for
a
her
cult.
pedicure.
I am not in a cult.
Sent 3 million to my Reddit girlfriend for her pedicure and got blocked. Feels good. Damn. Damn. Anything else you want to tell us?
You're Jewish, Israel is representing you. So when they shoot babies in the face, when they bomb innocent people, when they bomb UN workers, when they bomb World Central Kitchen workers, Israel is representing the Jews when they do that. That's what they're doing. And when you say that over and over and over and over and over, that will lead to an increase in anti-Semitism because you're trying to connect all Jews to genocide. And that's bullshit. So you are increasing anti-Semitism. He is doing that. And that's the point that Hassan was making.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Now, by the way, the little cherry on top of this conversation, and this is what Abdul should have said.
Not literally. No, of course not literally. I never took it literally.
The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of
Could
neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea.
It's a Jungian archetype. Typical metaphor.
You won't hear about this because Mike...
Of course. That's how I took it as well.
Rogers supports Israel, so the media will lie about Hassan instead. This is literal, guys. This is literal. New, Mike Rogers announces members of outreach team who defended Hitler group chat and spread misogynistic comments. Quote, chat filled with praise for Hitler, gas chamber jokes, racial slurs, and rape comments. Jesus Christ. Quote, I love Hitler. He referred to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people and mused about putting opponents in gas chambers and called rape, quote, epic. These are the people working on fucking Mike Rogers' campaign. And we're having a conversation about Hassan Piker, who was calling out anti-Semitism? Oh, no, bro. So, guys, I gotta say, I feel fucking horrible for Hassan, man. They lie about him so shamelessly, so brazenly, so aggressively. They like bully the media into just accepting their description of events. Now even Abdul released a statement that doesn't really throw Hassan under the bus, but also doesn't defend his name. Like, see, now I'm sort of fed up. I'm sort of fed up of even the defense of like, well, I believe in free speech and I'm against cancel culture, so stop canceling Hassan. No, somebody needs to go out there and stand 10 toes down and puff their chest out and say, he believes in universal rights. He believes in protecting every minority community. He believes in raising taxes on the wealthy and redistributing and giving people health care and giving people education and ending the wars and not arming the genocide. He's right.
Oh, by the way, Maddie, do exclamation mark vibe so we can get a report on your chat style. I'm kind of curious what it has to say about you. Everyone in chat's already done theirs, but don't waste my time defending Piker. This is not for the real fight. I agree. I just think, I don't know. Like, if you've noticed, Maddie, I try not to, I'm pretty new to Twitch, so I don't like really know a lot of the streamers. And to be honest, I really don't like care about like defending them. I just kind of do my own thing. And I talk about history, politics, right? All this stuff. But like, you know, there's a really good quote where you should be talking about ideas and not people, right? Don't discuss people. Ideas are more important, right? That's why I have a hard time with people saying like always having like some philosophical take on like some historical figure even, and using that as sort of like a gospel, right? I think that's just like the historical equivalent of what we were doing here with Hassan. Like you need to stop like you need to digest ideas and not people, right? Okay. Yeah, Mima, that's my main issue I've noticed with Twitch is people care about like a lot of the drama, and I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Like I've never like I didn't go to school for this long to talk about fucking drama between like streamers and stuff. Fuck that. Oh yeah, I wasn't telling that to you. No, I understand. I understand. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you, right? I'm agreeing with you. It's why I don't really cover this stuff, but when it does come up in terms of politics, unfortunately Hassan is like been campaigning a lot, so he's gonna get attacked a lot. And I think people do like care way too much about defending Hassan, defending Destiny, right? So this is my commentary on that. I completely agree with you. So it's why you're not really gonna get this stuff on here, but when it does like relate to like campaigns and stuff, I guess you are gonna get some of it. But again, I kind of just these guys feed the ecosystem instead of on actual stuff. Agreed.
He's right about all that.
Yeah.
Enough with the fake outrage smear bullshit. And that's what it is. It's just smearing. So,
but Hassan refugees are still, well, because people don't, not everyone who watches Hassan is watching him because, right? They just want to get the information. I know, because I used to be like that. Right, Ragel? And they have by adding that in, even if they're refugees or whatever, I'm totally fine with them coming or like, you know, watching it. They can leave if they don't like the
wow.
Yeah, if they don't like that drama. Sometimes ideas named after people are still good. Yeah, I still don't agree, man. I would prefer to strip that shit as much as possible. Assess. Yep. Just type like normal girl. Type like you normally would in chat, and then you'd yes, that's why I don't deal with those streamers. Yeah, I agree, right? Like I just don't like that kind of content either. Right? So like when I try to raid out to somebody, I raid out and I'm very like cordial. I'm very professional, right? I try to keep it good vibes only, even if like I don't particularly like find whatever it is they're doing, right? I just try to be friends with everyone and be friendly, right? I view them like all as a part of the space, but that's really it. So
Look, what we're looking at here is Hassan derangement syndrome. And never give in to fake outrage. Ever, 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 ever. Okay? And then also what I'll show you is we got Hassan derangement syndrome, and that's being used in service of Abdul derangement syndrome.
he was rude to my friends. I mean, Living Lily literally like sent us a clip, right? She sent us a clip where she was arguing with Hassan, and Hassan was like basically calling her out in front of the entire chat. That was crazy, girl. Good job.
So here's a great example. Now remember, they went after Hassan here for calling for violence. He didn't call for violence.
But like you defended your position well. Like you didn't do any drama. Like he was the one being dramatic at that point.
Being anti-Semitic, he was literally calling out anti-Semitism. They were dead wrong on all counts, right? Here's the sort of stuff that Mike Rogers surrogates, when they're not goose-stepping and zig-heiling and praising Hitler in the group chat, here's what Mike Rogers surrogates are saying. Listen to this.
Talk about another state that...
Oh, God, this guy.
You raised another big state, Michigan, the face-off between Democrat Abdul El-Sayed and former Congressman Mike Rogers. The NRSC continues to put out social media posts claiming that Abdul El-Sayed has quote-unquote terrorist ties.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you in particular, right? You speak fluent Chinese. And you've been there for like 2 years, a year and a half, right? Yeah, like, I'm just like, calm the fuck on. Why are you going to argue with, right? Yeah. And even he was like, psh, whatever. I love that. That was really funny.
There is no evidence that he has terrorist ties, Senator. Should the NRSC stop running those ads?
Well, we know without question that he had family members who helped resource.
He said that oh no, China's just re-educating the Tibetan people by not teaching them Tibetan. I was like, what? I was like, dog, listen, China's not like the worst country in the world either, but like to shill that much water for them, I mean, that's a little like on the insulting side, right? You're not even allowed to go there, you motherfucker. Exactly. Like Hassan himself could never go to Tibet if he wanted to, right? He could literally try to drive there. They would stop him and turn him around. That was the funny part, right? As a Westerner, you're not even allowed to go into Tibet, right? So he can't.
Osama bin Laden.
Oh my God! Oh my days! You have U.S. senators going, well, sure, but you know, he's basically in Al Qaeda.
One thing about Hassan is that, yeah, I just think like on that stuff, it's just right. It's a little on the cringe side. But yeah, you did a good job, girl. Like you were like, huh? Didn't you try to go to Tibet and you got turned around? That was so funny. Hassan was escorted around China even if his dumbass didn't know it. Yeah, of course he was, right? Because they have people watching you always, right? You gave multiple examples of that when you were in China, right? Yeah, that's crazy. Jesus. I once saw a couple streamers while watching Tiananmen videos that were all of the people on the ground were abandoned bicycles. I immediately bailed and unfollowed. Yeah, well said, right? There you go. That's how you know it's some cringe level shit. Yeah, Maddie, well done, girl. Right. And again, this doesn't mean China's like the worst place ever, right? I'm not even saying that, or nobody's saying that in chat, right? Living Lily lived there for 2 years, right? She speaks fluent Chinese. Right? But to like, we also have to be realistic, right? Every country has its criticisms, and the fact that you can't critique China on anything, like what? Come on, right? I spend all day critiquing the United States. You think I'm not going to critique other nation states? Of course, they all fucking suck. All of them, right? All of them. They all suck. They all have different things. That's why you shouldn't be sitting around like being like, this country is just the best in everything it ever does, because it's this country, right? It's the most circular reasoning ever, and it would never fly in academic circles whatsoever, right? You would be laughed out of this fucking room for that kind of thinking. Big Bro She is watching all over us. Yeah. Well, at least in China, I guess, right? That stated equals exactly. Yeah, well said. I literally only got one certain places because I spoke the language fluently and had to press pass at one point. Yeah, good for you, girl. See? And that's the thing is like you can't beat the experience that you have, right? Because you can talk about being a China supporter or whatever, but when you speak the language like you do, girl, and when you've lived in China for that long, you know a thing or two. So, like, kudos to you, girl. That's why you're a valuable asset to this community, girl, right? Kiki says the same thing. She's Chinese. Guys, come on, right? Like, Kiki's in here all the time. She says the exact same shit. So, I love our community. We're very diverse, and we're all over the place, and that's why I love that, right? Because we speak different languages. We come from different backgrounds. We come from different experiences. We come from different careers, all this stuff, right? Except Switzerland, they're just chilling. It's always Switzerland. God, they have a social credit system. Yep, especially in the cities, right? That's what I've been told. Yeah, social credit for corporations too. Yep, in case they fuck up or anything. Most people are never going to have it. Yeah, exactly. So, let's see. Sorry, guys, I'm catching up with everything. I was there when China was more open. That was fucking harsh. You can't even imagine how it is now. I'm very curious. Yeah, that'd be cool to go back, right?
He's basically ISIS. You know, he personally helped Osama bin Laden. So, like, yeah, bro, I think that's fucked up.
But like, you interviewed somebody from China, right, girl? Like, Maddie was bringing up the Tiananmen Square thing, right? And the Tiananmen Square that you can't even look up in the country itself. Yeah. Yeah, they track you using your phone. But you said that you interviewed somebody who was there, right? That's crazy, girl.
The shit that Republicans get away with.
And that, like, the government basically had, like, an agent outside their home for years, you said, right?
Bro, we live in a country where Rush Limbaugh, one of the most hateful motherfuckers of all time, got the Congressional Medal of Freedom from our pedophile terrorist president. And I'm supposed to be mad at Hassan Piker for being correct, for saying true things, for supporting universal human rights? That's the scandal? That they tarnished something and twisted it?
Rush Limbaugh has been, like, guys, if you were to pin this terrible media cycle or this terrible, like, what's happened to our media in the past, like, 40 years, you could basically blame it on Rush Limbaugh, right? Because there's several things at play here, and we've talked about them. I'll roughly go over them, but, like, one of them was the repeal of the fairness doctrine, right? Rush Limbaugh was able to capitalize on that tremendously, right? And what did he do? That's why so many people around the country now listen to this conservative talk radio, right? Because before they had to do, like, present both sides, right? But ever since Reagan repealed the fairness doctrine, guess what? Yeah. He got to basically monopolize, right? All these clowns. That's why conservative talk radio is so powerful, right? Because first, for the longest time, that was kind of the only thing you could do out in the countryside, right? In rural parts of America. Secondly, especially when you're working, right? So it spread these really terrible conservative ideas across the board, right? And that's directly correlated with Reagan, obviously, as most things are, Maddie. Yeah. Because Reagan was the Reagan administration was the one who actually repealed that. And Rush Limbaugh, right? Because you can't have a Rush Limbaugh without a fairness doctrine, right? If you had it still, arguably, like, he just wouldn't be on the air, right? Or he wouldn't have ever been on the air.
And lied about it and pretended like he was being anti-Semitic when he was calling out anti-Semitism, pretending like he called for violence when he fucking did.
Oh yeah, I met one in Tiananmen Square and protesters, and we had to go to his apartment discreetly because he was being watched 24/7. Damn! Yeah, you told us about that. See, I listen, guys. You guys have really interesting stories. I try to listen to everything you guys say.
Didn't?
And Murdoch and Roger Stone. Yeah.
He was literally warning about an increase in violence because of Zionist anti-Semitism. That's the whole point. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, Abdul's basically an ISIS. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about this? Hey, Hillary Scholten. You know, I replied to Hillary.
Yeah, Hillary Scholten. God, she's such a clown. How is she still in Congress? Oh, right. Because we're libbed up. So, folks, we are going to talk about how the liberals are currently trying to rig your house with explosive. Yes, folks, they're trying to bomb your house, and that too with a gay bomb. Well said. Right? Well said. Yeah. Because with the fairness doctrine, you'd have to present the other side, which is, that's not happening. Whoops. Fake news. Am I right, guys? Oh my God. Where is that? I gotta play that Alex Jones clip now. That sounded too much like Alex Jones. Oh my God. Remember this one? We're still waiting on Mitch McConnell. I think this is what he's become, guys. This is what Cocaine Mitch has become.
别担心，他没事。别担心，他没事。
If this is not what AI is for, guys, I don't know what is, right? Mitch the Lich, quite literally. You said that Living Lily and Kiki, right? You both said that the Chinese is really good in this, right? Because I don't speak Chinese. Sorry, guys.
Don't worry, he's okay.
Where's that other clip? Okay. I'm trying to find it. This is honestly one of my favorite, how stupid Alex Jones is. Yeah, this is it, I think. Oh, no. Oh, no. They got rid of X cancel. Because I'm not supporting fucking Twitter or X.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Duncan Crossberry just got a 3-day stream streak.
Thank you,
www.waddit.
Thank you for the stream streak, dog. Appreciate it. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, they got rid of X cancel. So if you guys know what X cancel is, it looks like they Elon sued them. Yeah, it looks like Elon sued them, guys. Wow, that's crazy. It was a way of basically getting around, if you don't know what it is, X cancel is I wonder what we could. Gonzo. You like the music? Yeah, I made it myself. I've been making a lot of music for the stream recently. I appreciate you. See, I think it's this one, right? Otherwise, we have to create an account, and I don't want to do that because I don't want to support Elon's fucking ass here. Here it is, finally.
Labeling Jew on every topic. Labeling Jew on every topic.
What is wrong with this man? Oh my god, never, girl. I just run around like a psycho most of the time. I'm so sorry I miss your chat sometimes. I pop in and out when I'm at work. Yeah, if she misses a chat or something, it's probably because of that. Like, she's not doing it to... Guys, if I don't respond to your chats, it's because I work 72 hours a week. I go to my gym and my race is soon, so I love you. And please don't take it personally. Yeah, I get it. This is for Jones. Yeah. And Jones is crazy, guys. Oh my god. Like, there you go. If that doesn't say it all, well, what does, right? Him and Rush Limbaugh. Oh my god.
A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts.
Well said. Wow. How philosophical. I'm just so happy that the Onion bought InfoWars. Yeah, for real. Oh, man. Yep, here it is.
Labeling Jew on every topic.
What is wrong with him? What in the hell is wrong with this guy? Now we have that. Thank you, buddy. Oh my god. Oh, in other good news, yeah. This is good news.
A disturbing figure regarding our job market. As of July, the unemployment rate stood at 4.1%. But according to data,
think about thinking. If you're thinking, you're not actually doing.
From the Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity, the true rate of unemployment was actually at 24.9%. Now, the economic research firm looks not only at unemployed workers and those searching for a job to capture a real look at the labor market, but also those who are something called functionally unemployed. Now, that includes those who are involuntarily working part-time and who are earning poverty-level wages, or less than $26,000 annually, Wow.
Oh.
And that's before taxes. A disturbing figure regarding our job market. As of July, the unemployment rate stood at 4.1%. But according to data from the Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity, the true rate of...
I'm going to be honest, this number is completely cooked, right? Anyone who believes we're at 4.1% unemployment, that's a scam, right? And if you study, actually, it's not even a problem in the United States, but it is now because of Trump, right? If you study the underemployment and functionally unemployed numbers, especially in like Latin America, it's over like 25 to 50% in some countries. And why is that? It's because there's not enough work. Or there is a lot of work to do, but they just don't get paid enough to ever actually fully live the life that they're working so hard to do, right? And here we are being like, no, this doesn't exist. No, it does, right? And this is why I'm going to keep bringing these topics up, because nobody talks about this, right? And I think part of it is because a lot of people live a very cushy life and fail to see a lot of these more like hidden economic numbers, right? Especially if you study like the Americas as a region. This is a problem across the Americas, not just even in this country. But thanks to Trump, this stuff is, I mean, it really, like, we've never tracked this stuff, underemployment. or functionally unemployed, right? But we really need to start doing it. And, you know, he's cooking the books anyway, so do we really trust the numbers? 24 sounds more reasonable when you actually look around. Yeah, when I look around, that number sounds right. And I live in an expensive-ass state. Different countries also calculate it differently too. Yeah, that's another problem, right? Is not everybody does it the same way, right? But functionally, I was reading a study from Peru in a class, right? And they said that, I forget the exact numbers, but they said like the Peruvian like unemployment rate was, I think at the time, like 10% or something like that. But the underemployment rate was like above 50%, which is like really bad, right? Because that means there's not enough actual like work for the people who are trying to do stuff to just survive, right? They're working, but they're just like not counted. So this is a problem across the Americas, but it's really a problem where these countries all counted differently as well. Even 10% is crazy, but 20 or 30 is hell. Exactly, right? It's functionally a depression, if you think about it, right? Functionally. And imagine working while like still not being able to survive, right? Like how much of a concept that is. You're working, it's just you're not able to get the money based on the work that you're actually doing to just like live in the city or wherever you're living, right? And that's essentially what's going on in some of the case studies that I studied, right? Trump openly changed how we calculated it a few years ago. Yeah, it's cooking the books. Right, Maddie? Well said. Involuntarily working. You should watch a movie, A Face in a Crowd. Huh. I'll have to check that out. I was being sarcastic. Yeah, I know you were, girl. You're always sarcastic as shit. I mean, that's the vast majority of Americans. It takes two people working in a job to pay for everything. Yeah. If you really break it down, right? Conservatives keep talking about the 1950s when there was a one income earner. And what they fail to see is that basically you could survive on just one person's income. Good luck with that now. Am I right, guys? Right? That's not going to happen. So functionally, it's the same thing. And you really don't need to have a lot of statistics to prove that, even though there are agencies doing that like this, right? But the government isn't going to tell you this, right? But this is where critical thinking is really important. You need to be able to think rationally over these thoughts and be like, yeah, functionally, this is what's going on in the economy, right? I can't even imagine that, right? Like having one person and everything taken care of, like where you have some money left over and stuff to do vacations and stuff. Yeah, isn't that crazy to like mind blown? Because everybody works in a couple in a relationship these days, right? Oh my God. Yeah, we'll go over Project Esther soon. Hold on, but let's finish.
Schulten with her fucking.
I like to finish stuff up. I don't like to leave loose ends.
Attack against Hassan. And what I said to her is, do you have any thoughts on our pedophile terrorist president bombing innocent fishermen and murdering them literally today?
Literally today, yeah. He restarted that, right? After like a 2-month pause or whatever.
Thing about
he gave him a summer vacation.
The pedophile terrorist president murdering innocent fishermen with no due process whatsoever. You said nothing about that today, but you called out Hassan Piker, a fucking Twitch streamer. Are you kidding me? I mean, these people are sick. These people are sick. If you are punching left in this moment, you are the scum of the earth. If you are punching left, you are Diet MAGA. You are helping the fascists. You are helping the fascists, period. End of discussion. If you are punching left in this moment. I have zero tolerance these days for left punching. Fucking zero. go after MAGA and go after Diet MAGA, the people who are co-conspirators and facilitating MAGA and their fucking destruction of everything, like Hakeem Jeffries, who just met with Jared Kushner to see what they could work together on. Calling out Hassan Pike? Are you fucking kidding me?
We know without question that he campaigns with Piker, who said at one point that America deserved 9/11.
Let's stay focused on al-Sayed, though. Let's stay focused on al-Sayed and what...
And this is where, unfortunately, like, it is kind of like they keep bringing it up, right? I don't care about defending him. But when, like, conservatives in the government, this guy's a fucking U.S. senator, right? This is Tim Scott, guys. Why the fuck are you bringing up Hassan Piker? I'm not even bringing him up. So why the fuck are you, right? And this is part of the messaging, right? And that's why we're covering this, because unfortunately, this isn't necessarily drama. This has now become a political football, right? And this is the stuff I freaking hate, because it drives us off topic on the actual issues, right? But they're doing that. It's a distraction. Well said. Exactly.
Fully throw Hassan under the... You are punching left. You are... I mean, this like, we live in hell. And the entire race now is going to be smear after smear after
it's just going to be smear after smear, distraction after distraction about Hassan and all this stuff, when in reality, like, the issue is affordability. Why are things so expensive? Inflation, right? All the stuff that we've talked about on the stream.
Smear of the left, painting the left as extremists.
Because it's a game. Yeah, exactly. It's a game.
At the same time, we have Donald Trump murdering fishermen, Donald Trump bombing little girls.
Alice, welcome back. I can imagine relative boss to used to be depth. Textile production started to develop in Vietnam and Thailand, what made local industry in range of regions bankrupt. His salary was not paid for half a year, and only after that, Benat's police coming into accountant's office and started paying over worker salaries. Yeah, that's been going on in Russia too, right? Where people have not been paid in months. And the reason they do that is because inflation is so high, the ruble, right? That if they wait a long time for the ruble, they basically say, like, okay, well, we owe you 1 million rubles, let's just say, right? Okay, 1 million rubles. But if we wait 3 months, that 1 million rubles is less money than it was 3 months ago. So we actually save money. Isn't that crazy, guys? Because inflation is so high in Russia right now that they are able to, like, that's what they're doing. A lot of companies in Russia, right? I have just been watching you for a few months now, and I love how you respect everyone, even when you disagree with the chat. This is officially my second political home. I love it. Thank you, Kirsten B. I love that this is your political home, right? I try to foster, like, the community that I want to see, right? Like, we're very funny here. I tend to be a very humorous person, but I'm also, like, very, like, tolerant of other people's, right? As long as you're not, like, overly MAGA, like, right? Which you've never been, so. But yeah, I don't take this stuff personally, right? I never have. Like, it's just my style. Jadzia.
Viewer discretion is advised. Gus, I have been watching you for months now. I love how you respect everyone, even when you disagree with the chat. This officially my second political home. Gustx 8wave. Gustx 8wave.
I love it. Thank you. That means a lot to me.
Gustx cute. Gustx.
Thank you, Kirsten B.
Rise Bonce, Rise Bonce, Rise Boncy, Rise Blankies, Rise Blankies.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Jadzix.
Jadzia Dax. Is that like Jadzia Dax? I love Jadzia. From DS9.
Schools. Donald Trump threatening to steal Greenland. Donald Trump threatening to steal Cuba.
Sir. Oh my God, I love it. So we got Security Chief Odo, and now we got fucking Jadzia Dax. Hell yeah, Living Lily. Let's fucking go. Terry Farrell is... She's like a fine wine, right? She's aged so well. She's yeah. Odo is my husband. Oh, really? Damn.
No, you're joking. I know you are. Trekkies, welcome. Yeah, we're very because we try to take on like some of like the policies and the political aspects of it, and we try to talk about that as well, right? We don't spend all day talking about it, but when we do, we do talk about it a little bit, right? So you're definitely welcome here. Welcome.
Kicking 18 million people off their Medicaid.
How do you know I'm not MAGA? Girl. I told you my Politadar is on point. It's like some people have really good gaydar. That's me, but for politics.
Closing 742 rural hospitals, kicking 4 million people off the SNAP program, shoving innocent immigrants into ICE concentration camps and torturing them and raping them. But we're supposed to clutch our pearls and faint on our fainting couch because Hassan Piker said something factually true.
Birds of a feather flock together. The company you keep does matter. We all know that. That's something we learn in.
You keep company with Donald fucking Trump, who raped a 13-year-old, Katie Johnson, who has a fucking nipple torture fetish.
Yeah, for real.
You're fucking buddy with the guy who said, we're going to annihilate an entire civilization. An entire civilization will die tonight. Yeah, you're right. Birds of a feather flock together, and that's why you motherfuckers should be nowhere near power. You should be gonzo. It should be over for you. You guys should be in a fucking insane asylum, all of you together.
Give elementary school. Well, let's go to where he stands on the issues, though.
Oh my God, thank you, Living Lily.
Woo, woo, woo. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
I just gotta make all the security chief Odo. I gotta make security chief Odo and Jadzia moderators. Might as well, right? You guys are commanding officers anyway.
The reason why even former Biden administration folks are joining with Republicans and hosting fundraisers.
Yeah. Lucy, you've been watching DS9, right? Yeah. Jadzia's the GOAT.
Out Michigan to support.
And I like how she's like a trans character, right? Essentially, that's like what she is, right? Because like the existence of her is she's like that's like just how it is, right? I love that about her character. So,
Mike Rogers, here's one of the reasons why. We've got a candidate.
Yeah, because they're all bought by the fucking Israel lobby and they're diet MAGA, and they know
Back
that
to work. All right.
Abdul's actually going to cut off the weapons to Israel, and they would do anything to continue to fund the genocide, and so they're Republicans now.
And Abdul El Said, who wants to abolish ICE.
Everybody should want to abolish ICE. It's a criminal gang. It's not a fucking government agency. They're not upholding the law. They're destroying the law.
And the police. Here's a candidate so radical that even Democrats in Michigan are joining forces for the...
You got like literally 2 of them on somebody's front lawn.
just hit 250. Congrats. You're in the 250 club.
And they're all funded by Israel.
First time.
You're home. Hola. What up?
With Republicans to elect Mike Rogers.
It's just fucking disgusting.
To be very clear, there is no evidence that Al Sayed supports any terrorist organization.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Just to be clear, he's not literally ISIS. He's not best friends with Osama bin Laden. Just to be clear, he's not actually in Al-Qaeda, even though your pedophile terrorist president decided to put a former Al-Qaeda leader as the head of the country of Syria. I mean, what a sick joke. What a sick joke. Here's one more for you. Mike Rogers, this is the sort of shit he's talking about. Listen to what he says here.
And when I get there, we're going to fix this. We're going to fight to bring down
Nice microphone you got there, bro.
costs.
Oh,
we're
here
going
you
to
are.
pass the SAVE Act. We're going to get...
We're going to pass this. In other words, we're going to rig elections from now till the end of time.
You bet. We're going to take transgender flags out of our schools and put the American school back in there.
So Abdul is talking about putting money in your pocket and Medicare for all, and this guy's talking about removing trans flags from school and passing the election rigging SAVE Act to make Trump a dictator. Ugh. But be really mad because Hassan said something accurate. Be really mad because Hassan said something objectively correct. Be really mad because a bunch of people are smearing and lying about Hassan and saying he said something anti-Semitic, even though he was literally calling out anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am so fucking sick of MAGA. I am so sick of these lying smear merchants. And I'm so sick of diet MAGA helping to further the most obnoxious and incorrect smear attacks I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
Now let's go over this real quick. Because, I think this is important, obviously. Ooh, we got a hype train. Let's fucking go.
I love it. 2 hype trains in a... We've been getting a lot of hype trains recently. Every day, basically.
Stop the stream. Me and you just resubbed for one at Prime. For a total
Thank you,
6
me and
months.
you.
They have been subbed for 6 months.
Hell yeah, girl. Hell yeah. Love it. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, now's a good time to sub. Get a free emote when you resub. We're also doing, like, Twitch is doing that that badge giveaway or whatever, so that is a good time to sub too. Let's go.
Chuga, 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 chuga. Chuo. We got a regular hype train chat thanks to Living Lily. It ending at 8/25/2026, 9:54:32 p.m. We at 1 and at 63%. So let's keep it going.
Cheer 100 best stream.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Raw input.
100 biddies. Let's go. Mima. Love it. We're doing it. I guess we're gonna have to play the song now before we read the goals of Project Esther. Hell yeah. We're gonna sing the Not War Peace.
Not war, yes peace, forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war, yes peace. No a la guerra loca.
Guys, I can't believe this got him
No
arrested.
crazy war, no. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado. Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. Peace forever.
Oh my God.
Not war. Yes, peace.
Thank you,
Forever,
girl.
forever,
That's so generous
forever.
of you.
Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No. Not war. Yes, peace. No a la guerra loca.
Thank you for the 6 gifted subs. Damn.
No crazy war, no.
Chuga, 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 chuga.
¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Lucy Rosie 20
Tipo Tarzán
just dropped
sería
a tier 1 gifty
sí
sub
paz,
bomb.
sí
Everyone
paz,
take cover.
sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. Peace forever.
Thank you so much. That was, I loved it. Thank you very much, guys. That's very generous of you. Thanks, Living Lily, for the gifted sub. Hell yeah! She gifted you a sub, Jadzia. Peace forever. Damn right, ally. Yeah, guys, we were like one of the first streams to have that on. I remember back in November we had that shit on, right? Of last year. It was awesome because it was around my birthday, and I had just started streaming, and yeah, I was like, what is this song? And I was like, this slaps. We need this like incorporated. But in case you don't know, apparently that's the song that got Nicolas Maduro captured by the United States because he's so butthurt, meaning Trump. He was making fun of Trump and his stupid dance, right? You can't make this shit up if you tried, guys. I think she's at work, but she's lurking right now, Jadzia. So if she doesn't respond, just know that. She works a lot, so hell yeah, guys. Love it. All right. Now, let's see. What else do we got here? Got another minute or so. Play one more song while we wait. Now's a good time to subscribe if you guys haven't subscribed. What up? Let's see. Where's that song you played that we played yesterday? That was really funny. This one, right? This one, yeah.
Bing bong bong bing 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 bong bong bing 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 bong bong bing 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 bing.
What an odd man.
Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing bong bong bing. 6 o'clock. I think I'm being indicted again. Bing bong.
Yeah, for real.
Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing bong bong bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? Most indictments in the shortest period of time. Who is it? Trump. Trump! But when they indicted me, and then again and again and again, I was never indicted. Now I'm setting records. Al Capone was not indicted so much. If you looked at Al Capone in the wrong way, he'd kill you. He was not indicted like me. They had a weightlifting deal.
No,
This
he was
one
not.
young woman, she was so proud of it. They put a quarter of an ounce on each side of the thing. Then this guy who recently transitioned. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong.
It's kind of an
Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing.
God damn it.
You don't mind if I go off script, do you? We will immediately stop all of the pillaging and theft. Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store. Shot, 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 shot. Get up! You deserve a little entertainment. I have a problem. Everybody wants it. They're screaming, dance, dance. Bing. My wife, the first lady, hates when I do this. She said, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, people like it. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? You don't hear about the American dream anymore, do you? You used to hear the American dream. The American dream, there's no American dream with Biden. I mean, a guy can't find his way off of the stage. Look, here's the stage. And this guy gets up. Where am I? What a loser. They said, sir, please don't say that. It sounds too obnoxious. I said, I don't mind being obnoxious. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong.
Whoa, 00000000000. Regular hype train has reached the station. We finished at level 3. Thank you to everyone who subscribed, gifted subscriptions, or cheered.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. Love it. Oh, there you are, Living Lily. Cool. W. All right, let's see here.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing. You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, yeah. Bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Woo! I'll let Gloggy say your name because it's brilliant. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for the follow.
I go off script to you.
All right. Now let's go over Project Esther here. Let's see. Do the Wikipedia because I don't want to read the fucking.
Viewer discretion is advised. J100 bing bong bong bing 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 bing bong bong.
I just
bing.
did dance, man.
Bing bong bong bing.
Thank you, Gloggy.
Bing bong bong bing.
Why is he doing that?
New follower to the commune. Thank you, One Wide Peepo Happy.
One Wide Peepo Happy. Thanks again for the follow. Really appreciate you being here. How is your day so far? All right, guys. All right. Project Esther is a project of the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank based in Washington, D.C. We all know about them, that aims to suppress pro-Palestinian protests. Why? Because conservatives and reasons. And what is classified as anti-Semitism. Yes. And what it classifies as anti-Semitism. And that's the key word. It's what it classifies it as. Meaning what the Heritage Foundation says. The effort has received support from several evangelical Christian organizations, but no major Jewish ones. According to the New York, there you go, right? They're imposing their will on Jewish communities without very much input at all, right? All in the name of Judaism and protecting Jews. Sound familiar? According to the New York Times, Slate Haaretz, and The Forward, and the Jewish Insider, Project Esther does not address right-wing anti-Semitism. Correct. Because they don't care about right-wing anti-Semitism, which is actually where the most of the anti-Semitism lies, right? Because on the left, we are predominantly about critiquing power structures, right? We critique power structures, hierarchies, systems of power, etc. All that stuff. That doesn't mean that if you're actually on the left, right? We're not saying there aren't people that are racist or anything, right? But if you're thinking like a true leftist, that doesn't enter your mind, right? That the person is Jewish, right? Because what you're really critiquing as a leftist is positions of power, authority, states, all that stuff, right? Anything that has to do with power, which is what we're doing here with Israel. We are not equating this to Jews or anything like that. So that's the problem with this approach right off the bat, that unfortunately it doesn't address. And I mean, that's kind of the point. So like, well, what are we actually arguing here? The whole point is that it doesn't address right-wing anti-Semitism, right? Which is where the majority of anti-Semitism is the biggest problem in, right? But they will never admit that, right? So Project Esther has been criticized for incorporating anti-Semitic tropes into its rhetoric. Well, there you go, right? When you do this from a right-wing perspective, you're going to often do these tropes, right? And let's see, it broadly labels criticism of Israel as terrorism, which is not true, right? Because no nation state has a right to exist, because no nation state has human rights, right? The only thing that has human rights are people. So you can critique powers and structures and nation states without necessarily critiquing a whole group of people, right? Even the ones who support that nation state. It broadly labels criticism of university students and American progressive politics and politicians. Political described Project Esther as a lesser known blueprint from the creators of Project 2025. Oh no, I'm Brian, kill me. In May 2020, I remember reading about this and I just was like, oh, I hope we don't get it. We got it. In May 2025, the New York Times found that the second Trump administration had called for or acted upon more than half of Project Esther's proposals. There we go. So it's essentially just calling left-wingers or people who support anything that is against Israel as anti-Semitic while using anti-Semitic tropes. Gee, I wonder why. If it was swimming, then it was fish. It was a fish, even if it was a dolphin or a human. The logic is this classification. Yeah, well said. Well said. Oh, Gloggy, I'm fine. I was a bit worried about you. Yep. See? And that's kind of the issue I have with it. So, fuck. Have you guys heard? I was at work has died. Yep, we're gonna cover it soon. We're just going through other stuff. By the way, Canada. Apparently, Canada's eating our slop. Doubting Josephus. Millions of pounds of berries were imported to Canada and to Canadians' mouths that had way too much pesticides, more than Canada allows. You're fucking welcome. Eat our slop, peasant. Hey man, how you doing? I'm doing great. Yeah, it was reported a few hours ago. Yep. Yeah, Maddie. All right, let's see. Let's not necessarily, what are the goals and tactics? All right. As part of the plan, Project Esther said it would wait until a friendly presidential administration. Of course it did. After which we will organize, rapidly take immediate action to stop the bleeding, achieve objectives within 2 years. The report found that many of the second Trump administration's actions called for a closely matched more than half of Project Esther's proposals. In an interview with The Times, Project Esther's architect said that while there were clear parallels between the proposals and the Trump administration's actions, Heritage officials did not know whether the White House had used Esther as a guide. Of course, plausible deniability. What does that even mean? It means that you're getting poisoned by our slop. Enjoy it, peasant. I don't eat that stuff anyway. Yeah, you do. Eat our shit. You will like it. Oh, I owe someone a tub love for the gifty. Yeah, who was it that gifted it to you, girl? Was it Living Lily, or was it me, or Lucy? Lucy, not Luis. Treya, good to see you again, girl. Been a long time. How you been? Luis. That's funny. You get that a lot. Do people go like, "Hey, Luis"? Yeah, that must be funny. My exact response earlier. Yeah. Ew. Yeah, you're eating our slop, Josephus. Enjoy it. I get it all the time. Yeah. How you been, Drea? Good to see you again. It's been a while. The group has targeted 8 masterminds. George Soros, of course. Alex Soros, of course. JB Pritzker, I don't know why. This fucking lib. Jesus. Angela Davis, Manolo de Santos, Vijay Prashad. Who's this again? Oh, right. Neville Singham. Okay, that's why I don't know who he is. He's some business douche. Okay. Jody Evans. Of course they're targeting Jody Evans.
Viewer discretion is advised.
See, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. New follower to the commune. Thank you, Double Dumb.
Double dumb. Double dumb. Is that like bubble butt, but double dumb? Got it. Got it. Love it. Does everyone know that song? God, that song is another fucking, don't get it stuck in your head, because I had it stuck in my head for a while. Some girl played it for me and I was like, I hate you. Eat our berries and you will be happy, Canada. Yeah, enjoy our slop, Canada. You will like it. Careful, Gus wants to make fun of Canada today. When aren't we making fun of Canada? He's Jewish, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, of course. It's always the anti-Semitic tropes, right, Maddie? That's what we're learning about here. Okay, Project Esther accuses the American Jewish community of complacency. Okay, there we go, right? Quote unquote complacency. Oh boy. Too late, Gus. Its sole Jewish co-chair, Eli Konahim, has criticized other Jewish groups combating anti-Semitism. Project Esther has sought to identify those who attempt pro-Palestinian protests as engaging in material support for terrorism. Gotcha. See? This is where they're getting this from. NSPM 7, anyone? Remember Stephen Miller's little baby? And targeted groups such as Jewish Voice for Peace and Students for Justice in Palestine. Project Esther pitch materials were the first reported on by the Forward, which highlighted its goals as reforming academia by defunding institutions, denying some pro-Palestinian groups access to campus, and removing facility. This is exactly what they've done, right? So this goes back to what we were reading. See, this is why it's important to read critically, guys, because you need to always be tying stuff back to what you're reading before, right? This is what you learn very quickly in college. It also supported lawfare through filing civil lawsuits and identifying foreign students for deportation. This is another thing the Trump administration's doing. So they're literally pulling this from their playbook, right? The Heritage Foundation. What a wonderful organization, am I right? And plan to enlist local and state federal law enforcement to generate uncomfortable conditions to dissuade groups from protesting. Oh, there we go. Project Esther is not intended to combat anti-Semitism, according to Maud Weiss. Oh, it's okay. But combat political activism, particularly by the left. Yes, and that's what NSPM 7 does, right? It broadly labels anything to the left, right? And you're seeing this in the UK, Drea. Palestine Action, right? They got sentenced. Like, this is a real problem in a lot of Western countries now, right? That people are being thrown in jail for essentially just protesting, right? And like you could argue, yeah, like they did burn stuff down and stuff, but that doesn't mean that the entire organization is like that, right? Because these things are not, they don't always work that way. Yeah, it's really the dumbest heritage project. Of course it is. All right. Project does not address right-wing anti-Semitism, as we've discussed earlier. According to the slate, Project Esther does not acknowledge or address right-wing Semitism or white supremacy, right? Which is probably the biggest threat to Jews in this country, right? To the Jewish people. According to the forward, Project Esther focuses exclusively on left-wing critiques of Israel, right? Do you think if there were right-wing critiques on Israel, do you think they'd be going after those people? Of course not. Ignoring anti-Semitism problems from white supremacists and other far right-wing groups. Haaretz has also reported that Project Esther does not address... Yeah, so several people have said this, right? Several news organizations. When asked by the Jewish Insider to explain why the effort did not include right-wing anti-Semitism, James Carafano, the head of the Heritage's anti-Semitism operation, said, "White supremacists are not my problem because white supremacists are not part of being conservative." You heard that here, guys. White supremacists are not my problem because white supremacists are not a part of being conservative. I blame our school system. I really do. This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever read in my entire life. Rice is cooking. Ally in HD. What up? Always cooking, girl. I love that. Show us your stuff in the Discord. We'd love to see it. According to the New York Times, Project Esther heading Victoria Coates acknowledged that anti-Semitism was also a problem on the right, adding that the progressive groups the project targets threaten American society, not just Israel. No, this is more insidious. Exactly. This statement needs to be heavily examined, and I mean heavily examined, printed and put on a wall outside the Heritage Foundation. Oh man. I mean, do we even have to go into that, right? The slavers were not white supremacist guys. They were just conservatives. Oh, wait, never mind. The Times of Israel has called Project Esther a government crackdown on anti-Israeli groups once Donald Trump returns to the office. According to the religion dispatches and the New York Times, Esther is closely tied to Christian Zionism, of course, and a new apostolic reformation. The New York Times reported that several evangelical Christian groups involved in Project Esther had aligned themselves with conservatives in Israel who believe the Bible gives Israel the right to control occupied Palestinian territories, and that some also believe that supporting Israel will hasten the end times and advance Christianity's global influence. We all will be blown up in a giant nuke and all be a part of God. What a wonderful world these people want. You literally cannot make this shit up. You literally cannot make this shit up, guys. What? Oh my god. I hate this.
You are in a cult. I am not in a cult.
Thank you. Yeah, we really are. Okay. In July, Mahmoud Khalil filed a lawsuit citing that the KKK Act alleging that the Heritage Foundation through Project Esther conspired with pro-Israel organizations and top officials in the Trump administration to deny Palestinian liberation advocates their constitutional rights. Yeah, and we had covered this before, right? So this shouldn't be breaking news to anyone. They're literally using the KKK Act.
Bing, bing,
to
bing,
go
bing.
after-
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing. You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Yeah, they're literally going after people who are fighting for human rights with the KKK Act. Make that make sense, chat.
Tasted like fascism.
Yeah, that's exactly what it tastes like. It's and the end times of, yeah, it's... I hate this. All right. Oh, my brain hurts. Where's that giant meteor?
But there's good news. A massive asteroid might hit the Earth. NASA calculated a 3.1% chance of impact. Now, that is the highest ever recorded.
I hate it, guys. You had one job, am I right? And you didn't do it. Jadzia, you're a streamer? I didn't know that. That's cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, we got to get you hooked up with Security Chief Odo. He was here the other day. He drops by and always gives me his prime. But it fills in so much of what's happened. It really does. Thank you. Yeah. Again, Maddie, I just have so much that I've done in the past like year and a half, right? That when I saw this, I was like, of course it's some bullshit like that. So I just kind of, I didn't write because I started streaming at the time, and I think I just sort of lost track of everything with all the terrible news. But thank you so much for bringing this to my attention, because this does kind of like add another layer to this stuff that we've been covering, right? Especially NSPM 7. See, it's multiple layers of bullshittery, right? Oh my god, I hate this. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? All right. Now we're going to get into Doug Ford saying Trump can kiss his ass. The Trump of Canada, am I right? He's pissed about the tariffs. It's a lot. It really is a lot. And Maddie, I used to stream every single day for a year straight. A little more than a year straight. And I was like, I think I got to take a break because the news is just so much. But what I ended up doing was I just started working on the stream and like the back end parts of the stream. So yeah, that's kind of what I do now. So in case you guys know, in case you guys are wondering, Wednesdays and Thursdays are when I kind of work on the stuff that's like, that you see on the screen, the back end parts of the stream. I probably will get in touch with you, McKay, as well, so we can figure some stuff out. But that's when I generally work on this stuff, and then I go back to doing, right? Because, yeah, like I can't do 8 hours a day plus like all the stuff that I have to do for the stream as well. Because I did that for like a year and almost a year and a half, and like I was staying up like past my bedtime and all this stuff, so it just became too much work. Like 13-hour days some days, right? Yeah, maybe tomorrow or something, Thursday we'll chat. Yeah, thank you, buddy, because I do need your help, and I'd prefer it to be either tomorrow or Thursday, right? Because that's the days I do for the stream to work on it, right? That's too much streaming. It really is, yeah. And it gives you guys a break too, and I've noticed that it makes you guys feel better too. So it's a win-win for everybody, right, Maddie?
Okay, I was just wondering, you
sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So
what the hell?
I just do. I'm a big dude. What can I say?
Premier Sean Jefford, CBC News. I know you haven't had an opportunity.
Well, he's
to see
even
this,
bigger
but we were
than
just
you,
looking
buddy.
at a very fresh post here from President Trump on Truth Social, taking aim at you personally, taking shots at you, suggesting you should fall in line, and that you are a flunky of the Prime Minister. Do you want to respond to these shots? What would you say to the president?
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. As I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs.
Sleep is overrated. I thought so too until I got no sleep.
He ran on creating more jobs.
Too much streaming? Yeah.
Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, food's more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber. So I'm not going to take less.
Yes, and why is that? We actually went into a deep dive about this, just so you guys know. Canadian lumber is more sought after because something I didn't know, right? Because it's not really a political science thing. But this is why it's important to kind of branch out of your expertise, right? The reason Canadian lumber is more sought after in the building industry is because it's harder. Like the pine in more colder parts of the world is harder, stronger. So Canada's more up north, right, than the United States, and therefore the pine there is probably not only older, but it's also just because it's in a colder climate, it tends to be a lot more durable, much more sought after, right? So that's another reason why we're checking all this stuff these people tell us, right? Because that makes perfect sense, right? And then what happens when you put a tariff on stuff that is sought after or that is on the rarer side or that has some scarcity, let's just say, right? What ends up happening? Prices go up. Well, if prices go up, that means home prices are going up, right? Building costs are going up. All that stuff is going up, right? Or you're getting a shittier quality home. One of those two things. But let's be honest. A lot of the times it's just prices go up because reasons, right? Colder weather makes grow rings, slammers. And exactly. Well said. Yeah. We learned about that. I don't think you were here that day, Rag. This was a few months ago. But this is why we watch these videos, right? Because this stuff kind of helps us stay informed of like why this stuff is also important, right? If you don't know that, you're like, well, can we just get lumber from here, the US? No, you can't. And I just gave you the reason why, right? So there's a lot of copium on this topic as well, especially from MAGA, right, and conservatives.
Off President Trump, he's the last guy that I would take any lessons off.
I learned how wood works at school. Yeah, it makes sense, right? So now that I know that, I'm like, yeah, so how are we going to replace that wood that's pretty rare, right? We're not going to get it from Europe. Europe has stripped a lot of its trees from its countryside, right? Look at Scotland. Right? Scotland is famously, like England used to probably have huge forests, right? In fact, I know it used to have huge forests until they cut them all down to make fucking, right? Most of Europe is like that. So there are forests still around, right? Like the Black Forests and stuff. The forests of the Basque Country, right? By the way, that place looks so crazy. It looks like something out of like a like a Disney movie or something. Right? Yeah, like that. Look, guys. Crazy, right? Our lumber store was called Beaver Lumber. That's funny. Colder weather makes, yep. Most forests in Europe are not older than 80 years, besides some natural reserves. Well said. Finland, yeah, Finland I think has some of the last like true forests, right? But who knows, right? The really, really remote parts of Europe, right? Like Finland, that the part where the Samis live, right? Then they came to Canada, Humber River, to get wood from the boats, and which was the only reason why they were able to continue strong British Navy. Yeah, well said. Yeah, so there aren't that many forests left that are really old in Europe. So this is another problem, right? I guess Russia, but that's like the Siberian part of Russia, right? Which is kind of hard to get to. You have to drive really far away. You have to either, right? That's a huge other problem there, but what is this place called? Escadia, Basque region. Gorbea Natural Park. Interesting. That's what it's called. Okay. Something straight out of like a medieval movie or something, right, guys? Okay.
And it's about Team Canada. Well, we'll see how this goes. But
Team Canada.
He wants to put paint on.
Can you imagine being that much on that team? Could never be me. Team Canada? Jesus.
Canadians.
I would never be a part of the loser squad.
Every
we're the loser squad, right, guys?
We possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump,
I'm not a part of
don't
no
even like
group.
you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking.
If I was allowed to. I'd be, no, you wouldn't, dude. You can't even get up and get a fucking sandwich yourself. You made a bunch of fat jokes. Door knocking, am I right, guys? Robin Hood type of shit. Yeah, it's Robin Hood,
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
It is. It looks like some Robin Hood type shit. For real, girl. It really does. All right. Oh, I gotta fix this problem. See, that's another thing. Robin Hood type shit. For real, girl. I've been trying to fix this problem for the last couple days. The title is not changing when I go into Twitch. So it says day 583 of Trump, and then it does object. What the hell is that? So I'm going to try to fix this now that I'm on like live, because that's another problem, is you're not able to always see the problems live. All right. And then we have this problem here. Speaking of NSPM7, Project Esther, it's all coming back. See, guys, we weave so hard on this stream.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Anjali Kamath in New York with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. We end today's show with Autumn Hill, an activist who was sentenced to 50 years in prison earlier this summer on charges stemming from an anti-ICE protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Alvarado, Texas. In June, a federal judge in Texas handed down prison sentences ranging from 30 to 100 years to Hill and 8 other protesters who are collectively known as the Prairieland 9. They were convicted of terrorism-related charges after federal prosecutors accused them of being members of an Antifa terror cell. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. During the July 4th, 2025 demonstration, fireworks were set off and a police officer was shot and wounded. Former U.S. Marine Corps reservist Benjamin Song, who was convicted of the shooting, received a 100-year sentence. In a statement, he said he only fired his rifle because he believed the officer was about to shoot another activist. One activist, who wasn't even at the protest, was sentenced to 30 years in prison for moving a box of anti-fascist magazines and pamphlets. Our guest, Autumn...
This is literally... this is Smith Act level stuff, right? We covered the Smith Act, right? And in case you don't know what the Smith Act is and what Hugo Black said on that, it's aged incredibly well, except we didn't even heed the warning, right? We're going back into like that era of the Smith Act, right? Some exclusive content. We've covered this before, but in case you haven't seen it, we're watching this part of the documentary that's pretty interesting. Hold on, let me just pull it up.
And
here.
that might bear. Frankfurter was
okay. One of my favorite subjects, at least how the Supreme Court used to be like, till it took a shit. All right. Let's go.
Left in loan may not in the argument.
The limits are defined by the Bill of Rights.
In the Constitution. No power, not the governments, not even a Democratic majority, could overrule that limit.
Black's argument is that the Constitution limits the power of government over individual citizens. The limits are defined by the Bill of Rights.
From his point of view, his job was to take the literal language of the Constitution and apply it as it was written. In many respects, Black is bringing to his analysis that kind of biblical authority of the importance of the text that he grew up with as a child in Alabama.
As the Bible is the holy word of God from this tradition, Black and others like him see the Constitution as the holy word of the framers. And that must bind.
Even if there were only one communist in the State Department, that would still be one communist too many.
This microfilm was made for the purpose of transmitting State Department documents to the Soviet Union.
Are you a member of the Communist Party? Or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
The country as a whole is in the middle of the McCarthy scare. There are concerns about China going communist. There is the Korean War. There's a general sense that in this battle between America and communism that we are under siege. And there's a lot of panic in the country.
In New York City, federal authorities charged the leaders of the American Communist Party with violations of the Smith Act.
The Smith Act makes it a crime for people to advocate the violent overthrow of the U.S. government. But there was no accusation that they were actually engaged in a conspiracy to actually overthrow the U.S. government.
Yep.
What these 11 American communist leaders had done, so far as the trial record showed, was that they had taught Marxist-Leninist doctrine. Well, under the Smith Act, they were convicted for conspiring to advocate the forcible overthrow of the government.
Yeah, and that's what's so important to understand, the parallels, right? Like, they didn't even do any terrorism or overthrow the government or anything, right? But, like, just the mere, like, distribution of pamphlets got them in trouble, right? And what's so funny about this is we had somebody come in here, I think he was trying to Fed post us, right? Because they literally just threw people in jail for distributing pamphlets. And what did that guy say? Why are you guys sitting around on a stream debating this stuff? You should be passing out pamphlets. And we all memed and laughed at him, or her, right? That doesn't really matter. Because we were just so confused. We're like, who the fuck uses pamphlets? And now we kind of understand why. because pamphlets are gotcha, right? If you're distributing them, it's an easy way, it's an easy victory in court. At least in their opinion, right? Make your pamphlets, Gus. God. Why aren't you making pamphlets, chat?
Black had been building on his notion that the freedom of expression was a preferred guarantee under the Bill of Rights. For Black, the First Amendment was really the most important because it was the indispensable to our democratic government.
Yep.
Now, if a man were to say this to me out on the street, Congress shall make no law. That's the First Amendment. I would think, amen. Congress should pass no law.
You would think.
The court voted 7-2 to sustain the conviction of the communist leaders, Black and William O. Douglas dissenting.
Of course.
And through almost a decade, that became a tagline. Hopeful to liberals, hateful to communist hunters. Black and Douglas dissenting.
Yep. And I think like this opinion that this part of his opinion that his minority opinion that I read in class still like resonates to this day, right? Because look.
In his dissent in Dennis, Black says the following: public opinion being what it is now, few will protest the conviction of these communist petitioners. There is hope, however, that in calmer times, when present pressures, passions, and fears subside, this or some later court will restore the First Amendment liberties to the high preferred place where they belong in a free society.
When Black and Douglas stood to defend free speech, they were tagged as communist sympathizers. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover opened secret files on both men.
Yep. Guys, for literally just defending free speech, right?
He would later wiretap Black's home phone.
Yep. All this commie violence.
Black never...
right? So again, always keep that in the back of your head, guys, right?
Hill says she left the protest before the police officer was shot, but she was still charged and convicted of rioting, providing material support to terrorists, conspiring to use and carry explosives, and using and carrying explosives. Hill and other activists had brought fireworks to stage a noise demonstration to show support for people detained in the ICE jail. She's profiled in a recent piece in Rolling Stone headlined, "Incarcerated for Life in Trump's War on the Left."
Stuffed up right
in a few minutes, we'll speak to Rolling Stone reporter Jack Crosby. But first, let's turn to Autumn Hill in her own words. Democracy Now! Spoke to her by phone last week from the Johnson County Correctional Facility.
Growing up Christian, I was deeply moved by like the radical love tradition of Jesus Christ. And I saw civil rights leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. in American history and like the abolitionists of the Civil War era as being inheritors of that. I've always seen those as being, you know, those political goals as having a basis in a spirituality that is founded in radical love and that is founded in seeing every human being as equal, as equally worthy of love, as equally worthy not just of love in kind of a lovey-dovey, like feeling sort of a way, but real material love that works itself out in actions of care and tenderness, and sometimes in acts of fierce protection and defense of the bodies and the rights of others from those who would seek to deprive them of those rights. Being outside of Prairieland on the night of July 4th was for me an act of radical love. You know, it was an act of solidarity with the immigrant community in the United States of America. Scripture talks about this idea that, you know, you love the alien, you love the stranger, you love the sojourner in the land, because that's who you are, actually. You know, I'm not a Christian per se anymore. I am part of what I see as being an interreligious, tradition of radical love that includes, Christians like Dr. King and his friend Vincent Harding, and Muslims like Malcolm X and Dr. Omid Safi.
Wow, what a commie.
And Buddhists like Thich Nhat Hanh. This radical love tradition to me is about the idea that justice is bringing love into the public space. The fact that this happened in Texas, in one of the most conservative parts of the country, this was the perfect storm for the Trump administration to finally be able to push through a case and to make an example out of activists and to kind of create this warning, that if you resist the Trump administration in any way, if you resist police, if you resist the mass incarceration of immigrants, they are going to bury you. I'm absolutely being imprisoned, for a political agenda.
That was Autumn Hill speaking to Democracy Now!'s Nicole Salazar from Johnson County Correctional Facility. Autumn Hill was sentenced in June to 50 years in prison on charges stemming from an anti-ICE protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Texas. We're joined now by Jack Crosby, senior writer at Rolling Stone magazine. His recent feature on the Prairieland case is headlined "Incarcerated for Life in Trump's War on the Left." And his latest is "How Trump's War on the Left Will Come for the Center." Welcome to Democracy Now! Why did you choose to write about Autumn Hill? And tell us more about her. You had several conversations with her, and she's been in jail for almost a year now?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I've been writing about left-wing movements for a number of years, and I had some experience reporting in the specific communities that Autumn was a part of. I had never met her before, but I had met other activists in the Dallas-Fort Worth scene in past stories that I had done. But what I really feel like I've been tracking for several years now is a sort of organized, growing campaign by not just the Trump administration, some of this started during the Biden years, but by conservative forces in various governments around the country to create kind of a new playbook for criminalizing dissent. And Autumn's case, and I think more broadly the case of all of the Prairieland defendants, was one of the most extreme examples of this. It was if you were a federal prosecutor trying to establish that, anti-fascists were all violent and you kind of, it's not what the facts of the case said, but if you were trying to push that narrative on an audience that doesn't understand the full context of everything that is happening, this was a goldmine for those federal prosecutors. And so I wanted to look further into that, and I wanted to look at the precedent that they were trying to set and what they might try to do with that precedent, and also what the ramifications of that meant for very normal, politically engaged people like Autumn Hill, who's now serving effectively the rest of her life in prison.
Yep.
And she has been in jail since last July. What's her life in detention like? And she's going to be transferred to a federal prison soon, is that right?
Yeah, the timing on when she'll be transferred to federal prison and sort of the chain of custody is all kind of up in the air. She often does not know, at all when these things are going to happen. When you're incarcerated, I think your life depends very much on people coming into your very isolated living situation and just sort of telling you how it's going to be. And that's very much been her life for the past year. For a lot of her time in Johnson County, for some of her time in Tarrant County, and some of her time in FMC Fort Worth, which is the only federal facility she's been in, she's been held in what's called administrative segregation. Sometimes there have been reasons put for this. Sometimes it's been because as a trans woman, because of her gender identity in certain facilities. Sometimes they're held in administrative segregation for security reasons. But what this effectively is it's solitary confinement.
Yeah.
And she's been in different stretches in effectively solitary confinement for months at a time. She's not at the moment, as far as I know. I haven't spoken to her in a few days, but earlier this week, last week when I spoke to her, she was in a 26-person pod in Johnson County. So, not a huge general population, but a much more, I guess, normal, given the circumstances, living situation.
And Jack Crosby, I wanted to ask you that this whole, what did the government have to prove this charge of material support for terrorism? What did it exactly mean? And also, how were these defendants, the impact of the Charlie Kirk assassination, which happened in September of 2025, did that have any impact on how they were prosecuted?
Yeah, it had a huge impact. So one of the timing of this case is really interesting. It happened.
The problem is the Charlie Kirk assassination didn't occur by a radical leftist. The dude was a conservative who just hated Charlie Kirk, right?
It's sort of at one of these turning points in American history. So the incident at the Prairieland detention facility happens on July 4th, 2025. Charlie Kirk isn't shot until several weeks later. So Autumn's lawyer told me that in the beginning, when the charges first came down and they were arrested, this was much more a case that was focused on the shooting of a police officer, right? A few weeks after this, Charlie Kirk is shot, and after his shooting, the government kind of goes into overdrive in pushing to further criminalize sort of left-wing organizing.
Yeah. It was like the match that they needed to justify doing this, right? NSPM 7.
Within the United States. There's a presidential memorandum that's written and some executive orders. The most consequential of this is known as National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, I believe.
In other words, NSPM 7. There we go.
Or NSPM 7 for short.
There we go.
And
guys, it never fails.
In this memo, it basically
fuck my life.
Lays out how the Trump administration considers the umbrella term of Antifa to not only be an actual contiguous...
Which is stupid because Antifa is Antifa's like a loose coalition of... Right? There's no leader of Antifa. But that's because these are right-wingers who don't understand that movements can be without leaders per se, right? They only care about hierarchies. They only care about... there is no leader of Antifa, right? Apparently, they think Hassan is, though. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe him.
Group, which it is not. It is an ideology.
Exactly.
But it continued.
Right. And why is that? You're like, well, doesn't fascism have a lead? Well, not really, right? Fascist countries have a leader, sure. But see, the whole idea of right-wing ideologies, when you point them on that, when you plot them on that right-wing spectrum, it generally means that they believe in hierarchies, right? And I'm not saying that left-wing ideologies do not believe in some hierarchies either, right? Of course not, right? I'm just saying that Antifa is not one of those organizations that has a strict hierarchy, right? It's just an ideology of with groups of people, right? That have different kinds of maybe political beliefs, but they all believe that they're against fascism, right? She is the leader of Antifa. What up? I knew it.
Considers that group to be a terrorist organization. And what NSPM 7 does as well is it outlines a sort of framework for how the government can go at breaking up that organization. And what we see in Hill's case is that after NSPM 7 comes out, the prosecution's entire sort of narrative about what happened in the case changes. And they start referring to the defendants in Prairieland as an Antifa cell. And that really becomes the thing that I would say that they're trying to prove in this case. But as Autumn's lawyer has explained to me, the government doesn't really have a burden of proof in these things. NSPM 7 is not a legal framework. It's not something that has been, precedent has been set by any courts on this. It is just something that the president has said and that prosecutors can then rely on to try and push a narrative to a jury, to the public.
Yep.
And there's no real burden of proof. They can just say that you're Antifa. And that becomes sort of gospel according to the government if they say it.
We're continuing our conversation with Jack Crosby, senior writer at Rolling Stone magazine. He's been reporting on the Prairieland 9, the 9 activists in Texas who were sentenced to between 30 to 100 years in prison for taking part in an anti-ICE protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Alvarado, Texas.
All these, it's literally projection, right? All the people who do this need to be in fucking jail.
They were convicted of terrorism-related charges after federal prosecutors accused them of being members of an Antifa terror cell. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. In his piece, Jack Crosby profiles Autumn Hill, who's serving a 50-year sentence. Jack Crosby, welcome to Democracy Now! We just heard from Autumn Hill. We heard her voice. You've spent a lot of time talking to her. Why did she get a 50-year sentence?
So Autumn got a 50-year sentence, in short, because the government was making an example of her.
Yeah.
The judge, and I don't have the direct quote in front of me, but the judge in her sentencing hearing basically said, I don't think that a lenient sentence here would establish the deterrent that we need for this to deter acts like this from happening again. And it's significant that he said that because the acts that Autumn was convicted of are not in and of themselves, besides the providing material support to terrorism charge, are not in and of themselves things that are outside of the norm for protest activity that is prosecuted. I mean, her charges were 1 count of riot for participating in the protest, 1 count of conspiracy to use and carry an explosive, and 1 count of using and carrying an explosive. These were the fireworks that these activists had brought to stage a noise demonstration. These were not bombs. These were not, these were commercial fireworks.
And explain what a noise demonstration is.
Yeah.
So a noise demonstration is a tactic that has been used in a lot of different protest movements. Oftentimes outside of a jail or detention facility. It's letting the people inside know that there are people on the outside who support them and are, that resistance continues outside. It's also, meant to be disruptive to the guards that are working there. It's another form of sort of civil disobedience that kind of disrupts the everyday machinations.
Why is this bad?
The prison system or whatever sort of government processes they're trying to disrupt.
And this was on the 4th of July last year. So, bringing fireworks on the 4th of July was part of their protest.
Yes.
Yeah, the protest was very much sort of billed.
Everyone got that? 4th of July, fireworks, no terrorism. Because reasons.
Discussed for the most part in the communities that were planning it as this kind of it's a 4th of July celebration. Other people are going to be celebrating America and lighting off fireworks in the streets and things like that. And why don't we do this with more of a purpose, And Autumn has described a lot of the time as it being sort of a celebratory.
Rigel, congrats on hitting 100 messages, man.
Air. They'd gone there to celebrate, and they didn't expect things to go the way that they did.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain what the terrorism charges were that were brought against Autumn and the other defendants? Material support for terrorism. I mean, this is a law was primarily used to prosecute Muslims after the September 11th attacks, and it's now being applied, in a different way under the Trump administration.
Yeah, I don't get it.
In the post 9/11 era, I mean,
I don't get it.
Prosecutors accused hundreds of people under this law of support for terrorism that could entail anything from translating a magazine to offering nonviolent alternatives to a militant group. It didn't matter whether you actually carried out a violent assault or belonged to a terrorist organization. Talk about this law and how it's been used in this case.
Right, like you said, the
ICE agents spilled their coffee because this is damn explosives. Life sentence earned. Yeah, damn right. God, I lost my coffee because these fucking terrorists. The protests outside. Literally, like, that's the most annoying part of it, right? Like, you're at work. Like, it's not like you're sleeping or anything, right? Even then, it's like, what the hell? We live in the worst. Oh my God. This is dystopia, guys. How come sometimes it doesn't show the avatar on some messages? What do you mean? In some messages? What do you mean? The avatar. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's a bug. It's relaying some of the messages. It's weird. I gotta figure out. I'm probably gonna work on that tomorrow, Blue Room. Thank you for letting me know about that. Type in something real quick for me. Just whatever. You can spam the chat. I won't ban you. I think it only does that. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't do it on my account. But I've noticed that it will do it randomly with some things, with some chat messages, but not others. There's like a doubling effect, and I got to take a screenshot of it so I can figure out where it's coming from. So if you guys want to help me debug this, please do it right now.
Sort of legal background of this case comes from the post 9/11 era, where there was a law that was put on the books that civil rights advocates at the time were very worried about, and it was mainly used, as you say, in the post 9/11 era to.
It's not doing it.
Go after
not for you anyway.
Muslim Americans, but
I think it only does it for Blue Room.
Specifically to go after organizations often that were doing foreign aid work. I believe one of the major cases was there was an organization that was providing aid, I believe in Palestine, and some of that aid, as happens anytime you're distributing aid in a conflict zone, had made its way into the hands of someone who was linked to Hamas, or Hamas had reappropriated some of this around, and that was used as the basis to prosecute this group and individuals within this group for material support to terrorism. And that is sort of one thing, and I don't say that to excuse the government for using the law in that way, but it is a very different application of it to now be applying this to private citizens who are. The government is trying to establish that there is a wider sort of conspiracy within a group to carry out the act of violence that did occur, the shooting of one police officer. The government's case for material support to terrorism really rests on some things that they don't have to prove in court that strongly, that these defendants were linked. And in some ways, they were friends, there were messages in between them and things like that. But their point was that they were part of this contiguous Antifa cell. And when Trump has designated Antifa as a terrorist organization, and they've also gone to lengths to start looking at Antifa groups in other countries and designated them as foreign terrorist organizations, right? This is our global war on terror very much coming home.
Yeah. And we warned about this, right? Meaning people who actually cared about this subject a lot back in the early 2000s, right? I read a few books from in our classes that we had to read, right? And when you cover this time period, this is like what the big warning is, right? That a lot of these terrorism laws are going to bite us in the ass. And now look. And it's not just the United States, guys. Look at the UK. So is Canada next? You would assume. Australia's immune to this for some reason. But not really, right? I'm joking.
People in America. And what we're seeing now is individuals being tried as part of these greater conspiracies, and that being used to set a precedent for a framework that I think is going to be very dangerous to American society as a whole.
So how does this application of material support for terrorism relate back to, and this designation of Antifa as a terror group, relate back to the Trump administration's NSPM 7?
Right. So the Trump administration releases a series of executive orders and memos shortly following the Charlie Kirk shooting, which happens a couple of weeks after the Prairieland ICE protest. And as Autumn's lawyers have described to me and other legal advocates have said, the government's narrative in the Prairieland case kind of hinges on this and changes on this. So the consequential things that Trump does in this situation is that he designates Antifa as a terrorist organization. Now, as viewers of the show probably know, and as you've said, repeatedly on here, Antifa is a term that means anti-fascist. It can be seen more loosely sort of as an ideology. Maybe it would be like, designating socialism as a terrorist group, right? Which, who knows, maybe that's where we're heading. But what Trump is really trying to do is he's creating a very broad classification. He's creating a really big box that anytime there's an activist or a protester or someone who does something that steps out of line in a way that the government wants to make an example of, he can essentially brand them with this label. He can say that this is a terrorist group, and he can say that the actions of any one person were linked to the actions of any other people, if they were at the same protest, if they were the part of the same nonprofit group, if they had attended the same. In the Prairieland case, some of the links between protesters were proved by the fact that some of them were in the same book club, right? So,
God, can you imagine being in the same book club as a terrorist? Could never be me.
What this is doing is it's making you culpable for what every other individual that is even loosely linked.
Yeah, it's literally straight out of the Smith Act era, right? It's why we just went over that, guys. They literally did the same thing, right? They're distributing communist propaganda. Now it's Antifa propaganda.
To you could do. And that's really what NSPM 7 does. A lot of other very specific things that govern more formal institutions like nonprofit groups and things like that. But what we're really doing here is the government is setting out a definition for people who resist them. They will call them Antifa, and they will call Antifa people terrorists.
And can you talk about where Prairieland fits in? Coming out of this presidential memorandum, we've seen a number of different prosecutions in different cases. I mean, starting with Cop City, Atlanta, to the Minneapolis 15, to what happened in Chicago, the Broadview 6, to what happened in Prairieland. And how are these all connected? And you talk about this in your latest piece, which is called Trump's War on the Left Will Come for the Center. So connect this all together and what we can look forward to. I mean, at this time where we've seen recent revelations of, much broader spying on activists in Minneapolis.
Right. So it's funny. This has been a through line of my reporting for years in a way that I don't think I really even realized until recently. I'd chosen a lot of these stories just because they interested me and appealed to me. But I spent several days in the forest protests in Atlanta in 2022, where activists there were protesting the development of a police training center that they dubbed Cop City. This was during the Biden administration, of course. This was 2022. So the efforts against the Cop City protesters, obviously the situation with ICE, as we know it now, did not exist. This was a conflict between the state of Georgia and the city of Atlanta and this protest movement. And what I started realizing...
Sorry, McKay, I checked the Discord and I literally laughed at how stupid this was.
Some years later was that a lot of the things that had happened to that protest movement, like other movements, there were several very chaotic protests. There were some protesters who engaged in, very direct sabotage and vandalism. There was violence between protesters and police. Police shot and killed an activist named Tortuguita in the forest in early 2023. And what happened to those networks as more and more people started getting arrested was the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the state of Georgia started charging a lot of these activists that were convicted for everything from, very open acts of sabotage, lighting bulldozers on fire, vandalizing building and things like this, to even just stepping onto the street during a protest. And they started sort of charging every person that they arrested in connection to these movements.
This is crazy, right? This is entirely insane. If this holds up in court, which it looks like it's already doing, they better appeal it. But, oh my God, this is crazy, right? Meanwhile, January 6ers, they get away from all this stuff, right?
The same charge with domestic terrorism. This was a statewide charge. It wasn't the same as the federal charges that were levied against Autumn and her co-defendants. But Georgia has a state domestic terrorism statute, which many states in the nation do. Georgia's was set up in 2017 after the Dylan Roof shooting, ostensibly to be able to further prosecute, violent mass shooters like Dylan Roof who were committing racially motivated attacks. But even at the time, groups like the ACLU warned that this statute was worded broadly enough that it could sort of be applied to anyone that the government said was a terrorist.
Yeah, and again, this is where the courts have an important role, right? They have to either strike these laws down, or they have to be like, no, this is what the law means, and we are only going to use it for this specific case, right? Those are two options I could see. But instead, they're just like, go ahead, do it. Throw them in jail for 100 years.
And this is exactly what happened in Atlanta. And I'm speaking a lot about Atlanta because I really see that this is where this playbook was sort of first developed. Georgia handed the Trump administration on a statewide level, they handed them the federal playbook that we are seeing them use now. And what they did is they charged basically everyone that they arrested with domestic terrorism. And now in Georgia, a lot of those charges didn't stick. But they didn't have to, because just by charging someone with domestic terrorism, they could set extremely high bail amounts. They could hold them in pretrial detention in Georgia's Fulton County Corrections Facility, which is one of the worst jails in the country. I heard horror stories from activists, from sources of mine that were arrested and sent there, right? People were being held for weeks, for months in pretrial detention. When they got out, often they were set with bail conditions that meant they couldn't speak to anyone else that had been arrested. They couldn't speak to, and oftentimes viewers of the show might know how sort of general activism works, Oftentimes you're friends with these people. There were a lot of these activists, they were living together, right? They were going to the same places, they were attending the same concerts, they were, often working together and things like that. So Georgia really systematically dismantled this movement using those laws. And they didn't even have to get convictions on domestic terrorism charges to do that.
Yeah.
So what you see when Trump is elected, right, is I think Stephen Miller, whoever it is in the Trump administration, looks at Georgia and they see the success that the state of Georgia has had, and this is conjecture on my part, but the similarities between the legal frameworks that they're using in these cases are extremely similar, and they basically see how they can criminalize dissent and how they can break up the logistical structure of these networks. There are other things in Georgia now that we're starting to see in Minneapolis as well, charging nonprofit groups with RICO charges, racketeering, really looking at how Georgia was obsessed with, and the Trump DOJ is also obsessed with, how these groups are getting funding, right? So what we're seeing now more, we're seeing in Minneapolis, we saw to a certain extent in Prairieland as well, is they are looking for, financial transactions, donations, which happen a lot in these organizing circles for mutual aid, for buying supplies for people and things like that. And they're using those to prove sort of a criminal conspiracy. So, and forgive me if I'm going too long on this, I can keep. So these charges, they make it out of Georgia, right? And we'd seen, bits and pieces of this framework trying to be applied in smaller protest movements before this. But Prairieland is really, I see this as the first main case where the government realizes, especially after the Charlie Kirk shooting, they realize, this is a perfect test case for us to come down as hard as we can on these people and to start establishing the legal precedent that we want to completely criminalize dissent and say that anyone that is part of one of these activism circles is a member of Antifa and can be considered a terrorist.
And so you have the Prairieland defendants getting a combined 450 years.
Oh, no, helping people straight to jail.
Meanwhile, you've got the
Backs.
January 6th insurrectionists getting pardoned.
Right.
Can you just end by reminding everyone what people were doing at Prairieland? Why did they go there in the first place? What were they protesting? What were they hearing about conditions inside, or what drove them to protest?
Right. This is something that Autumn has spoken about a lot in our conversations. And, the reason that these protesters were outside of the ICE facility in Prairieland was because they wanted to push back.
Yeah, it's doing that sometimes. See, guys? Hold on. I'll show you. Blue Room pointed it out. I noticed that too, and I've been trying to figure out why it's doing that. But, here's an example, right? Kirsten sent this message, oh no, helping people straight to jail. And then it immediately sends this, right? The same message, but on the screen. It shouldn't be doing that. Thank you.
Back against what they saw as and what has become sort of the Trump administration's singular push to install their version of, you could call it fascism, around the United States. They're targeting immigrants, and they are using that to put federal agents on the streets of every city that they can. And then when American citizens like the Prairieland defendants interact with those federal agents, they're using that to bring federal charges. And this system really is what those people went there to protest. Obviously, on a simple level, they were there to show, because they wanted to show detainees inside this facility, which, as most ICE facilities are in the country, has really hard conditions for the people inside. We've seen this near where I live as well, at the Delaney Hall Detention Center in New Jersey. So they'd gone there to show solidarity, right? But they'd gone there on a higher level, because this was the direct thing that they could do to register their discontent with the Trump administration. And many of them, didn't mean for it to be violent. This was supposed to be a noise demonstration. It was not a huge protest, it was a couple dozen people. They drove down there. They're shooting off some fireworks in the dark on the 4th of July, and then they plan to drive home, and think maybe someone inside that facility, right, hears those fireworks and thinks hey, there are people outside, we're not forgotten. And that's the point of a noise demonstration, right? And this is something that for, the actions that they took on that night, because there was one of the protesters who was there, was armed, and who did fire his weapon towards a police officer. Accounts differ as to why he did that and the circumstances leading around that. But because that happened, all of these people have been effectively put away for life.
And Prairieland is run by the private prison company LaSalle Corrections. Jack Crosby is a senior writer at Rolling Stone magazine. Thank you so much. We will link to your piece, Incarcerated for Life in Trump's War on the Left. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Anjali Kamath.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
All right. Now, in breaking news, you literally can't make this shit up, guys. You've heard of the Gulf of America Get ready for the Lake of America. Am I right? We're always going to call it the Lake Ontario, Ford says after Trump threatens to rename it Lake of America. I hate it here. Oh no, they did. Ducky! There you are, girl. Your lurk, that might be one of the longest lurks I've ever seen. Damn, 4 hours. Okay, guys, I will be checking for sleep study at 8:30 p.m. I'll put you guys back on. No worries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the lurk. You feel free to use the emote. That will help you lurk. Or just lurk, right? Exclamation mark lurk. Oh, I can't see the video, huh? I know, weird. Hold on. Why isn't the video? Fuck. It might be this. I'm blocking too many ads. I don't like that. Nope. Is there maybe like a way we could watch it on YouTube? This is why I watch a lot of stuff on YouTube. A lot of this stuff gets paywalled or like blocked and stuff because like good browsers actually block this stuff because they don't want your shit to get leaked, right? Oh no, I remember. Yeah. Maybe that's another fun idea. I'm working on the little shout out system when you guys make me laugh or do something really memorable on stream. So I'll work on that too. I have a lot of stuff to work on, including the Glogimon game. But I'm trying to go over what Maple Takes did there to figure that shit out as well. So copy, hell yeah, love it. There you go, lurk. That's what the lurk emote's for. It has a function. All right. Yeah, if you can find the video, that'd be cool because, hold on. This is so stupid. I can't believe this crap. Give me a few. You can cover something. Yeah, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. All right. Katie Rollins, or Brooke Rollins, sorry. Keep calling her Katie. I don't know why. She looks like a Katie to me.
I think it's important to level set that, first of all, that the president has reopened the world to American goods, and from my perspective, American agricultural goods, which is part of the big reason and solution that we need for our farmers and ranchers. With regards to Canada, the president has been very clear for the last year and a half that the way they treat our dairy farmers in America is just not... It is not going to continue any longer, that the intent of the USMCA and other deals that went on was that our American dairy farmers would be treated as they deserve to be treated. And in fact, what has happened with the way that...
This part is kind of true. Listen, I don't agree very much with the Trump administration on anything, but this part is 100% accurate. Like, there are special carve-outs to Canadian dairy. Right. And this is like what makes NAFTA and like the old system that we had before they just completely collapsed it. Right. USMCA bullshit. Right. Because free trade means free trade. But we're not actually getting free trade. Right. Because like there was an argument that like, oh, Canadian dairy needs to be protected. Blah, 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 blah. Right. And let me give you another example. Right. Canada has like they have huge monopolies when it comes to like telephone providers, right? So this is like the one kind of accurate thing. However, like always be skeptical of why they're doing this because it's not for good reasons, right? It's to suck off their donors and to like they don't give a fuck about dairy farmers, guys. They want to help the got milk industry, right? Which doesn't necessarily represent the dairy farmers. It represents big milk. Free trade is a ruse since the term was invented. I know. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, right? And we've gone over this. Like, like what Canada did to like protect its dairy industry, its telecom industry, right? The telecom industry is also really well protected in Canada, right? But that's why you guys also spend a lot of money on like kind of shitty plans, right? Like compared to like what's here in the United States, the plans are worse, right? Objectively, and you pay more money. And not only that, probably compared to Europe, I imagine they're probably worse, right? I don't know a lot about like European plans, but when I went to Costa Rica, I remember the plans were pretty affordable, right? But yeah, this is protect the milkers. Yeah, they protect their dairy industry, right? Industry, as he puts it. But like this part is like is somewhat true, right? I just want to point that out. But that doesn't mean that like the reasons they're doing it are good or like anything else they're doing is good, right? I'm just trying to give you some context. Like this is not bullshit. Like what she's actually saying is accurate, right? We do have different standards for milk and growing hormones ban here. The tax everyone hears is never applied. Exactly. There's a few reasons why, but it was really to protect their like the Canadian dairy industry, right? Wisconsin is also like right next to, right? I'm not a fan of Wisconsin like cheese and all that whole industry as well. So I don't blame you guys for doing this, but like when you hear it, it is accurate. It is accurate, right? And this is the problem I have too, is like Mexico doesn't get this kind of treatment, right? Because Mexico is also part of this. They don't get this kind of treatment. It's not like Mexican farmers are protected from this shit, but Canadian dairy farmers sure are, right? So it is blatantly unfair. But my metric for it being unfair is something like that, not because I agree with anything the Trump administration has to say or do on this fucking subject, right, guys? So like I'm just trying to give you some context to what she's saying as well, right? Welcome back, Reina. Hell yeah, girl. They're trying to mitigate a crisis themselves they created. Well said, yeah. Because let's be honest, this is just kabuki theater at the end of the day. Because they knew about this carve out, right? The USMCA had the same carve out as NAFTA for the dairy industry in Canada. So they knew about this. Like they're just trying to like impose their will, right? Again, I don't agree with anything they're saying. It's just this is accurate. Like the reasons they're doing this is bullshit. We need to protect our farmers. God, Blue Room, you had one job and you didn't do it, Blue Room. For fuck's sake. Because us dairy subsidized and in the 70s threatened to put dairy farmers out of business here during an old trade deal. But yeah, it's a lot of both sides. Exactly. I'm just trying to give you more context, right? And like, let's be fair, Mexico doesn't get this kind of treatment, right? It just objectively never did. Let me give you an example. Like the Mexican corn farmers, which are arguably, right, Mexico had the best corn farmers in the world because the corn was organic. They knew what they were doing. A lot of these people, like the people who actually grew these farms, right? What happened? They hybridized some of the best corn in the world, right? They knew all the different like species of corn because there's literally hundreds of corn, right? Mexico's the land of corn, right, guys? That's where it comes from. They knew a lot of this stuff. And then what happened? The U.S. came in with all their corn subsidized product, right? Dumped it in the Mexican market because of free trade, right? Which is inherently against free trade. And what happened? A lot of Mexican farmers who raised corn, right? Who grew corn, were out of the job because who's gonna buy fucking corn from a poor peon, right? When you could just do it from like a giant agro company in the United States. Well, what did that do in the 70s and 80s? that caused what was traditionally Mexican corn farmers to seek employment where? In the United States. And then we bitch and complain about illegal immigration, right? See what I'm saying, guys? All this stuff is interconnected, right? All this shit. NAFTA, yeah. Sure, but hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, Maddie, what? God, she's gonna do some copium right now. I'm joking. God, what fucking cope are you gonna give me, Maddie? God! Cause US dairy is subsidized. And in like the 70s, so yeah, exactly. Okay, I already read that, my bad. Those farmers could get work in low-paying factories or in the US as an undocumented worker without pay for safe regulations. The neoliberal way. And that's why we have a freaking, you're right. That's exactly what I just said. The world is flat. Damn right. And that's why we have this fucking emote, Maddie. In case you haven't seen it. There you go, girl. Leave the cows alone. Texture Spelunky, welcome. First time chatter, what up? Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. How was your evening? So they rolled over Mexican farmers, so it's only fair to do it to Canadian ones too? Well, essentially. I mean, that's the problem with fair trade, right? That's why fair trade is never really fair, because it always does benefit somebody, right? And people do have leverage. Oh my god. Like, we are so cooked, chat. Here's the link. Perfect. Thank you. Thomas Friedman, bitch. Hell yeah. Leave the cows alone. Leave Britney alone. Yeah, Blue Room is here. So many people here, apparently. You guys all talk to each other on other streams or see each other. That's nice. Welcome in, bud. Yeah. First time chatter, Texture Spelunky. I love your name. It's very badass. Anyway, moving on. Yes, Blue Room. If Mexico suffers in pain, Canada must as well. In other words, we all share our pain. We are all Charlie Kirk. Me and you too. You just hit 100 messages. Thank you. It's a vague reference to DMT. I like that. I love that.
Canada is applying is sometimes a 200-300% extra tariff on milk and dairy products going into Canada. So I know, listen, I don't want to go much deeper than that, because I certainly don't want to get ahead of the president or...
Yeah, because you know this is bullshit too, so fuck
our
off.
Incredible trade rep, Jameson Greer.
Somos Charlie Kirk. I'm going to start using that.
In the middle of those negotiations, but from an agriculture perspective, and specifically to our dairy farmers, the importance that we are battling for you, battling for that access, making sure that we're opening up the markets around the world, which we are, but also making sure that you're treated fairly by countries like Canada. Thank you for that question.
Secretary Rollins, you've certainly seen the reaction to the suspension of tariffs on ground beef from Republicans who say this is the wrong move, ranchers who are concerned about how this is going to impact them. Is the administration reconsidering that policy?
Well, a couple of things on the president's announcement Friday morning on a temporary 90-day importation of 300,000 metric tons of ground beef. I want to make sure that's very clear. The way that we consume beef in America, we consume about 13 million metric tons every year. About 11 million metric tons, give or take, we raise here, we produce here. We do have the best beef.
Is she like the least... Besides like RFK, does she have like the least amount of Riz out of all these people? Like, one thing you could say is at least they kind of have some, like, I don't know, speaking ability, right? Like, I hate Pete Hegseth, and he's annoying as shit, and he's probably my worst. But she just has like no riz. I don't know, like every fucking speech of hers I've seen, or like time she's talked, it's just like flatter than a flat soda, right?
In the world,
Your overlay looks really good, by the way. It's nice to see profile pictures and high res. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I worked really hard on it. Thank you, Texture Spelunky. Yeah, there's a slight bug to it, but I created it myself, so thank you. I appreciate it. I tend to take off Wednesdays and Thursdays to work on stuff like that, and that was like one of the days I had where I was like, I really want to create like a awesome overlay that shows the chat, but like in an interesting way, because everyone just has like Chatterino up, or fucking, what is it called, Social Stream Ninja, and I just was like, nah, that could never be me. I always do things my way. What up? Hell yeah, done. Well done. Sick. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. It's only gonna get better too. I'm gonna work on it a little more. There's a slight bug, but you know, when you design your own stuff, it generally isn't perfect. V1, right? The first version has some little kinks to iron out, right? Her lying points aren't as polished. Yeah, I've noticed that. She's like the least of. She's just like so. I don't know. She's just flat as hell, right? At least with RFK Jr., like he's a silly guy, and you know he's a Kennedy, and he's got that creepy voice, and like we all meme on him and stuff. But he also does push back better. She just is like, I don't know. She always falls flat for me. She's missing the sandpaper voice of RFK. Well said. Just what I just said. Exactly. My senses are being attacked. Yes. This latter comment was about the video.
Genetics are incredible in this country. 2 to 3 million metric tons a year we do import.
You put it on GitHub? Not yet. I probably will eventually. I just signed up for GitHub.
Almost, and that's year over year. That's nothing unusual. Of that 2 to 3 million metric tons that we import, that's mostly lean or ground beef. So that's why when the president announced, I think it even said in his truth on Friday morning, it's specific to ground beef, he is working to fill a gap, a pretty big gap in the supply chain from ground beef. Of course, you've all heard we have the lowest cattle herd number on record. That really came down under the last administration. That wasn't a big, cattle administration. We've now begun to change that. Our numbers 2 weeks ago show for the first time in 10 years, we have heifer retention going up. So the good news is long term, we're stabilizing. But for the short term, the president felt very convicted that as American consumers are paying more for beef, not our fault, our administration's fault, but as they are, that short temporary fix was important. One other point, though, that I think will help tell the story a little bit better. 15 months ago, we closed the ports along the southern border and stopped all importation of Mexican live cattle. The reason
Yeah, do you think she's going to talk about how they stopped the funding of the botfly program in Panama because they thought it was going to be useless, and why are we helping out another country, and then it completely blowing up in their face and ruining everything, right? We went over that on a previous stream. The screw worm, right? We did that actually like back in February of last year, right? Almost a year and a half ago at this point. Yeah. She's not going to say any of that, right? Maybe that's why you continue the program that you should have funded fully with the irradiated, with the, like, they basically like took a bunch of screwworm larvae, right? Put like tons of radiation on them so they became sterile, and then they would release them in Panama, so they would basically breed with female screwworm flies, right? And all their, like, they would be sterile, right? Because they only can mate once. Can you imagine that?
What? God, no. That could never be me.
And then they die, basically, and they're supposed to give birth soon after they die, or right before they die, right? But like they successfully did that. And now look. Cringe, right? She's not going to mention any of that, by the way, but I did, and we will, and we will critique that.
Viewer discretion is advised.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Texture Splunky.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Really do. Thank you very much for the follow. Guess what? They ordered a shit ton of beef from Canada. W Canada, right? Are they trying to kill people? Uncertified ground beef. Yeah. She doesn't know what convicted means. Yeah, exactly. Welcome. He was convicted, all right. At least in the known group of them, yeah. Vought is probably the least known of the, and makes him more dangerous. Well said. Yeah, we've covered Vought, or Russell Vote, a few times. I know you say vote, but I mean, I guess when you anglicize it, it's Vought? I don't know. Or is that how you say it in Germany? In German? Right? I don't know. Or Dutch or whatever the fuck. Sounds like a Dutch last name, right? God, the Dutch. Am I right, guys?
We did that, of course, is because of the New World screwworm, which we thought was eradicated in the 50s, came back in 2021, 2022, made its way up.
What did I tell you? It just came back. Somehow, Emperor Palpatine came back.
Toward the United States and towards our border states, cattle states. And so we closed those ports 14 months ago. Just opened yesterday, the first port in Douglas, Arizona. So we're now starting the movement of live cattle again. But in that 14 or 15 months, that equals about 1.4 million head of cattle that would have come into our country that did not. And those are all lean cattle. That's all ground beef cattle, basically. So when you look at the 300,000 metric tons the president announced, that equals between 500,000 and 700,000 head of cattle. So that still doesn't even get us back to where we would have been if we...
Oh my God. Again, she's not telling you the fact that they cut those programs, right? They cut the program that was supposed to control the screwworm fly. Elon, Doge. We went over this, all of this.
We hadn't had to close the port for the screwworm.
But of course they're not, right? Like, this is what I mean, guys. And I told you they weren't going to do it. And like fucking clockwork, right? They didn't do it. You had one job and you didn't do it. This is all of them. Yeah, exactly. God damn it. Facing multi-decade lows in the domestic cattle herd and high grocery costs, the White House announced a 90-day waiver to allow 300 metric tons of imported ground beef to the U.S. without out of quota tariffs because Canada is historically one of the largest beef exporters in the U.S. It remains a primary pipeline for filling the short-term supply crunch. Yes, and we went over how Argentina was also going to do that, but they literally gave us their shittiest beef. Right, like the chemically treated beef. Why? Well, because we learned in a story we watched that a lot of Argentine farmers, because Argentina is more decentralized, it looks like, right, don't want to sell to U.S. consumers, right? They were like, nah, we're good. Why would we want to sell to the U.S.? We like, that's going to hurt Argentine prices, right? And rightfully so, because Argentina is one of the most like meat consumption capitals of the world, right? Like, they consume a huge amount of meat. That's a lot of meat. And now this is screwing us over here in the U.S. ranchers. Yeah, Maddie, and we covered this again. We covered this back in like February of last year. We talked about how this program was around since the 1950s, right? And it did a great job at containing the screwworm fly. And this is kind of like my theory when it comes to international cooperation, right? that, well, it's not even just international cooperation, guys, because there's a greater principle here, right? And what is that greater principle that we also learned about on the stream? Game theory, right? What does game theory say? Game theory says that when you work together and you actually cooperate with different people who you may or may not actually like necessarily think may benefit you in the long run, it actually does end up benefiting you in the long run, right? It's just the results are not always so clear cut. And how do I know this? Because again, game theory is a mathematical algorithm, right? It's a computer simulated system that they ran hundreds, if not thousands of times, right? And they showed that the models that cooperated the most did the best overall. So what does that tell you about politics and international cooperation? It tells you that for political science purposes, when in doubt, do international cooperation. Why? Because it may not benefit you in the now or in terms of like your budget or whatever, but in the long term, it does, right? And the models all prove this, right? Because they measure different kinds of models in this game theory a program that they ran, right? And basically the ones that did the most cooperation or cooperated and then were willing to cooperate with people who defected, but there were consequences to this to the defectors, did the best out of the people who just did things their way or went alone. Isn't that fascinating? That basically shows you that mathematically or systemically, we on the left, when we believe in international cooperation, we actually believe the correct fucking ideology when it comes to this stuff, right? And they are the ones who are just wrong, right? Because they're thinking very short-sighted, right? This stuff does cost money. But now we would have wished we would have kept spending that extra $1 million or whatever the fuck it was, right? A couple $1 million. It was chump change in comparison to all the damage that's caused, right? So this is game theory in its like being actualized, right? Being like in the real world. And we used to kind of know that, and now we don't because of these people. But sterilizing flies is woke, waste, fraud, abuse, bro. I know. Can you imagine doing that? Watching flies have sex? Jesus, what are we? God. Yes, U.S. farmers are pissed, right? And this is what I mean. Like, I'm joking, but at the same time, like, this is real science, guys. This is the actual science of political science, right? And I point to this a lot because this actually shows that international cooperation and not defecting all the time actually is beneficial for everyone. Interesting, huh? According to USDA import logs, the U.S. has brought in 466,000 metric tons of Canadian meat products year to date, marking a steady increase of 5%. Wow. What can you do to even equate to that? Like a couple dozen burgers? Yeah. But it cuts on profits. Exactly. And that's the problem, Maddie, right? It does cut on profits, which is what businesses care about in the now, right? But as a government, as a political scientist, as a somebody who cares about politics, right? Your job is not to worry about profits today, right? Because profits anyway, they only go up to the 1% or the stockholders anyway, right? Your job is to focus on the bigger picture, right? To analyze the data. At least this is what we've been taught, right? At least in classes. But no, all this stuff is out the window. And now you're getting cope and basically like beating around the bush. She said it. About stuff like this. That's what she said. Beneficial game theory cuts down on profits. Exactly. Right? And this is why we went over game theory that stream, guys. We went over this because this was an important aspect of something you learn in political science courses while you're in college, right? That game theory is actually really important, right? And that's why they interviewed those political scientists who talked about the results, right? It was a great, we'll have to watch that video again for everyone, but it was a great understanding of the concept of game theory, right? The new factory is for atomic flies, is ready in about a year. Well, that's a year too late, right? Canada has a year and a half too late, more like it. 2 years too late. Canada has to lower its feed standards in order to meet U.S. cost beef. We have feed rules here to combat bovine disease, but it's been dropped for the U.S. because it was part of the deal. Yeah. Well, that's, I think, what Argentina had to do, right? They had to basically take, like, the parts of the beef that nobody wanted, chemically, like, dye them or, like, treat them, and then ship it to us. So it's, like, stuff that Argentines don't even want to fucking eat, which is disgusting. Think about that, right? Nobody wants our meat, guys. That's what she said. Canada meat browse. That's a cute emote.
But I think the final thing to say is this, that I don't believe there has ever been a president more focused on agriculture or rural America.
Yeah, if he was really focused on agriculture, do you think he would be doing that? No, of course not. Right? But there you go, guys. Like, again, this is why it's important to know this stuff, right? We covered this, that the flies were predominantly concentrated now on the Darien Strait, on the Darien Gap, I mean, right? That part of Panama that's pretty remote and hard to get to, right? And they just fucked it all up. Okay. Learn better next time. Do better.
Our ranchers and our farmers than this president, that the long-term fight to open up more grazing land, to ensure that our
none of that's gonna work. None of that's gonna work, right? Because we already know what the problem is. Oh my God.
To build their herd, to make sure that we've got a stable market. Yesterday, we announced Harvest to Hallways. Bobby Kennedy and I did, which is a complete, is that your question? I'll go to you next. Which is a complete recalibration of our school lunches, putting real food back at the center of school lunches. Protein, the new dietary guidelines, is obviously at the very top of that for the first time. And so what that means for our cattle ranchers, for our agriculture producers in America, yesterday the announcement on procuring more locally produced nutrient-dense food instead of opening up school lunches out of a plastic bag and sticking them into a microwave, which is what a lot of our schools are doing now. We are going to change that. It may cost a little bit more money, but we are in this for the long run. We are in this to support our ranchers and our farmers, and we will make sure that we are doing everything necessary to rebuild the herd, to bring the cost of inputs down, to open up the world markets while opening up the domestic markets as well. Go ahead, sir. Yes, go ahead, and then we'll finish with you. Yeah.
What specific countries have been in talks with the U.S. about stepping up those imports, aside from Mexico, which you just
I am not privy to talk about that. I think the conversations are still going on, and that's Ambassador Greer, who's finalizing what exactly that looks like, and I think the president's involved in that as well. Thank you. Yes.
The president announced that you're making it sound like there isn't really a plan, essentially, for how they're going to step up these foreign imports aside from Mexico. Did he consult with you before he made that announcement?
You know, he and I have talked a lot about this for a very, very long time. I have not talked to him specifically about this specific announcement and what that looks like, but I do know he's working very, very closely with Jamison Greer on it. Yes, and then we'll finish with you. Yes, go ahead.
Let me go back to Canada for a second, because they're planning to match the U.S.'s tariff for tariff at this point. What's your concern for the impact on American producers and consumers? And given that we have seen challenges with inflation and in the economic concerns, how long can they sustain this situation?
Well, you know, again, I don't want to get ahead of the president. He is, from my perspective, the ultimate negotiator. I've seen a lot of people doubt his decisions, and then I've seen them always work out in the trade realm, especially. And I'm really proud that he's willing to.
Do you hear this? It always works out. Just believe in him.
Stand up and make the hard decisions. There's no doubt that it causes concern amongst our farmers and ranchers, as it is a lot of unknown out there. But as the group of men and women and communities that have been his most avid supporters from the moment he came down the escalator in 2015.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The dick sucking going on. The minute he went down the escalator, those communities were on it. He was incredible. They knew it. I want to throw up. Jesus. The ultimate negotiator, for real.
He has our ag producers at the very top of the list, and we've seen this with all of the trade deals. Everyone.
Changes would maintain a ban from the highest risk tissues from cattle while allowing subset of lower risk to be used in products such as fertilizer, pet food, pet feed ingredients for non-ruminant animals like poultry and hogs. The government says joint risk assessments by the CFIA, Canadian Health and Public Health of Canada Agency of Canada, confirmed the changes will not compromise food safety. Hide your pets. Hide your kids. Hide your wife. I mean, pets are kids essentially. So
one of those 20.
Yeah, your pets are fucked, guys. Luckily, my dog is not doing too well. I kind of don't want to talk about it, but yeah. Hide your wife. Not yet. I don't have one, but I will have to soon. Especially if I decide to get one. May as well bring up the Dow. I know, right? But the Dow is doing so well.
New trade deals, whether it's soybeans or cotton or beef or dairy, ag is always at the top, and that's because he has made it so. And I believe strongly that once they finish this next round of negotiations, or whatever you want to call it, that America will certainly be the better for it, and that our farmers and ranchers will benefit the most. So thank you. Unless.
Well, that went as well as I thought. Jesus Christ, guys. The ultimate wish book? What do you mean? Wooner. Well, oh, I see your comment now. What are you ordering from your wife from the Sears catalog? True. I have some things I like that I'd like, Maddie. Facts. So I'll be ordering my wife from the Sears catalog. Because, of course. Here it is. Oh my God. We got the Gulf of America. Now we're getting the Lake of America because reasons. How do we even get to the, is the Sears catalog even a thing? I know it was when, like, my mom ordered from there or whatever the fuck, but I missed that book. No, they got rid of that shit, right?
The Ontario.
Damn it. It's going to be harder ordering a wife now. Thanks, guys, for ruining my day.
Premier Doug Ford is joining us right now. Premier, thank you very much for joining us. It sounds like
you had one job, okay? First, she's got to have a great personality and a great sense of humor and smart and massive tits. Wait, how did you know? Among other things, sure.
Your frustration.
Sears is no longer a thing. Yeah, I thought so. I know they closed like the most recent Sears, and I heard them. I heard them like closing down, but then they got bought out again. So I wasn't sure exactly what was going on, right?
With President Trump and his tariffs policy,
I think they still are around. Like it's just that they're completely different. All Sears, yeah. Yeah, see, they're still around. The website isn't really working, though. Begin your shopping experience at Sears. It's as dead as a fucking zombie. God damn it, now I'll never get my wife from the Sears catalog. Buy online, pick up in store. Find store locations. Find great brands such as Kenmore, Craftsman, and Die Hard. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, as far as I remember, they got like bought out by another company, kind of like Toys R Us, right? They were bankrupt, like they were completely gone for a while, and then somebody owns them now, and you know, that's how these things operate, guys. Okay, here we go, right? Only 5 stores remain open as of December 2025. Layaway wife. Well, how else are you gonna get a wife these days, girl? What, meeting people in person? On the internet? Swiping? What is that? Yeah, I meet most of my girlfriends and stuff through like just like friends, social circles, online, stuff like that. So I don't know. I've never had a real problem with that. No office in Chicago is closed for good. Yeah, so it looks like there are still 5 stores open. That's what I heard, right? See? Number of locations still open, 5. So they're still around. I demand that fucking catalog. I demand it, guys. They better still... Those 5 stores better have that catalog. I gotta order my wife. My wife? I used to like those Sears Craftsman Robo Gripper pliers. Oh, right. I ended up going there a lot because my dad, he likes to fix cars and stuff. And the Craftsman stuff that they have, which I think was a Sears brand, or they sold it a lot. The cool part about that is that he'd break like a tool or something, and then he'd just take it to Sears, and they'd be like, here you go. And they just hand him a new one. I shit you not, guys. And I was like, whoa, right? The days of that are gone now. Now you got to file 15 claims and send 15 pictures to an email address, and AI will scan it and then be like, nope, denied. They got bought out by Vultra Company, and then they sucked them dry. Yeah, that's what she said. Sucked them dry for their real estate. Well said. That's what this, right? And the same thing happened with Toys R Us, right? Toys R Us was sitting on a lot of real estate, and they also got sucked dry. Sucked. Their homes lasted a long time, so would their wives. Facts. Yeah, you know, that's why I'm a big fan of ordering them from there. I gotta go to one of these locations that are still open. You'll know they'll last a long time. If I could buy a Sears house, I'd be so happy. It's a single page pamphlet now asking for donations. Remember when they had dentist office in Sears? I did. I remembered that. They also had eye care like places. Like I know because my dad went there too, and I was like, why did my dad love going there so much? And this was fairly recently. This was until like 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm gonna say about 10 years ago. My dad went there and saw the eye doctor. I think he even saw the dentist there. He picked up his tools. My dad did everything at Sears. Now, Dad, he's watching us, by the way. I was talking to him earlier. Now, Dad, you can't do any of that stuff at Sears because there ain't no Sears. What up? Could you imagine if Sears had put out a digital wish book about 2004 where kids could circle the toys they wanted? Right. This is what I want, and this is what I want. They'd be worth billions now. I know. Just like this mail order idea for brides. That would be incredible. God, why don't they just take our ideas? Thank you. Brilliant. We could have got them out of bankruptcy, guys. You know, with the loneliness epidemic and the people not having sex or whatever we covered a few. The fuck? Remember that? Like Gen Z and like Gen Alpha are not having sex anymore or whatever. With that, we could solve that in a heartbeat with our amazing ideas. Kmart food was the bomb in the 80s. Was it really? Okay. I only had like one Kmart near me, and then they closed down when I was fairly young, and I never went there too much. I don't know why. Gus was on this about your time. What's this on your own time about Sears? Oh God. All right. I'll watch this on my own time. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Wait. Watch. You laugh. Oh God. The world's largest abandoned building, Sears headquarters. It's just a bunch of craftsmen. Oh my God, my dad would laugh out loud. Again, you laugh, but those Sears houses are super popular and worth loads of money. Papa Gus, damn right, he's watching, guys. Papa Gus is watching. He's like blown. Like, it's funny to watch my dad watch Twitch because he like stares at the screen like this. It's just like the most, I don't know why, but I just find it like hilarious to me. It tickles me. And were very they were very well built. Yeah. They had dentists and barbers at the Major back in the day. I don't know that store too well, but I've heard of it. Also, but many places back then. Hey, PB and Jan, Gusties, how you doing? PB and Jan is back again. How's Texas? Hello to Gust and Gusties in chat. That's what we call each other now, Gusties. Are you Gusty? I can't believe my dumb ass thought that's what it meant. It's an abandoned building. Explored the deserted Sears offices. Awesome. You know, I've watched a few of these things, McKay. I've watched like abandoned malls on YouTube as well, and I find it kind of interesting. So I'll definitely check it out. PB and Jan is here. Love PB and Jan. Sorry, I didn't mean to stray away from Lake America. Yeah, no worries. I think we needed that diversion after this brain rot of a fucking news cycle that we've been covering. But guys, you've heard of the Gulf of America. You've heard of, well, all these, the Strait of America, right? Now we're getting the Lake of America.
The Ontario Premier Doug Ford is joining us right now. Premier, thank you very much for joining us. It sounds like your frustration with President Trump and his tariffs policy against Canada is escalating. Would it be wiser to take the temperature down a bit right now between these two longtime great allies?
I think so, Wolf. Things got a little heated. It got a little personal yesterday between the president and myself. But I want to make a good deal for the American people. Good
I'm
deal
Brian.
for the
Kill
Canadians. And we're the two greatest countries in the world. We're each other's number one customer.
Getting a headache.
And it's time to get back to the table and let's negotiate a fair deal because it's hurting the U.S. It's hurting Canada. And we just want to make sure that we have a fair deal.
A good point. But as you know, President Trump this morning is also taking new shots against Canada.
Why the fuck would Canada turn the temperature down? I know. Things are about to get steamy. It's like trying to turn the temperature down right before they start having sex on screen or the action starts. Boring. I want to clap along. No, but realistically, right? Yeah, of course. Why would they? Right? Trump is the one who pulled out last minute. This is stupid. Can you imagine that? They're like, you're watching like some romantic comedy or something with Natalie Portman in it or something. Remember? Pulled out? Yeah. And they just like, they're tearing each other's clothes off, and then they just are like, nah, let's put it back on. Or like, you're watching the new Avengers movie and Doctor Doom just like flies off and pisses away.
Social media platform.
That does look pretty good. I can't wait to see Robert Downey Jr. in that. I hope he does well, right? Because to be honest, I don't know. I haven't been digging the Avengers movies all that much recently. Haven't been my cup of tea. And I love comics and stuff like that, guys, right? I grew up on them. Inside of all this is the intimacy corridor. Yeah. Brother, Spider-Man was so good. It was?
What's that? Good. What's that, brother?
I'm a big fan of Spider-Man, so that's good to hear. I'm actually gonna be watching it very soon, so I just have been getting all my friends together to watch it like as a group, and I've been streaming a lot and stuff, so we discussed it. Probably on Wednesday we're gonna do it when I finish with some of the work I have to do on stream. I'll let you know what I think. Also watch Spider Noir. Oh, cool. I heard that was good too. Yeah, I love like Spider-Man and all that stuff, so he's probably my favorite Marvel character. He's been since I was a kid, right? I have like I used to go to the library, and like there was somebody, I don't know who, right? Because this stuff was, he would just like deposit stacks of comic books like this into the like free bin, and like every time around the same time I would come out of school with my dad, right? We'd drive to the library, and then what? There would be those comics, and I'd be like, oh hell yeah, and I took all the Spider-Man ones, right? All the ones I didn't have, right? And that's how I got really I started to love him, because I read all those and I watched the show, right? It was so cool. Oh, I added a screenshot in the memes part of the Discord. What up? Yeah. Thank you, girl. I'm not a huge Spider-Man fan, but both of the movie and were the best things I've seen for superheroes. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been digging the superhero movies all that much, Maddie. Right? I like the books, and I like the comic books and stuff, but like some of the movies have been really good, but recently they have not. So it's good to hear that they're good now, finally. Because again, like I grew up with them. It's not that I like read every single comic book. I'm not that kind of guy anymore. I just like, as a kid, I used to, and it kind of brings back some pleasant memories, right? That's kind of what I'm saying here. I'm sorry, y'all. I've just already discussed the passing of the beloved heroine Dolly Parton. As much as I love her, I also found a funny tweet about her. You put it in the chat in the Discord, right? Cool. Yeah, well, I keep forgetting to go over that, but it's just because there's so many stupid things going on in the news that we're going over this right now. But yeah, we'll go over that today at least. And thank you, because we haven't gone over it yet. Portland, welcome back. Good to see you. I heard Donnie is going to drain Lake Ontario and paint the bottom American flag blue. I mean, why wouldn't you? That's a brilliant idea. I'd do that tomorrow. The Spider-Man movie was one of the most good. Well, that's good. And I'm a big movie nerd. Me too. I do like. I went to, before I did political science, I studied like script, like making movies and script writing. So like when I watch movies, I like analyze them like that, right? I do the same with TV shows. I'm always like listening. I'm always like watching the writing behind them, right? And if the writing is shit, then I probably won't like it. So it was so well done. Okay, cool. Good to hear. I'll let you know what I think on Friday, because I'll be back Friday. Honestly, Gus, that video you can watch tomorrow. No worries. It's okay. It's not really politics. I know. That's why I haven't been in a rush to cover it. But I'm glad I didn't cover it yet, because now we could cover her tweet. New York has been renamed the province of New York. Make New York part of GTA again. Hell yeah. If you watch the Lake America one tomorrow, you can pair it with another video. I have all the important for that one. No, we're watching it right now. Don't worry.
Socially posted.
Because tomorrow I'm not streaming. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and I'm going to be working on the stream. Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. I'm going to be working on the stream, and then, yeah, probably going to go see Spider-Man.
Quoting him now, the United States is giving serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, in that we don't expect to be doing much business with Ontario any longer. And moments ago, he even offered artwork showing the name change.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
How do you respond to that? And President Trump saying that the U.S. won't be doing much more business with the Ontario province that you represent.
How do you like this, Josephus? You must be jumping at the heels from this news. I just meme on him. I feel embarrassed for you Americans in chat. Dude, aren't you proud to be a Canadian? Oh my God, I know. We are very embarrassed. Our work is doing heavy lifting. I know. Our work. Currently, the U.S. imports 4.3 million barrels of oil from Canada. We have given the U.S. a $17 discount per barrel. In 1 year, the U.S. gets 26 billion. I say we eliminate the discount. Yeah. Well, all's fair. Right, until Friday. This video's for chat to watch on the side, but it outlines how bad it is for you. Yeah, no worries. Trump is trying to change the name. Meanwhile, Carney and Ford are threatening to shut off electricity exports to the U.S. Yeah, and that's the real story. That will really fuck over New York, right? And that part of the country. And none of these people are talking about that.
Well, I think it's a lot of rhetoric. Because
congrats on the 100 messages, Josephus.
We're the #1 customer to 17 states.
Who's the top chatter? Hold on. I want to see who's today top chatter. Where's my... layaway life. I still love that. Layaway life. Top chatters. Let's see. Oh, there we go. It gets me. It really does. Layaway. All right, let's read your assessment. I read everybody's assessment at least once. All right. Maddie Holmes dives into detailed political and social commentary with sharp, often skeptical edge. Yep. That's you to a T. You're clearly well read. Quick humor. Yep. They weave historical and cultural references. Yep. Into their chat, suggesting a keen interest and nuanced discussion. That's why she gets along here. Their messages are rapid with layered opinions and some ironic jokes. Irony here could never be us. God. Tags include political analysis, sharp humor, fast-paced cultural references, skeptical tone. Yeah. It's always good to maintain skepticism. Yeah. As I've said multiple times, never suck off any of these people. It gets me. It really does. I mean, yesterday I turned Cicero and St. Thomas Aquinas into Pokemon cards. Yeah. Well, there you. It really does get you going.
Number 2 to 12 others, Ontario alone.
All right, I was gonna do the top chatters. Let's see who the top chatters are. Oh, it's you, Maddie. Cool. I gotta change that. It disappears too quick. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I kind of need it to be a little longer on the screen. That's what she said. Yeah, it's too quick. See, this is why I take a day off or so to do this stuff, because there's a lot of little bugs that I gotta squash.
If Ontario was just standalone, would be the 3rd largest trading partner in the world. Canada is the #1 customer, and we buy a tremendous amount of goods off Americans. 9 million Americans wake up every single morning to produce a product, a widget, or a service for Ontario. But, we're strong believers in being a sovereign country. And when President Trump wants to attack our sovereignty and attack our businesses and people in Ontario, I can't roll over. My job is to protect Ontario and Canada, and ironically, protecting the American people. President Trump ran on, lowering the cost of goods. Everything's gone up, from homes to fuel. He ran on creating more jobs. Actually, job numbers went down last month, while Ontario gained 52,000 jobs, more than the entire U.S. combined. We have a resilient economy here. We're going to keep going. We're going to continue diversifying the trade, but I feel terrible for the people in the U.S. I always say I love the U.S. I love the American people. But, states like Michigan and Ohio and Texas and Kentucky, the auto states that are manufacturing autos, it's cost the American people and the auto companies $110 billion on these tariffs. We're the #1 purchaser of autos off America anywhere in the world, 400% more than anyone. And what's happening now, we're seeing a decrease in Canadians buying American vehicles, which is going to hurt the auto workers. We're the #1 customer for steel.
Canada's already shifted to yeah. And remember, guys, a lot of the Canadian, a lot of these companies actually produce car parts in Canada, and then they get shipped back and forth multiple times even, right? So this is going to have a huge impact on car repairs, right? If you have an older car that needs to get something changed, a part that's broken, right? All that is going to be either held up in customs, going up in price, which means ultimately your car is going to have is going to be more costly to repair, right? Because all these parts are built in Canada for the most part. Not all of them, right? But a lot of them.
And aluminum.
And I have a story, right? My dad got an old BMW, right? And it was pretty cheap. It wasn't anything very expensive, but it was an older one. And then he already knows this story because he's watching, right? But the key broke, right? Well, the key is not just a metal thing you put into a BMW, right? It's a electronic computer chip that needs to be paired with the computer, and then it's able to turn the gear and actually turn on the car, right? The start or whatever, right? Cars are not my specialty, guys. Sorry. So then what ends up happening? We had to wait 2 weeks just to get that part in, because it's only made in a part of the world. I think Germany, they said. Of course, German engineering in the house. God, Rigel, you think German engineering would mean not making it just in Germany? Am I right? Where is it?
German engineering in the house, yeah.
God damn it, I love that clip. Does the VW fucking gang song? Oh my God. Yeah, so like that took 2 weeks, right? Well, we literally didn't have a car for 2 weeks. So like we were cooked, right? And like a family of 4, yeah, like good luck, right? So these kind of things are going to happen more and more, right? And luckily it wasn't because of any import costs, but can you imagine if they were import costs, right? There you go.
That's gonna hurt the American people.
Old white man in an old white suit. I know, it's so good. It's so funny though.
Feel that we need to get back.
I talked to Turtle the other day, right? I made that clip to meme him because he's also German, right? And I talked to Turtle the other day, and he did this. He did the German engineer. But yeah, he's been going through a lot, so send him tons of love and support here on the stream. He's an OG here on the stream. When my Kia's brake line died a couple years ago, they were back ordered for months. Yeah, so this is gonna cause this problem on steroids. Now, is it gonna be for every car part? No, of course not, right? But you be prepared. Be prepared, guys. Right. So if you're someone with an older car, right, probably even a newer car, because things break all the time in newer cars, right? It's like these people don't actually, like the companies don't want to produce a product that lasts or that is actually like worth investing in. They just want you to endlessly spend your money on fixing these products, right? It's called planned obsolescence, right?
To the table and build the, as I always say, Fortress North America. We're stronger working together rather than attacking each other.
Fortress North America.
It doesn't make sense.
In the last hour alone, Premier, President Trump posted on social media that all the countries he deals with, quote, Canada is easily the most difficult and unreasonable. It's a direct quote. Canada is the most difficult and unreasonable. Why? How do you respond to that?
What?
Well, Canada has to stand up for their...
Out of all the countries you deal with, that's a cap, if I heard one. Didn't he say that about Spain? Oh my God, he says so much dumb shit that I don't even remember half of it anymore. I got your back. I'll send you parts low key. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate the support.
Sovereignty. Yeah, he's not...
Aren't you at war with Iran? I know, right? You mean that's an easier country to deal with? He said the same thing about Spain. Spain is such a difficult country to deal with, right? Oh my God, it was so cringe.
Attacking every other country, saying that we're the 51st state. That will never happen. Again, we're the #1 customer. We buy more goods and products off the U.S. and vice versa, by the way, than anywhere in the world. And I think we need to grow the pie, per se, and create more jobs, more opportunities on both sides of the border. And that's what we want to do. I think President Trump wants to hurt the American people. It's going to cost the Americans up to $5,000 more on automobiles. It's going to cost them a few $1,000s more when these tariffs are impacted the U.S. I know the federal government and the prime minister is coming out with, I think it's over 95 pages of tariffs against the U.S., and that hurts the American people. I do not understand why he wants to attack Canada nonstop. We're the closest friends and allies. And make no mistake about it, Wolf, Canadians still love the American people. They love the U.S. They don't see eye to eye with the president by any means, but we love the American people, and I do as well.
See, Josephus, you love Americans. Why are you always attacking Americans? God.
For me, as somebody
Sick
who
of
grew
your
up
shit, dog.
in Western New York and Buffalo, right at the border with Ontario, with Canada, it's heartbreaking to see what's going on right now. We love the United States, obviously, but we also love Canada.
He knows even less French. Mexico is worse since Trump don't know Spanish. Can you just imagine, how Trump would speak in Spanish? He would literally speak like that, hello, I'm President Donald Trumpo, right? Like that Venezuela meme that we watched. This is him speaking, right? You already know, right? This would be him trying to speak Spanish. Oh, we got this to cover too. Damn, okay. The South Carolina runoff. Not that it's the biggest news here. It's just fucking Republicans. Ugh. This is how he would speak in Spanish.
Hola amigos, yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donaldo J. Trumpo. Your ex-presidente, el señor Maduro, is no longer your presidente. He kept talking shit, and fucking around, though, and he ultimately found out, though. Anyway, we're going to make Venezuela grande again. Mucho grande. El bigger y el better than ever before. We're going to drill, baby drill. We're going to have a big, beautiful fiesta, all the tacos you want. Mucho mariachi, sexy mamacitas, and delicious margaritas.
I'm not even
President
joking.
Trump is going to be...
Right? This is exactly what he thinks. Every Spanish speaker, right? It's like the most stereotypical fucking shit.
El DJ, okay? Muchas gracias, muchachos. Y let's make El Venezuela grande.
He needs more Mexican Hitler stash.
Again.
Right?
Arriba El Venezuela, amigos.
Can't make this shit up. We're going to get Kornaki'd. Oh, no, wait. That was from a day ago. Never mind. God, Kornacki, do your job, dog. Sick of your shit.
President Trump has said the U.S. doesn't need...
Hey, guys, AI nailed him. See, guys, there are some things AI gets completely wrong, but boy, did it get that correct. Canada calling up their special forces to fight Americans. Oh, no. Let's see what this is. Oh, shoot. Canada about to get roasted. Josephus. Canada. Am I right? What in the... Look at that. Can you imagine? This is the Canadian infantry. That and a bunch of Mounties. Could never be me. The Hanson brothers. What is this, curling? I didn't even know this was a sport until 2 years ago. You laugh, but those were considered the scariest, most hardcore Canadians in the 70s. God, Canada, you gotta really work on your game here. I didn't know that, Maddie. Thanks. Go watch Slapshot. Is that the name of the movie? I have not seen that. Cool. Oh, yeah. Intriguing. Oh, God. Oh, God, Canada. How embarrassing, Canada, with the cigarette.
The Peterborough Patriots versus the Charlestown Chiefs. Brought to you by Sheehan's Rustproofing. The Chiefs have just come out on the ice for a warm-up period. They're about to try for their 5th consecutive win. They're getting a good round of applause from their own booster club, who have traveled all the way from Charlestown to be here in Peterborough tonight.
Wow, that's how Canadian women are like. shit!
And there's no one to stop it because there are no officials on the ice. What has come over the Charlestown Chiefs?
Don't fuck with Canada, guys. This is what happened. This is pre-game. Jesus. We got humiliated. Not even helmets. Not even.
I got my eye on the three of you guys. For one thing, you're out of this game. Now I run a clean game here. I have any trouble, I'll suspend you. I'm listening to a fucking song!
For the land of the free.
Yeah, listen to the song. That was pretty great. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see that movie. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. I have not seen it before. Not even helmets. Exactly. No helmets.
His words. But yesterday he
no protection. That's what she said.
That Canada is a vital supplier of aluminum to the United States. Listen to this.
And, you know, selfishly, we need aluminum in this country. We don't have it. We get it all from Canada for the most part.
Oh, God.
And we need it badly.
Do you believe, Premier, that the president is intentionally trying to hurt Canadian
that's another
industry?
thing. Yeah, we covered that on the... Thank you so much for joining the Patreon. I really appreciate it. Really helps my work. Helps me do this full time. Appreciate it so much. I'll let Gloggy announce it. It's going to say the number just so you don't get doxxed, right? Because, you know, your name and stuff. I don't want the stream to know your name. So thank you very much. I do appreciate the support over on the Patreon. All right.
Good news, everyone. I ended the plague.
There it is. Perfect. Perfect. Go ahead.
494-61892. Join the Patreon. Active patron 8/25/2026, 8:35, 13 p.m.
There we go. Go on. Cool. Thank you very much, Gloggy. Appreciate it. No, thank you for the support. I can't do it without you. Thank you for joining.
Like aluminum, for example?
Well, with the tariff he's applied on aluminum, you need us to continue buying steel and aluminum. You need the potash for the agricultural sector. That 90% of the potash goes down to your great farmers that we're supporting,
Potash.
and there's no other place to get it. If you want to get it off Russia, that's fine. Everyone wants our potash around the world. The uranium that actually gets shipped from Saskatchewan to Ontario, refined in Ontario, and then gets enriched into the U.S. Not to mention the 4.1 million barrels of oil that Alberta ships down every single day. And our high-grade nickel, 65% of all the high-grade nickel that you use for your military, for manufacturing, for aerospace, comes from Ontario. I want to ship more, and not to mention the energy that we keep 1.5 million lights on in homes and businesses in New York and Michigan and Minnesota.
Yep.
I want to ship you more electricity.
This is what Maddie was talking about. We covered this a few months ago, and Doug Ford said he was going to cut off the electricity to a lot of these like northern states, right, that border the area. And this is important to understand because, well, that would be really bad, right?
I want to send you more nickel. We want to work together. That's what we want to do. I don't know if
work together.
President Trump feels the same way.
You said that there are, I mean, it was specifically, let me get the words directly. You said you'd be willing to cut off Ontario's exports of electricity.
You know what this is? This is an advertisement to the rest of the world for showcasing the best Canadian raw materials and industrial production. Yeah, well said, right? Because he's right. I mean, potash is like, we talked about this in the Ukraine war when we covered it like fairly recently on the stream a few months ago, right? Russia does produce a lot of this stuff, right? Potash, and it's important aspect to like just growing food. And if we can't get it from Russia, then where are we going to get it from? Canada? Well, if that goes up in price, which that's what what these tariffs are going to do, that means that food prices are going up again, right? So this is constant cascading effects on the economy, right? Which is why you don't do this, but nobody told Trump, or he doesn't care because he's rich. Oh, right. That's probably the reason. To him, like paying an extra $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, even $10 doesn't matter because he doesn't look at the bill that often, right? My state doesn't get a lot of power from them, but we do get some. Yeah, exactly. And that's going to, how else are you going to make it up, right? Michigan? It becomes much more difficult because that means if you don't make it up, that means, price increases. And along with all the data center stuff that's already been happening, you really want another price increase? No, right? They'll probably have to, right? There's all sorts of things that happen when they just don't get enough power. So it's a giant mess. Like, this is a giant mess on so many levels. Did you hear that Pam Bondi is working on Canada right now in a mineral company? Of course. No. Pam Blondie, you mean? That's her real name. That's what Laura... Remember when we watched Laura Loomer once? And she kept repeating her name as Pam Blondie? That was a fun stream. We learned almost nothing, but... We did learn that she really hates Pam Bondi. And her chat goons for her. Remember all the gooners in chat? Can you imagine gooning over Laura Loomer? Remember, Trump has an econ degree from Wharton. Oh my God, don't remind me. I did not.
And critical minerals to the United States.
We had so many fun times on this stream, right, guys? So many moments like that. It's Christy Gnome, Gus. I made the mistake. Gotcha. Okay. What do
you mean by that?
She's just as bad, if not worse. So.
Well, what I was saying, Wolf, that everything is on the table right now. But would I rather send more electricity to power your plants and power your data centers and power other areas and homes that you don't have? We have the electricity that the U.S. needs, and I'm more than happy to send them more if we get a fair deal. I want to open up our critical mineral market rather than depending on China that has cornered the market. No one has more rare earth minerals, critical minerals, than Ontario does. I want to partner with the U.S. And it's unfortunate that it's gotten to the place that he wants to attack Canada unprovoked. And I do not understand it. We buy more agricultural products off the U.S. than anyone. Actually, I think we're tied with Mexico, pretty almost bang on. But that's what we need to do. Put a Fortress North America. Create more opportunities.
Fortress North America.
Make sure that the American people and Canadians have certainty and stability.
I love how he keeps repeating
I can tell you,
this.
talking to a lot of Americans, because my phone was just flooded with calls yesterday. There's not certainty and there's not stability. That's what the U.S. needs. That's what Canada needs, and we need to work together.
In a related development, I just want to get your quick...
The rare earth. I mean, at least he didn't call it raw earth, right? Remember when Trump kept calling it raw earth? We're getting the raw earth. What the fuck is raw earth? Dirt?
Thought before I let you go.
I thought, I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Raw earth, right?
Premier, there are growing calls among a lot of Canadians right now.
I think his dentures were slipping out that day, right? And he kept saying raw earth.
We need to work together.
In a related development, I just want to get your quick thought before I let you go.
Oh,
Premier.
baby, he
There are
likes it
growing
raw,
calls
like
among
Donkey Kong.
A lot of Canadians right now to expel from Canada the United States ambassador to Canada, Pete Hoekstra.
Jesus. That's a serious move, right? You don't do that unless there's some serious, traditionally speaking, right? You don't do that just willy-nilly. Yeah, that's serious, guys. Like, if you study any sort of times this happens, it only really happens in serious times. So, like, get ready.
Part because of
Putin could not have harmed America more than if he tried bombing us. Well done. Yeah. With the election interference, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Well said, right? And he knew that. And you know what? We had talked about that before, like I wasn't streaming before the election, but I was talking to like my political science friends about that this is the aim, right? To have Putin wants him to win because he knew all this stuff would essentially deteriorate the rest of the would hurt us more than anything they could do bombing wise, right? Militaristically, right? Go read The Road to Unfreedom. Oh, yep. We read that. It was good. McKay knows what's up. Yeah. That's what we were citing, right? And what the and Putin knows this, right? He's ex-KGB, guys. He knows this stuff. Right? And there's the whole thing that we talked about on the stream that no bank would lend to Trump until the late 1980s when he was married to Ivana, who was from a Soviet country. Then he went to Russia, and all of a sudden he became pretty Russian. Huh. I wonder if he became an asset, right? Not an agent, but an asset, right? And we don't have any super concrete proof on this, but I think the time of events, Ivanka was his daughter. Ivana, I think, is his wife. Yep. Ivana Trump. Yeah, this is her. She's from Czechoslovakia, which was a part of this, right? She's named after, I think she's named after Ivanka, Ivanka, right? Maybe there's a play on words there. Yeah. Yep, this is her, right? Ivana Trump, which is her mother. She's from Czechoslovakia, guys, which was a part of the Soviet Union at the time. So, there was a lot of questions about whether or not this is what's actually going on here, right? Yeah, and you know what? It's too much of a coincidence to not mean something, in my opinion. And the Epstein files, exactly, and we covered that too, Blue Room, right? The Epstein files pointed to some of this stuff too. Cheshire Cat, what up? Welcome back. There is the FBI document saying there was compromise from Russia, Trump, and a few others. Exactly, right? And this might be it. Was Ivana given an assignment by the KGB? I don't know, right? Maybe she was a KGB asset. I don't think she was an agent, right? An agent's a strong word. You have to be really Trump, but an asset is something a little bit easier to become, right? Because they just hold some blackmail over you, some payment, etc., right? So, yeah, absolutely. Go read up on the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. Yep, we talked about that too. Yeah, well said. Oh, God damn it, guys. There's definitely some gate shit or some blackmail that Russia has on Trump, right? Or maybe, I've even said this before, right? A lot of people don't know this, but Israel's population, roughly about 20% of the Israeli population speaks Russian. Okay. Well, Russian is a pretty important language for a country like Russia, right? Because it can easily get agents through the door, right? Get them to easily share secrets from within Israel, right? How many people who work for Mossad speak Russian? I don't know. I don't have that number, right? Nobody really does. Maybe there are people in Mossad that are kind of double agents, right? They work for Mossad and then they also pass along information to Russia, and that's how they were able to get the Epstein files, right? And they have some more dirt on Trump, right? I don't have all the answers, but there's definitely a lot of stuff out there to suggest Donald Trump is compromised, right? Either through Ivana, either through what happened in Russia with, right? There's some P thing. I mean, there's the P-Gate thing, right? The Michael Steele dossier, that whole thing. The Mossad Russia link, right? All that makes sense to me. I wouldn't be surprised if any of that was true. Tries to tap finger on temple, pokes his eye by mistake. He's too dumb to be an actual agent. Yeah, I don't think he's an actual agent. I think he's an asset, which means they have compromising data or information on him or whatever, right? And I think Maddie's right on that. So remember when he went to Russia last time and CME back saying that Putin told him that nobody else in the world has mail-in elections? Yep. Yeah. Well said, right? Was that Putin being like, hey, you need to say that? Or was he that stupid to actually repeat a talking point like that? Guys, nothing surprises me anymore, right? Compramonte. Yep. It doesn't have to be compromising. It's just simply flattery. Well said.
The very strained relationship between the Trump administration and Canada. A State Department spokesperson here in Washington tells CNN that President Trump, quote, has the right to determine who represents the American people as well as our interests around the world, end quote. Where do you stand on this controversy involving the U.S. ambassador in Canada?
Well, I don't agree with expelling any American diplomats, especially the ambassador. He has a job and a role to play. I understand that. And I don't believe in that whatsoever. Let's try to work out a deal. And that's what we need to do. We need to give certainty. We need to create more jobs, millions of jobs on both sides of the border. Very simple. Right now, the U.S. is in a slump. Numbers are down, job numbers are down, costs are going up, no matter if it's, building a house. 1/3 of the lumber comes from Canada, cost of goods, cost of food. Let's create a trade deal that will lower the cost of goods, lower the cost of building homes, create millions of new jobs. Again, President Trump needs to take a couple pages out of Ronald Reagan's book that was dead against tariffs. It just hurts any country when you put tariffs on Canada, especially your number one customer in the entire world.
Premier Doug Ford, good words indeed.
Only 10% in the initial vote. Now, turnout, of course, has been
look
very
at that
low.
turnout.
Literally no one.
But
I mean,
Everton
ask
Blair,
yourself. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We're about to have less than 20,000 votes.
Well, less.
Decide
it's the race between two Democrats and an extremely
who a member
blue
of
seat.
Congress is going to be.
Get
This
Nick
is
Troiano back on.
Get him back on. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah, man.
What is wrong with us?
But
okay.
that is interesting.
This
Special election
district
in
has
one
nearly
district.
800,000 residents in it.
Yep.
And you are going to have less than 20,000 determine who them. In fact, actually, you're going to have maybe 9,000. Right.
Yeah.
Decide who
18,000.
wins it. Yeah.
But to Skelly's point, David Scott was a member.
Apparently Canada has embargoed the United States. This video is unavailable in this country of yours. Thanks, Canada. You know, when I said embargo, I didn't mean also the videos. Read the screen, guys. What the hell? By the way, I know what he's gonna say. Ugh.
Meanwhile, in the rest of the state,
I've seen that clip before.
Graham generally, in many key places, exceeding expectations, and I think that was absolutely.
Oh man, Darlene Graham won, guys. That's hilarious. The girl who doesn't have any doesn't care about foreign policy, apparently. She's like, and openly admits it. I don't care about foreign policy, even though I'm going to be a senator voting on foreign policy decisions. I just support the troops. That's my foreign policy. Keck W.
Especially the case here in Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is. This is the second biggest vote-producing county in a Republican primary here. And look at the number that Graham is getting. She's winning almost 3/4 of the vote in Horry County. And right next door, you can see it's sort of sister county here, Georgetown County. She's doing something similar here.
Just like Lindsay, yeah.
Massive margins for Graham.
These people are idiots the way they vote, right? You'd be like, oh, wow, like she should definitely be losing by a lot. Nope, she's winning.
In these two Republican vote-rich counties, and not a coincidence probably because Donald Trump, who recruited her into the race and who doubled down on his endorsement in the runoff, where did he go to campaign for Graham? It was right here in Myrtle Beach. And that, more than any other place you see on this map tonight, is where she's exceeded expectations and where she really put Norman on the defensive as this map filled in tonight, where he really needed to overperform in the upstate, and he just didn't. So he gets close in this thing. He gets relatively close to knocking off Graham in the runoff, but he is going to fall short. That margin now close to 20,000 votes. And there's going to be a News Now update. Is that what we're... Okay, and folks, News Now wants the news, of course, so they're going to come to us in about 75 seconds. We're going to do a very official sounding. We'll do it a little casually, but we'll go through what we're talking about here, and then we'll kind of reset on the other side. Just looking at the clock right here. And so I don't want to do too much here because we're coming inside of a minute to this update. So I don't know. It's like a filled out election map is like.
Even the chat is so unhinged. Democrats love vax mandates.
And NBC News projects Senator Darlene Graham wins the South Carolina Senate primary special runoff election against Congressman Ralph Norman, replacing her late brother, Senator Lindsey Graham, in the November ballot. She's now going to be facing off against Democrat Annie Andrews in November. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki on the big board to walk us through those results. Steve, we saw them developing here. Lots of big numbers coming in over and over again for Darlene. What'd you see?
Yeah, look, I think you look at this map, and I think one thing that jumps out right away is we said coming in, this was a test of the political clout of Donald Trump with the Republican electorate. And I think you can make an argument here that Trump put Graham over the top in this race, because not only does she win tonight, obviously, but if you look at where that win came from, it came from places like Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is, and where she's getting nearly 3/4 of the vote tonight, right next door in Georgetown County. This is another pretty big county. She's getting nearly 70% of the vote right here. And then all through, they call this region here in northeast South Carolina, the PD region. It's the 7th congressional district if you're sort of a political hobbyist and you follow these things. But this was the area and this was the region that the Trump folks really targeted. They sent Trump here last Friday trying to shore up Graham's campaign, and they sent him to Myrtle Beach. That's where the big Trump rally was for Graham. God. It was all about trying to maximize her number in Horry County, which is one of the biggest in the state, and in this whole area right here, in Georgetown County and in the PD. And what you see in county after county there tonight is where Graham didn't just meet her expectations, didn't just meet her benchmarks, she exceeded them tonight. And that is why, when you take a look at this map, you do see Norman's strength up here in the upstate. And there's an awful lot of Republican votes in Greenville, in Spartanburg, in the Rock Hill area. That's where Norman is from. But he did good numbers here. He didn't exceed expectations here. Graham exceeded them down here. Norman didn't up here. And I think that's the difference statewide. And that's why she's going to get through this runoff.
172,000 people voting for her and 150 for Ralph Norman. Again, like voter turnout, pretty impressive, at least to me here. Any idea how things are possibly going to go when it comes to the midterms after 4 elections? I imagine election fatigue is
Give me the money.
Yeah,
Give me
we'll
the
have to
money.
see.
Okay.
Thank you. I like Amanda Panda Sensei.
Ooh, Lucy Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb.
Love it.
Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Luce. Appreciate it, girl.
But I think one thing we can say
Thank you for the gifted sub. I'm sure they'll enjoy it.
certainly is that Graham, yes, she will now face a Democratic opponent, but the backdrop for this is it's in a state that voted for Donald Trump by nearly 20 points. And we just live in this age of a sort of intense party polarization. To have a state that voted for one party's presidential candidate by that much, turn around and elect a United States senator from the other party, it honestly is pretty much unheard of these days. So Graham, certainly, I think this was the test for Graham.
Yeah, and it looks like she passed. We'll see what happens in November. But again, those numbers are pretty impressive. Steve Kornacki, really appreciate you. Thank you so very much at the big board.
All right. Thank you, Gotti. Thank you to the News Now folks, as always, who have kind of accommodated us on that. Let's catch our breath here, Adam. Let me... So my spreadsheet, my much ballyhooed spreadsheet, I can...
Did it work out?
So it landed at, with my little partial things, it landed at Graham 51.7, Norman 48.3. So...
Not bad.
We'll see when that is fully complete. I wanted to check.
Yeah, we did get another Greenville update. That was...
So are we? Yeah. Actually, that's worth checking in on.
So.
And he actually fell under. What did you? 65-35, something like that. Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was 21,000 votes.
Yeah.
I don't have it open right now, but
I wonder if that was the. I wonder if that was the. What triggered the call? Did that come in right before the call?
No, it just came in while you were doing that hit. It was 67.
Oh, and they just went to 95. Oh, and if I saw that right, we just 47.
Yeah, I think they adjusted the.
That's the other thing. So
yep.
I don't know if folks caught that. Maybe if you're streaming, you can rewind it like 20 seconds. These numbers did not change. Right, and then this just jumped up from whatever it was, 78 something to 95. That's what we have been talking about for the last 45 minutes with that question of, wow, that expected vote in Greenville was awfully high. Now, maybe there was surge turnout there today, but it can be adjusted as we get a better sense of what actually happened. We'll often adjust our expected vote. We were wondering if it was going to come down in Greenville. And when you see that, when these numbers don't change, but this expected percent in does suddenly jump up, that's what it means. It means they have revised downward what the expected vote was. And in the case of Greenville, when you hit 95, that means we think that's probably it. So we think Greenville's going to land at, that's about 48,000 votes, 48,000 votes and change cast there. We came into the night wondering if that number was going to be closer to 60,000. And again, that was one of the things coming into tonight when you were looking at a potential path to victory for Norman in this race. That was one of the things he said, that's what he would need, because again, this is his region, big numbers, giant turnout, right? And what did we see tonight? We saw what on any average night would be good numbers, for Norman here, but he didn't get the huge turnout in a place like Greenville. And again, he needed more than good numbers, given what was happening. I keep saying it there in Horry County and elsewhere, but. Is that a...
Yes.
Yeah, okay, a little housekeeping here, I think.
Yeah.
Rude of cameraman to show his bald spot. Oh, yeah, he does have a bald spot.
I was just trying
I can't read your writing.
Sorry, I was just trying to do a... check.
6'7".
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, folks. No, we're trying to... it has nothing to do with the vote totals or anything like that. I know people are... This is just... We're coordinating logistics here. Okay, so let's just peek in here at Oklahoma, where we're at 40%.
Oklahoma, am I right?
And we've got, this is just like that preliminary. You know, Drummond won the preliminary over Mazie by 1,100. He's leading us by 1,500. Let's see if we can just take a quick check here. Obviously, it is too early to call.
We do have some places where some counties where we're getting, the pre-election day split.
Yeah, what's the big county where we're seeing that?
Cleveland County.
Yeah, okay, that's a big one. Okay, go ahead. This is where Norman, Oklahoma is.
Drummond was winning the advance vote 53-47. The election day vote with 10,000 votes in is falling 50-50.
Okay. How much was so you'd said 10,000, so we had about 4,000 early votes.
That's right.
Right, so what was that, about 15% of the total? This is a lot like South Carolina. It's going to be about
that sounds right.
Yeah. Okay. So, but where did we think? I got my little crude benchmarks here. 51. And again, these benchmarks are like kind of a 50-50 race statewide. 51, running at 50.8, and then Adam says the election day vote is currently 50-50. Holy cow! That's right on the number. Where else do we have? So we got 60 in Cleveland. Where else do we have substantial vote? That's a big county.
Tulsa County.
Yeah. Okay. We've got. Okay. Do we have an election day same day split here?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
this is gonna be interesting.
Pre-election day vote was running for Drummond 55-45.
Yeah.
And the election day 52-48.
For
Mazie.
Mazie. So Mazie, yes. Yeah, it's a 14-point swing. He's winning the election day by 4. What's the expected remaining there in Tulsa? I know it's early for this, but
yeah, there's still quite a bit.
Yeah.
49,000 total expected remaining votes.
49,000 remaining.
Yeah.
Right. So if he were to win that by 5, it's 4 right now in the election day. Let's just say he were to win it by 5. This is very rough math. That would be about 2,500. It'd be a net of 2,500. He would win the county by about 2,200, which, again, the benchmark I set for, I said I wanted to do one candidate's benchmarks, not the other. I may go back on that right now. The Mazie benchmark in Tulsa, again, remember, he represented parts of this in the state Senate. This is going back a decade, but this is kind of his base. He lives in Tulsa, is 52. But again, the way that election day vote is splitting, that's an attainable number. I mean, these are right on the number right now, at least with what we're seeing. I'm calling this up here. We do have some small counties that are in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That we could kind of take a look at here. Let's see.
This is not a race that I'm particularly. It's just like for the Republican governor, right? But we'll check back and see if there's anything important. But that's about it. All right. Darlene Graham looks like she won. Okay, this is interesting because we were talking about this earlier when it comes to AIPAC. Project Esther, right?
I've seen a lot of weird financial shenanigans in my political reporting career, but a move pulled off by a Democratic candidate in Massachusetts' 6th Congressional District is a brand new one to me. The candidate is Tram Nguyen, and she's running in an open race to replace Seth Moulton, who is running for Senate against Ed Markey on Tuesday.
Yep.
She's presenting herself as the progressive in the race, or at least one of the progressives, and she even got the recent endorsement of squad member Ayanna Pressley.
Yep.
She's getting.
Why is she? Because Massachusetts is generally considered, like, most of the township, they're very progressive, right, on these issues and stuff.
New traction in the
not all of them, right? Like Stephen Lynch,
race, thanks to spending from 2 super PACs.
But Ayanna Pressley, right? There are a few.
Following the money to both leads to some interesting places. One of them is called Pro-Choice Majority Action, and it's primarily funded by a separate PAC called Elect Democratic Women Action Fund. And both have served this cycle as vehicles to hide money from AIPAC's super PAC, which is called United Democracy Project. Indeed, AIPAC so far has given EDW Action Fund more than $2 million of the $7 million total it has raised. So I asked Lenny Young, a representative of EDW and Pro-Choice Majority, whether this particular money had come from AIPAC, and he said that it didn't, but he declined to say where it did come from. So far, they've dropped $450,000 in the past week, with much more expected in the final days. The other super PAC is called the Save America Fund. The largest donor to Save America, bizarrely, is the Committee to Elect Tram Win. So that money came in on October 21st, 2025, and it came from Wynn's state-level political action committee. Now, bear in mind that it is illegal to use money you raised for a state race on your federal race because the laws are different around how you can raise it. 2 days after sending that money to the federal super PAC, she launched her race for federal office. Now, in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, the super PAC she funded is all of a sudden spending big to elect her to federal office. The super PAC works with Democratic mega lawyer Mark Elias, so presumably he blessed this roundabout way of dodging federal campaign finance laws, but it's quite aggressive at best, if not illegal at worst. Now, back in 2024, meanwhile, Save America Fund worked directly with the super PAC Democratic Majority for Israel, but there's no evidence they've done so this cycle. So joining us to talk about all of this is former State Representative Jamie Balsito, who is also running in this race and also kind of running in the progressive lane. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for speaking with me today about this race and very important race that we have here in the 6th. Yeah, and
the State Representative Wynn, also, I don't know, she's still in the legislature.
I'm not in the 6th. I'm not in the 6th, so I can't even vote in this, which kind of sucks, but.
And she's endorsed by the kind of moderate to conservative House Speaker there. Which is, to me, kind of cuts against the progressive lane that she's trying to run in. But I wanted to get your perspective on this race. So when you first jumped into the race, what did you understand about kind of the layout of where the various kind of super PACs were going to fall?
Sure, and I have run for this race before, and I right out the gate said People's Pledge, no outside money, and AIPAC would not touch me with the 10-foot pole. I am a working mother of 2. I'm a proud product of this district. I'm bringing almost 30 years of experience to this race, Ryan. I have been an elected town moderator, an elected state representative. I flipped a district to Democrat that hadn't been held by a Democrat since 1858. And I'm the only Arab American woman ever elected to our state legislature. I'm also the founder of a national maternal health nonprofit that has been focused on reducing maternal mortality across our country. And I've been working with Congress for the past 10 years to gather over $125 million new dollars in federal funding, working with Congress to make sure that we're taking care of moms and babies. And when it comes to this race, I can say this, the Democratic Party is broke, figuratively and literally, and they've allowed special interests like the ones flooding into this race right now to dictate our policy. And I'm running for Medicare for all, an end to these endless wars. I called out the genocide as a sitting state rep and was told point blank by the Democratic Party, you'll never be able to run for office again. And here we are with AIPAC money trying to come in and buy this race.
So as I understand it, because of the maternal health nonprofit that you were running, you've worked with some members of Congress in the past. Can you tell me about some of the conversations that you had before getting into the race with these members of Congress? I think this is pretty edifying to people about how this stuff works.
So I have great relationships on the Hill by way of the work that my nonprofit has done in this space. And I was brought into the room where it happened, so to speak, and was told to toe the party line. And that is not something that this race that I'm running to represent the people of the best district in the country where I am from and where I'm running.
Where is the 6th anyway? Oh yeah, that's crazy. This is a very wealthy area. Especially like this Newburyport. Not so much down, right? Lynn. That is not. But like, I'd say, yeah, maybe like right outside Andover, Ipswich, Raleigh, Newburyport is very wealthy. There are a lot of Democrats probably in Burlington. Burlington's where the ICE facility is. Remember we covered that on one of the streams? That's where the mall is. It's right outside a mall, which is freaking weird, right? October is the only 6th that I need. Is the only 6 you need because you got 2 other ones after.
Make sure that we are
you like that blue room?
Not taking all the APAC money, all of the AI money, all of the cryptocurrency money. I mean, that was the directive to me, and I said no, thank you. That's not who I'm planning on representing in the halls of Congress. I'm planning on representing folks who can't put food on the table, who are worried about their utility bills skyrocketing out of control, who can't find a place to live.
At the beginning of this segment, I mentioned this super PAC, both pro-choice majority action and EDW Action Fund.
EDW, yeah.
Yeah, did they mention any of those super PACs in relation to APAC or AI when you were in Washington?
The specificities are on the PACs themselves. No, I mean, even as just as a citizen, when I hear pro-choice majority action, it doesn't correlate to me that that's an APAC shell, right? Or the United Democracy Project. But you're seeing that these shell I don't know what we want to call them, to be very frank with you, are funding mailers and putting people up on TV right now. And the focus in the energy of that conversation was take all the money because the end goal is to get a woman in this position. And that did not sit well with me because this is, again, I spoke earlier, why the Democratic Party has been influenced by special interests and people are not being represented. And I told them that I would not take the money, and then they've gone ahead to endorse the representative from Andover, Trom Wynn.
So they said, take all the money, take the APAC money, because the important thing is that a woman win this race. Now,
God, they're so woke.
Representative Lois Frankel is the one who chairs this EDW PAC.
I love that emote. I might have to get Gloggy to dance like that. That'd be adorbs, right?
Has been reported to be.
Who is that? Who the fuck is? I've never heard of this guy. And Ekazo? He's got a lot of followers. That's a good one. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Cool.
Moving APAC money around. Did you meet with her? Is that and
that's who I met with? Yes,
it was Frankel.
Yes, and Ryan, I'll be transparent in saying I was unaware of her position within the organization. EDW to me sounded nice. Oh, elect Democratic women, right? Of course, that's who I'm going to meet with. I'm a formally, elected Democratic woman. So it did not indicatively say to me that there was anything that I should be concerned with. But when it was conveyed to me that it was time to lean in and take all the money But, again, the last time I checked, I am a woman, but I guess not taking the APAC money disqualifies me as a candidate.
Right.
Elect certain kinds of Democratic women.
There you go. Yeah, the disclaimer was not as transparent, but that's where it is right now. Yeah.
Could you, just since you're, in this race right now, explain to us a bit about how consequential this money and support is? Say you were taking APAC money and AI money. What does that mean for a candidate running in a district?
I like her. I wish I could help her, but the problem is, Andover sucks, and it's hard to get around there. Oh, and the people are so douchey there. Oh,
like this.
Well, I'll tell you this, we are on the doors. We've knocked 50,000 doors. We have 400 volunteers across this district. It's 39 towns and cities, right?
Yeah, it's a huge...
And
guys, that district is huge. For at least a Massachusetts district, to probably drive around that probably takes a whole day. Even though Massachusetts is tiny, right? It's kind of what's so interesting about it is Massachusetts is such a small state, but because there's just so many people living in such a small area, that to get around in that whole area would probably take all day, right? I know because I used to manage the North, they call it the North Shore, right? That was part of the North Shore territory, right? So it fucking sucks because if you have APAC money, you don't even have to worry about that, right? But somebody that is going against APAC's funding, or not you taking their funding at all, let's just say, right, is going to have a harder time because you have to have a lot of people drive around knocking on doors and stuff and getting the message out there.
Prohibitive part of this is getting on TV, is putting out those mailers, is being on the streaming. And so if you aren't able to pay to play, for lack of a better term,
be on the streaming, guys.
It becomes somewhat prohibitive, although I do have to say for us.
If I had more people who lived in the area, then I would do it. I would reach out to her and be like, hey, you want to show up on the podcast, right? On the Gustx Broadcast. But let's be honest, right? Most of you guys are from Canada and other parts of the country. New Jersey, God, that hellscape.
We have the largest grassroots campaign. We are meeting people where they are. We are in their communities, and I'm from
here. Cheshire Cat.
I'm a known entity in the district that I'm running. But whether it be Trumlin or other candidates,
I forget where you said you were from, right? You said you were from blanking now. Jesus.
Money that's flooding in
from
special interests is what's allowing people to be put on the streaming
New
channels
York.
And on
we got New
on
York
the
up in here.
TV channels. But I go back to the fact that this district here, up the North Shore, has a strong, what I call a no.
That's the most Boston accent. The North Shore.
This district here, up the North Shore.
See, literally, guys, it never fails.
Has a strong, what I call a no BS.
New Jersey.
Detector. And I don't think people, I go back to the fact that this district here, up the North Shore, has a strong, what I call a no BS detector. And I don't think people realize the bill of goods that they're being fed under the guise of pro-choice majority detector. Or the United Democracy.
Gus hates Canadians.
Democracy project, and it's on purpose.
Confirmed.
It's on purpose. That's the part.
I love Canadians.
That
just meme
is so hard to get. APAC won't touch me with the 10-foot pole, but they have figured out a way to go around it so that people don't look at a mailer or a commercial and go, oh, geez, that's the thing we're talking about these days. Mm-hmm. We don't want to support that.
So Tram Wynn about a week ago said at a forum, and then she tweeted out.
That's a very good way of putting it. He loves Texanus, though. I do. I love Texanus. Texanus.
said, as someone who fled an authoritarian regime, because she fled Vietnam at the age of 5, I know the devastating human costs of violence and displacement. The genocide in Gaza must come to an end. It's time to stop writing blank checks for forever wars. So what's your sense? So where, what's your reaction to that? And what's your sense of why a PAC that has been significantly funded by AIPAC would be okay getting behind somebody who says the genocide in Gaza?
Nothing says middle of bumfuck nowhere like Central Utah. For real. Oxpecker. Oxpecker loves Texanus. Right, Oxpecker? You love it so much you came up with the name Texanus.
Must come to an end.
So I've been very transparent.
You invented it before you were born, dog.
And again, Ryan, on this.
Welcome back, Oxpecker.
No, I have family that still resides in Syria. As an Arab American woman, as a mother of 2, as somebody who has their own nonprofit and taking care of mothers and babies, we've been watching a live stream genocide on Instagram for years now. And let us be frank, this has been an ongoing issue for over 70 years. And I have been incredibly outspoken to the point where I've received death threats. I was put into the local Jewish newspapers as the anti-Semite next door. And people have decided to use this issue as politically expeditious to signal to folks, oh, I'm a progressive. But up until recently, even during our candidates forums, the Rep from Andover did not believe that there was a genocide.
Secondly, is Israel committing genocide? Okay, we have a split there.
And that's insulting because it's been part of our foreign policy, our U.S. tax dollars going to fund a foreign military to murder and kill people. And this is the reality of where I've always stood. And why I am receiving the pushback that I'm receiving right now, because they do not want someone like me in Congress.
Yeah. And last question. So the race is on Tuesday. What are you finding to be the major fault lines in a open Democratic primary like this? How are people trying to differentiate themselves, and what are voters kind of demanding at this moment?
This is all about money, right? When we continue to allow special interests to dictate how people know who's running, what our policies for the United States are going to be, we will never have Medicare for all. We will have forever wars. We will continue to ingratiate our military with the state of Israel. We will never have clear representation of the people, by the people, for the people in this district. It will end up turning into data centers and people continuing asking, why can't I afford my food bills? Well, because our money is going towards for-profit healthcare, or making sure that the government is giving ICE gloves that can electric shock people. It's all of the monies, it's all the special interest monies that continue to run, not just the GOP and the Trump administration, but the Democratic establishment party. I am a Democrat. I am running to take care of my district, because when I was a congressional intern for Joe Moakley 30 years ago in South Boston, here's what you learn. You take care of the people in your district, you make sure there's food on the table, a roof over their head, and you try to help them get a job. And I have 30 years of fighting for the regular people, and people are looking for someone like me to represent them. And without the money, we are just meeting people where they're at. And that I will continue to do until Tuesday. But we need to let the American public know.
So it's not the economy stupid, it's AIPAC sucks.
Malak Kiros.
Yeah, for real.
Or Will Lawrence. These PACs will continue to try to influence what the American people.
Well, I guess her argument is how can you focus on the economy when AIPAC is sending that much money and influencing candidates, right? And I guess that there is some truth to that, but I agree. Like, yeah, it should be. But I don't know, hello, but I always see you. Look at that.
Voting who they should be voting for.
New slogan.
And what
I love it. I love it, Cheshire Cat. It's not the economy, stupid. It's AIPAC sucks.
To be made on their behalf.
Well, Jamie
said, girl.
Beltito, candidate for Massachusetts 6th Congressional District, thanks for taking some time. The election is this coming Tuesday, a week from today. Thank you so much for.
Yeah. Sweet. And then, what do we got here? Yeah, we'll probably watch that too. Steve Kornacki's done, as I figured he would be. Right.
Any place with substantial vote right here.
Yeah.
There is not a ton.
Just the Republican race left. Okay. This is pretty interesting too. I did want to talk about this.
So we have a truly unbelievable scandal unfolding in South America, and to help us walk through it, in a moment will be Dropsite's Latin American bureau chief Jose Luis Granados Ceja. It began recently on a street side where there was actually footage captured of two hitmen walking up to Nadia Bayer, who turns out to be the girlfriend of Fernando Cermedo, who is a top right-wing kind of Latin American political operative and the business partner of Brad Parscale, who is a former campaign manager for I believe the 2016 Trump campaign. Is that right, Emily?
Brad Parscale.
And is now a registered foreign agent for the state of Israel, and has been working for Milei and a whole.
Oh my God. Did they assassinate or try to assassinate? What the
whole bunch of other
2020 campaign.
Right-wing 2020 campaign. Whole bunch of other right-wing figures throughout South America. And so Nadia is allegedly pregnant with Cermedo's child. And let's roll D4 here. You see two delivery guys dressed as delivery people. We're going to blur this out because this is going to be a little bit shocking. One of them, if you're just listening to this, walks up, and you can probably tell through the blurred footage there, tries to shoot her dead.
Welcome back.
On the street. Now, it turns out...
How you doing, buddy? Gloggy wave. We love it.
That she survived this assassination attempt. And so she's now in the hospital, or she was in the hospital. You can put up D2, and starts to just completely... so here she's giving she's giving an interview here from her hospital bed. And just starts to completely unravel this kind.
Oh my God, guys! What the fuck?
Kind of empire of dirty tricks that has been running. She's saying that these are some of her claims, that he's been taking $800,000 a month from Milei in Argentina, that he was bribing, using violence and bribes, throughout a lot of his other operations. So this gets so much wilder. But let's bring in Jose Luis now to walk us through some of this. Jose Luis, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. Always good to be here.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff here. So walk us through this. So let's put up D1. And I don't know if you can see these on the screen here. Here's a photo of
Belair. That's Belair? Belair? That's like a German last name, right?
Of Cermedo. Who's he with here, and what does this tell us? Like, kind of who is Cermedo, and why is this such a big deal in Latin America?
Absolutely. So here we see him with Javier Negre, who's actually a key political operator as well. He comes from Spain. He is the co-founder, together with Cermedo, of I don't want to call it a news outlet because it's more of a disinformation outlet called La Derecha Diario, or the Daily Right-Wing Outlet. And essentially, kind of in a lot of...
Oh my God, I was right. It is. It's German. Weren't we just talking about this? Is she from Argentina or like, yeah, look, I just found, look what I just found. Are we just talking about this, right? I blame Germany for this. It's of Anglo-Saxon descent. Here it says it is German. Oh my God. Huh. Oh. Okay. Well, let's keep hearing.
Ways sums up what these two men are doing in Latin America and helps answer the question that I think a lot of people have been asking is, why have we been seeing this right-wing trend in the region?
Germany.
And part of it, not exclusively so, but a big part of it is precisely this. It's the way that these individuals, people like Citywide, people like Negre, have figured out how to, in a sense, bring that kind of U.S. consultancy system, those culture wars into Latin American political campaigns, really kind of polarize the electorate and obviously deliver victories to right-wing leaders. Citywide in particular is interesting because...
Thank you, Luce. The surname Beller is German. I knew it. I knew Rigel had something to do with this. English and Ashkenazi Jewish origins, primarily functioning as an occupational name for bell founder or bell ringer. So it literally means like bell ringer. Okay, yeah. In German, it derives from the High German bell or bell, bellin, to bark, ring, while in English, it stems from Old English bell, as in like Belle from Beauty and the Beast.
According to the biographies I was reading about him, he was kind of a nobody. He was a taxi driver. He was somebody who was not involved in political...
Woo! You hit the 250 club again.
Affairs. He was a bit somebody who's
Holy
always kind
shit. Yeah, I could tell. I was like, weren't we just talking about this? Right? Weren't we just talking about this subject? Yeah, we were talking about this the other day and shit. Bell End. I blame Rigel for this. Never heard Beller in German. In German, the bell is Glock, Glocke. Glocke? Glock? Yeah, well, Glock is another thing here. I think they mean, Middle German would mean like it comes from like not traditional German, not like what you speak today, right? So, yeah, I don't know. You just get used to reading. You kind of get a sense of like different. Yeah, it would make sense, right? So it's not like German today. It's not like a German. It's not like today's German. It's more like Middle German, right? So right before, like during the Middle Ages, basically.
Chasing the latest
bell game. Yeah.
Con.
Again, I blame Rigel.
It was a way to describe his activity.
I knew it, man.
And he managed to really rise to prominence with none other than Javier Milei. So Javier Milei, before he even met Citywide, was always kind of a provocateur, always using really kind of aggressive language. And
in this case, she's a provocatus. Remember that in James Bond?
Fun of the left, and he's the one who started with this whole zurdos, which means left wing, but it's kind of in a disrespectful way. And these two gentlemen joined forces to really kind of drive these kind of new campaigns in Latin America we're seeing, where they polarize the electorate, but really kind of run very negative kind of advertising, really negative kind of messaging to make it seem like not so much voting for the right-wing candidate, but voting against his opponent. And that has been incredibly successful throughout the region. Obviously, the case of Milei, he becomes president and actually helps even position him better. But since then, he's kind of gone on to do far more work. And obviously, in this most recent incident, what we've seen is him deeply involved in Bolivian politics. We have to remember in Bolivia, there was a coup that essentially overturned the election that saw Evo Morales elected. Then we saw this interim right-wing government come in, and then a legitimate election happens. Arce rules, but it ends up splitting the MAS, the ruling movement towards socialism party there. And again, there we see the way that his political machine operates, using bot farms, using kind of really aggressive, misogynist language, going after the MAS, going after the left in Bolivia, and essentially handing the presidency to Rodrigo Paz, and where he becomes, according to Rodrigo Paz as his own vice president, a key advisor, apparently having an office near the presidency's office as well. So, we've seen some efforts now because of this scandal of people trying to kind of distance themselves from him, although Milei seems to suggest that there's a larger conspiracy at play, that it's not actually what's happening here. But we've seen Baz actually take a position and talk about how he wants to accompany the survivor in all of this. But certainly this was somebody who was very, very well connected to key right-wing leaders here in Latin America.
Do you hear that,
and
guys?
was, successful in being able to deliver power to the right wing in many countries. And I think helps expose precisely what's been happening in the region, which is that I think a lot of countries are new to this kind of campaigning, this kind of political operator, and haven't quite figured out what to do in response to him. And that's why he's been able to gain so much ground in such a short amount of time. Although with this scandal, obviously, that looks to have come to an end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we should get into more of the details of exactly what happened, right? Because this is insane.
Yeah, let's roll D3 while we have it. This is Sarmiento in the elevator, and you describe for us what's going on here. This is an elevator, and then he happens to be then surrounded by a ton of reporters. He pulls up his hood, and you can hear him. He's just kind of stuck in the elevator with these guys, just starts sobbing. Let's roll D3.
Oh shit.
¿Dónde se encontraba ese momento del ataque?
Yeah, and that went on for a painfully long amount of time. We'll just burn you with just a little bit of it there.
Once described by The Economist, by the way, not that long ago, as MAGA's man in Latin America.
Right, yes.
That's a late December story.
Yeah, and as he won some award recently, and on stage, he said, I wanted to thank, he switches to English to say, I want to thank Brad Parscale, my partner here. So what is the relationship here between MAGA and this movement, which is now being, it's not unraveling, but we're learning a lot about kind of what its kind of underground tactics have been.
Yeah, Pascal and Citywide are business partners. They have a consultancy firm together. And what appears to be is that Pascal, who has a lot of experience in likewise in the United States, finding these issues that can really divide the electorate, building the digital infrastructure to kind of be able to identify it, to figure out what are the issues that they can...
This is what he was really good at, right? This is what he was really good at in the 2016 election, right?
Exploit, where are the regions where they think they can best make ground. And this is precisely the model that Citywide had brought into Latin America. And so it's the same kind of logic of trying to split the electorate, drive these polarizing issues. And there, as Wes said, it's not the left wing.
Distractions, right?
Calling him this. It's The Economist saying he's MAGA's man in Latin America. Now, the survivor of this attack, this assassination attempt, we should be clear that the justice system in Bolivia is so confident about the situation that they have gone ahead and arrested him. In connection with this, there's been some leaked texts as well that say that kind of explicitly saying we need to get rid of her or she's going to cause trouble for us. So, obviously we need to let justice play out, but clearly, there is a link here. He was his romantic partner, allegedly carrying his child. She said a lot of also outlandish allegations that I think require more investigation, suggesting that he's tied to U.S. intelligence agencies. I mean, there hasn't been any more evidence of that besides that, but certainly his connections to the U.S. political ecosystem are very much there through Brad Pascal. And as building and expanding this method of winning elections in Latin America and working with, these regional actors, as we know, the United States is far more interested in Latin America than it was in the more recent past, really kind of trying to push candidates in the region that will be favorable to U.S. interests. We saw it in Honduras. We saw it obviously in Argentina. We've seen it now in Bolivia and Colombia as well. Now, he's directly connected to a couple of these, but it shows that it's the same kind of logic. And whether or not he's tied to U.S. intelligence agencies is yet to be determined, but it certainly shows that there is a connection here with U.S. foreign policy interests and these right-wing actors, and the way that they have been operating in the region and the success that they've been having in terms of actually being able to deliver power to allies of Donald Trump and Marco Rubio.
Brad Parscale has interestingly become somewhat of a punchline on the right here in D.C. just in recent months because he's not really that connected to Trump himself or even this White House. He was the digital media manager in the 2016 campaign, then the campaign manager in 2020, had a personal meltdown, breakdown, and since Ryan, you've covered this. He's mostly been working for Israel.
Right.
He has massive contracts with Israel. And I wonder then if this is, Jose, if this is playing out in Latin American politics in a way where Israel's connection to Brad Parscale has become salient to the conversation, to the coverage about what the heck is going on. I mean, it's easy to make a connection between Parscale and Trump. It just, like, if we're wondering whether he would be operating on behalf of the Trump White House, my guess would be no. I mean, people say he has close to zero contact with Trump, if any at all. It's not like he's close with Susie Wiles or anybody in the White House. It's all very strange. So help us parse this a little more.
Sure. I mean, certainly Israel is as interested in penetrating into Latin American politics. It's a region where there is a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian people, for the Palestinian cause. You know that there's a lot of
Yeah, and I said this, by the way. What did I say? That if you study the region enough, you will see there is a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian people. And generally, I think it goes down to, it tends to be an area that understands that human rights are really important. Right? They also tend to be well studied, well read, kind of see the world for what it is, right? Which is very like North dominated. There's a bunch of reasons, right?
progressive leaderships in the region that actually openly advocated in favor of the Palestinian resistance, for example. So we know Israel is interested as well. So I wouldn't put that, beyond them to be interested to try to find different ways to gain ground, as they have actually quite successfully in some ways. In the case of Venezuela, for example, which used to be kind of, the standard bearer for the solidarity with Palestine after the earthquake there, and actually after the earthquake in Colombia, they sent teams, and that really seemed to open up the door. So there's definitely an interest of Israel in Latin American politics.
You'll know this much better than I do, but going back to the 80s and the Contras and the Sandinistas, the arms and drug trafficking. I mean, Iran-Contra, for example, it's like not, I imagine, entirely past history. I would imagine some of that is still on the table.
Oh, certainly. When it comes to their spying software, that is a major product here of interest to governments, both left and right wing, interestingly enough. And of course, the weapons shipments. Recently there was an article in NACLA talking about how Mexico, of all countries, is one of the biggest buyers of Israeli weapons. It happens mostly at the state level. It's not necessarily the federal government, but it shows there's also commercial business interest. But to go back to your question in terms of, how close is he to MAGA? I think what's interesting is that you have these kinds of personalities like Citywide, like Parscale, where they can kind of, at one point be in the spotlight and be the person that everybody wants to be connected to and have all kinds of letters, and then suddenly it evaporates. In a lot of ways, there's a parallel here in the Citywide story where somebody who had accumulated a lot of power and a lot of influence, who had apparently, they raided his homes and found stacks and stacks of both the local currency and US dollars. So clearly he's moving money around. This is somebody who had power and influence. Suddenly it evaporates because they're essentially, in a lot of ways, the same logic of con men, trying to figure out how, to get the good connection, to be well placed. Citywide is interesting in particular as well because he was the personal advisor, quote unquote, this is the way he's been described, to Rodrigo Paz. Now, Rodrigo Paz wasn't really his man in the Bolivian election. He tends to work with more right-wing candidates, but Paz turned out to be kind of the figure that other forces could rally upon or rally around. And so we see that, they're chasing power, they're chasing the interest, they're chasing their ability to get that contract. There's a lot of now allegations as a result of these raids floating around illegal enrichment or illegal funds being, how did he get his hands on all of this money? These people are clearly being motivated by also these interests of making themselves wealthy and powerful. But it comes at a price, because I think there's one key thing about this story that people need to appreciate outside of Latin America, which is that part of the reason we've also seen the rise of these right-wing governments in the region has been precisely around kind of not socially conservative, but kind of social questions. The sense that the people in power should be honest, they should be good brokers, they should have the interests of the population at heart and actually put them into interest. And some of the scandals of left-wing governments have actually played into this, of them feeling like, well, these people are just there. They claim to be progressive, they claim to be here in the interest of the population, but really when they're in power, they act the same. And so this moral high ground that they try to position themselves as, these right-wing candidates and subsequently these right-wing presidents, influence has, I think, in a lot of ways is starting to diminish precisely because of scandals like this. I mean, this is extraordinary. I mean, it's somebody who clearly was very well positioned, very, very powerful, probably as a result of that felt like he enjoyed a degree of impunity that he didn't actually realize. I mean, how does that make sense? How does it make sense to go after your romantic partner who's apparently carrying your child in such a brazen way, get caught on video, and think that it wasn't going to catch up to you, right? So they were operating with a sense of impunity, but that's starting.
I mean, it is pretty dumb, but what do you expect?
To collapse precisely because
these people are fascists. This is what fascists do.
These are not honest brokers. These are not people who are actually going to follow through on their campaign promises of actually bringing well-being to the population. Again, we see the echoes of this also, of U.S. policy or Trump's policy in the United States, right? Where they promise certain things, people expect them, and when those expectations are dashed, then we see kind of the house of cards start to fall apart. That's the case, I think, in some ways with Pascal, and it's certainly the case here with Citywide. And I think it's going to have really important regional reverberations. Actually, anecdotally, people are already mentioning that they see far less bots in the responses on social media because apparently this guy was largely running most of them and actually feeding this kind of anger and hate machine on social media. And now we see that kind of disappear. And I think because these are now being shown to be con men, then they're not going to be as effective. And I think people are also going to think twice about trusting somebody who's associated with figures who are willing to allegedly assassinate their partner.
Yeah, a good way to lose the moral high ground is to hire a hitman to assassinate your pregnant mistress.
Welcome back.
Gustavo
Good to see you again.
Petro in Colombia was commenting on some of this bot farm activity as well. We can put up D5 here. He's saying in Colombia during the election, 500,000 bots were active to spread lies about Ivan Cepeda and about me, and then links this network to this guy who's now in jail in Bolivia, and there's footage of one of these bot farms that's been circulating.
And Pascal is almost certainly operating bot operations on behalf of Israel.
Yeah. Like pretty much everybody watching this has probably gotten a text literally from Israel, saying I don't know if you're getting them in Mexico, Jose Luis, but in the U.S., everybody's getting these texts saying, "Hey, let's talk about the U.S.-Israel relationship," and people are like, "What?" And it's a par-scale operation.
Crazy, right, guys? Thank you, Gus. I'm all hooked up for the sleep test. Really? So you'll be sleeping to us then? Cool.
Certainly. And
I love that.
These kinds of bot operations seem to be, for whatever reason, either more prominent or more aggressive in Latin America than in the U.S. Of course, in the U.S. we have plenty. But can you talk a little bit about the way that they do play into the politics of Latin America? It seems like there's a distinction in the scale of it that happens there as opposed to here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we can actually go back to even sort of the more recent elections, all the way back to Bolsonaro. Without these WhatsApp channels that were distributing this false information, this disinformation, I don't think he wins that presidency. It's been a very successful instrument in the rise of the right wing in the region. And it's precisely that. I think, first of all, there has to be an appreciation that a lot of people who are online, who are very online, tend to come from more, middle class and upward sectors. And so they're a lot more receptive to these kinds of communications. I think one difference that we've seen in Mexico is that on the one hand, there's always been an emphasis, a really, really heavy emphasis on kind of communication coming directly from the presidency. We know we have these daily morning press conferences, formerly by former President López Obrador and now with Claudia Sheinbaum. So there's a great emphasis on that. But the difference is that there's a lot more work happening in the territory, right? Like directly with the population. And so I think in some ways, if you want to see why a case like Mexico, there's been, in a sense, an exception that they haven't, gone down the right-wing trend, even during, that election year where it seemed like all incumbents were being turfed. Mexico was, again, the exception. I think a lot of it's because they kind of operate outside of this online ecosystem. But those that are heavily influenced by it, like the case of Colombia, for example, we see the consequences of it. It is a very effective tool. And like you well said, it's very aggressive. It is something that where they spend extraordinary amounts of money to be able to basically inundate social media. I mean, if you go on Twitter, on X, and you look at some of the replies, if you mention certain people, right, there's always kind of, if you mention Israel, if you mention former President Felipe Calderón, if you mention Alito Moreno, who's one of the opposition leaders here, you'll see that they'll start to kind of pop up inside of your replies. And it's because it's very much clearly one of the strategies that has been successful, because it relies on distributing in a very efficient way this disinformation, where people are led to believe certain things that don't accurately reflect.
I love people then. Yeah. I mean, we have so many people who don't. So
reflect the reality inside of a given country. And
I kind of want to like see what is like blue sky is like and shit.
It's extraordinarily effective, and I think it's particularly effective in Latin America because there's already an existing polarization. So we're talking about these, more recent elections where they win by less than 1 percentage point. In the case of Peru, Keiko Fujimori won because of the vote abroad, not necessarily because of the vote inside of Peru, for example.
Yeah, that is crazy.
We see this denunciation from Petro in the case of Colombia, who's pointing the finger precisely at all of this kind of interference. So we see that this is really effective in terms of being able to provide just enough to get them over the edge and to be able to win. In fact, these foreign influence campaigns, I think, have become such an issue that here in Mexico, they're actually discussing right now the possibility of actually making foreign interference one of the reasons why an election can be annulled. So we're seeing this case after case of seeing this kind of influence that it's gotten to the degree where elections in the future may no longer actually count because of the level of foreign interference.
Yeah, and then that only helps them, right? And if that's going to happen in Latin America, coming to an America near you and Canada,
precisely because how effective
all this stuff is played out in Latin America first, guys. Don't believe me? Stay tuned.
It actually can be in dividing the electorate and creating these wedge issues and making it so that the right wing, even by the slimmest of margins, is able to win.
Yep.
Fascinating stuff. And sometimes these are the contingencies on which kind of historical events begin to change. That.
Oh, he's from Drop Site. That's
had
why
the
so
hitman
good.
been successful, we wouldn't be learning all of the things that she's spilling now, and we'll see, where this takes us. Jose Luis Granado Ceja, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right. Now Canada, God again.
The rest of Canada is
Give it
showing,
up, Canada. You're losing. God, I'm sick of your
Canada
shit.
is showing the rest of the world right now that you don't have to take a knee. You don't have to bow down. You can be proud. You can have backbone, and you can stand up for your own economy and your own jobs. And I'm proud of our country right now. I'm proud of Canadians' response right now. But of course, we wouldn't be Canadians if we weren't still willing to sit down and hash out some disagreements and to come to a reasonable agreement on the other side of that. But we don't want to compromise our values along the way. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but it's always the hope that we're going to be able to sort through these things. Maybe the president just has to take an L in the midterms before he sees the writing on the wall.
Based. God, what is this woke shit, Canada? All women doing well? Manitoba? Women? God.
It's always
so woke.
The hope that we're going to.
Can you imagine putting that on a billboard or something? Jesus Christ, guys. Canada. What is going on? All right. Almost done here, thankfully. Let's see. Yeah, I did want to talk about this. This was pretty based.
It's been an eventful couple of days in the Michigan.
I seen parts of it on Fox News, but I don't know. Like I didn't want to cover it too much. Oh, before we do this, why don't we cover Dolly Parton real quick? keep forgetting to do that too. Can you imagine American Congress coming to reasonable agreement? Could never be them. Could never be them. Exactly it. Every single picture of Jared Moskowitz that I've seen, he looks like Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. He is just like look at this picture, guys. What the fuck? I don't know what it is about him that he looks like Smeagol. Right? Smeagol find? Jesus fucking Christ. I guess we can cover that too, but let's see. Okay. He does look like he's about to eat a raw whole thing. He does. Right? Like, it's not even just me. It's just like it's kind of like unnerving. He's just like, I don't know if it's the haircut, the sunken eyes, the pale complexion, right? Not every pale person is this Smeagol looking. God. What an insult to white people, am I right? Oh my god. I don't know where I think of this shit, guys. I just see this shit and it makes me immediately laugh, right? Like, I'm not even joking. Look. What is wrong with this guy, right? I wish I could do both. Hold on. Right? 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 I can't even do that expression. God damn it. What is wrong with your face? What's wrong with your face? Everyone needs an idol. I'm not even like it's like he's it's every picture I've seen of this guy, right? I mean, I guess the insides match the outsides, right? Because isn't that the whole point of Smeagol? That he literally eats raw fish like that because, well, he's not too nice of a... Right. There you go, Ducky. Taking one for the team. Now if we can get Jared Moskowitz to do that, we'll have the perfect photo of all time. Must be cousins. Jesus. Yeah, I just think it's like he has a bad haircut, right? It's not that the haircut is like bad per se, it just doesn't work for his face. I don't know what it is, right? Like I have like a longer face, right? Like everybody either has like a more oval face or right? Everybody has a different head shape. So you have to be like, you have to have a haircut that is flattering to your face. That might be part of it. That, and maybe he's corrupted by the One Ring. I don't know, right, guys? It's one of those things. But anyway, where is it? Oh, yes, here it is. over here. Cool. Actually,
in my
Smeagol-
lifetime, there are
actually Smeagol in his nice half is Gollum, who tweaks out too hard. Yeah. Well, there you go, right?
few people where.
Well, remember how he used to look like before, right?
In my lifetime, there
Andy Serkis.
are few people where everything stops when you hear of their passing. And that happened today when Dolly Parton died.
Yeah, Dolly Parton passed away. Her nephew announced this in a pre-recorded message and talked about what an honor it was to be selected, that Dolly wanted him to do this. He didn't offer a lot of detail about exactly, in the video didn't say when it happened.
Oh, you know where the last time I've seen Dolly Parton? The Orville, which Kirsten B recommended I watch, and I really enjoyed.
Found out.
I was like, where have I last seen her? Remember, she shows up on that, like, one of the last episodes of The Orville. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Right? Because they love her fucking music and shit. And I was like, that's cool she showed up. And then she died.
That she did
That's
pass
depressing.
away this morning, on Tuesday morning.
There were,
and
there
beyond
were,
that, there have been certainly things she's been going through for months now.
Months and months.
She had a
where she's-
residency that was canceled because of her health issues, and several events at Dollywood that she was not.
I kind of know one of the extras from the. Oh, that's so cool. Really? From Facebook? What do you mean from Facebook?
Able to attend.
So she has said.
Yeah, she shows up and and she's just herself, right? And I thought it was a decent episode with the whole women equality thing, right? I knew what they were going for.
Recently.
It was badass. God, women being equal? Crazy, right, guys?
That, she was having immune issues and stomach issues. And it aligns with what we're hearing, which is that she was admitted to the hospital late last week in Tennessee, and that she was having what we're told are some sort of kidney issues, and she's had.
Yeah, no, that's the last time I've seen her. That was the last time I've seen her. And I know because I watched that when you recommended it, and I was like, oh, that's her. That's Dolly. And I was like, oh, she's not really in a lot of TV shows anymore, right? I can't imagine her being in a shit ton of TV shows. But she decided to do that, and I was like, oh, that's cool, she did it. Let's see. Biography. We should do IMDb, right? He's pretty cool, dude. Happy that he succeeded. Okay, let's see. Music. There you go. Movies or TV. Yeah, we just want. I want total filmography, right? All credits. They don't organize them by. Yeah, so she was in. Let's see. Inside, like they're just. This is she's not in these. What? Judas Priest archival footage. Okay, so that doesn't count. 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 I was about to say, like, she's probably not in a lot of stuff because she is like 80 something years old, right? I can't imagine her wanting to do a ton of other stuff. When was like the last episode of The Orb? Wasn't it in like 2023? You said, right? It's probably coming up soon here. Yeah, all archival. See? All archival footage. So none of this is her being in the show or whatever, or appearing. It's just like some film that they found her in or something, right? Some footage. Archival. Yeah, look at that. A ton of archival stuff. Let's see then. Maybe this is all the archival section. So, yeah, I mean, she was in a bunch of other stuff for up until 2020. This is, hold on, unaccredited perform. So she did a performance. Yeah, I told you, like, one of the last things she's appeared in is the Orville here. It shows up like right here. There it is. Right? And didn't she show up like multiple times, if I remember correctly? 9 to 5. Yeah. So she was a performer in a few other TV shows and then she's gone. Is he in the Odyssey? Yeah. Oh, and this is the soundtrack. My bad. So this isn't even like her appearing in it. Oh, she has a huge IMDb. I mean, as she does, right? Let's see. This one is as an actress. Here we go. That's what we wanted. Okay. So a music video. That was like the last thing she did. Music video. Oh my God, I was right. Guys, the last thing she acted in, unless you count the Salvation Army thing, which I don't consider that, right? Besides a music video, which, I mean, anyone can show up in a music video, right? Was the Orville. Was the thing that is like Star Trek. Look at this. Oh, and this one, the Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas TV movie. But did it? Because she probably filmed this together with that, right? So I don't know what came first, this or that, right? Maybe she filmed this first, maybe she filmed that last, right? I don't know. But in terms of TV, like, yeah, that was the last thing she was in, the Orville. That's pretty crazy. You learned it here first, folks. God, you're so ungrateful. See what I do for you, Kirsten B? I looked this shit up for you. Yeah, I was like, where else would she fucking like show up, right? Oh, and this doesn't count. This doesn't fucking count. Well, this one doesn't count because this is only her voice. So, yeah, there you go. That was the last thing she was in, guys. Hey, guys, I'm going to head to comfortable. All right.
yeah, enjoy your sleep, study or whatever. That should be fun. Let us know how that goes on Friday. Crazy.
That in the past.
Yeah, that's crazy, guys. So the last thing she showed up was on the Orville. And I was like, yeah, like, why would she show up on anything else besides like some Christmas special or something, right?
Yeah, she's struggled.
The thing that's interesting is that she has tried.
That's crazy.
Whether this was her truth in the moment or just what she wanted to put out to fans, but has tried to put as positive a spin on all of her health issues as possible. Anytime she missed an appearance, she would do, sometimes earlier this month, she did a pre-recorded message to some folks at Dollywood and said that, look, I've been through worse and I'm going to pull through this, and always wanted people to feel like it was going to be okay.
So, look, we talked about this in our morning meeting today, that, when somebody dies, it is sad. To miss Dolly Parton is a big deal. At the same time, you have to look at her life over 80 years. And there are few people that had not just an impact, but such a positive impact on their lives. She touched everybody in America. I mean,
The Orville is not like Star Trek. It is Star Trek. I know. It really is Star Trek.
Talked about the fact
it's better than the current day Star Trek, right? Josephus? In fact, I really wanted to come back because I enjoyed it a lot. It has a lot of like the really positive messages from like DS9, Voyager, right? Like a lot of the political messaging is spot on.
And this was...
It does get a little action slocky sometimes, but I don't know. I just kind of roll my eyes and put up with it, and then But like that's my main complaint with it. Overall, it's pretty good.
Utterly unrelated. We were talking about another big star, and we were saying, well, everybody loves this particular
star. It's not
star.
as bad as other things, right? When today's Marvel movies are like basically nonstop action half the time, you just kind of go like, oh, whatever. But yeah, no, it's fine. It's fucking.
And then people were saying, no, they don't. And Eric jumps in, and this was before we knew the news, and said the only person
who's not polarizing
that everybody loves is Dolly Parton. And literally right about that time, she died.
I know. She's beloved by everybody. There's not a demographic, there's not a group of people anywhere that doesn't love Dolly Parton because she was such a good person.
Yeah, I agree with you, Oxpecker. Like the quality spike from season 2 and 3 were really good, right? And I like the like little arc they had in season 2, into 3. You also told me to watch that show, and I'm glad I watched it because I was a little skeptical at first, but I just kind of went with it because, I listen to you guys, and you guys have good taste, right, when it comes to this stuff. And I was like, I'm gonna watch it, and I'm glad I did because I got a lot out of it, right? And not only that, but I did like that little like the whole forgiveness arc with the, what was her name again? I'm blanking. She dies at the, right? Where she's like super racist, and then at the end she stops her racism. You know what I'm talking about, right? I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but yeah.
Obviously,
you told me to watch that the other day.
Beautiful woman, incredibly talented, incredibly smart, a songwriter, a musician with a over half-century career, and
an actress,
an accomplished actress,
yeah,
philanthropist. That's the thing. She was so good and kind, always to everyone. She never had bad things to say about people because she didn't want to put that out there in the world. She gave back to charity. Really nice. She donated books to children. She built Dollywood to bring jobs to the poor community she grew up in. When Whitney Houston passed, she took a part of her royalties from I Will Always Love You and invested them back into a black neighborhood in Nashville because she thought that was appropriate.
That's awesome.
Like, the woman was
good
just,
for her.
Like, you kind of waited for the...
Yeah, and that makes sense why... Guys, there you go. That makes sense why she showed up on a show like The Orville, even though she was like 80-something years old, right? Why? Because the show of The Orville is about what we just talked about, right? It's just Star Trek repackaged, guys, right? It's Seth MacFarlane playing Star Trek because, of course, who doesn't want to... Right, guys? So, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me now, right? An actor like that, right? Somebody so kind and is going to show up on a show like that and is going to probably not be on SWAT or fucking Peacemaker, right? So like that's what I mean. Like I think she was very thoughtful and she clearly picked her roles and the stuff that she wanted to be in very thoughtfully, right? Maybe not every role, maybe part of it was just money, right? But at least towards the end of her life, right? If that's the last thing you did in terms of like going off on TV, that's pretty badass, right? In my opinion.
Mask to fall off at some point.
Right.
Like nobody's
She
that
always
good.
There was no
made
mask.
the right-
Really
There was no
was.
mask. There was no
Her
mask.
whole life, what a good person.
I'm sorry. I got to tell my story.
It's one of your better stories.
I just got to tell my story. When I was a young reporter in Los Angeles, I covered a trial where Dolly Parton was sued for allegedly stealing the song 9 to 5. She won that case. She did not steal that song. But during the trial, she was called to the stand, and she walked up to the stand with a guitar. And her lawyer started asking her about how she created music. Dolly Parton gave a concert.
I keep calling her Dolly Parsons. I don't know why. It's like dementia brain.
To a point where the judge was tapping his feet.
So, as you pointed out, she won that case. I think that might be where she
That's
won.
badass.
Where she won over the jury.
Oh, she won. No. She won over the jury when she walked past the guys.
Just walking in, right?
No. I'm telling you. Right. You should have seen. There were, I think, 5 men on this. It was like over. It took less than 2 hours for the verdict. But I mean, and at one point she said, my songs are my children, and it just happened.
Do I have HBO Max? Yeah.
9 to 5.
I get that shit for free, which is based.
Grew up to be president.
HBO Max is one of the only ones that lets you do the password sharing. I love it. Why? What do you recommend, dog?
And it was like, do you want to just end the case now?
Yeah.
Who's
Right.
gonna vote
The plaintiff,
against
the
Dolly
plaintiff
Parton?
throws their papers
Yeah.
up in the air like, forget it.
I
we
mean,
lost.
it was just, and I had the
just that charming.
And I had the good fortune of talking to her on the phone a couple times during
During the
this,
trial.
and it was just like, oh my God!
And she won over every reporter, right? Because she's so incredibly charming.
Oh my
but it
God.
wasn't. No one's ever said that it's artificial. Like this
It
is
is real.
Who she was.
Well, that's entirely
91 days? All right. I'll check it out.
what our chat is saying right now. There's a ton of people in here right now giving all their memories, their favorite memories of everything that Dolly did. And I've never seen the chat so unanimously that's in favor of saying that they miss somebody and that somebody's going to be so remembered fondly. It's really crazy to see.
Well,
honestly.
remember, she starts as a country singer, and then she does 9 to 5, and all of a sudden, it's everywhere.
She was a pop crossover, had 2 number 1 hits, also Islands in the
Islands
Stream
in the
with Kenny
Stream,
Rogers. She had 2 Doors Down, Here You Come Again, a
So
lot of big
totally
crossover
like
hits.
crosses over, one of the first.
Yeah.
And then she decides, oh, I'm going to be an actress. And everybody's like, and you're going to be an actress for the first time playing with Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin.
Right.
And
she kind of stole the show.
Yes.
I mean, I remember watching that movie. I can't remember how old I was, young, but that was like my introduction to Dolly Parton. And she was...
It was crazy
magnetic
good.
right away.
Dumb
Crazy
blonde.
good. And then went on to
racist towards blondes. Never mind, guys. Eject her into the sun.
film a bunch of other movies.
Steel Magnolias, yeah.
Steel Magnolias, and I mean, her and Burt Reynolds together.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And what movie was that? That
How
was,
dare you?
Best Little Whorehouse?
Yeah, Best Little Whorehouse. and just, you know, and you're right. And that and philanthropy.
And kept her music career going too. Like she had hits.
Kept her music career
2005
going.
was her last number 1
When
hit.
was it that she was at the Cowboys game when she was that last Christmas
That
or
was
the
that
year
was
before?
2023. Well, 2024 would have been probably that game.
Yeah.
But that album, Rockstar, her 2023 album, became her highest charting album ever on the pop chart.
That's
number 3.
crazy.
She was still hitting new heights in her career in 2023.
Wow.
Well, I think Dolly Parton was exactly who she thought she was and who we all thought she was. In my opinion, you know, she was a lover girl. And I just think it's really sort of touching and poetic that she couldn't last another year without her beloved Carl.
Yeah.
And I just know we're all going to miss her.
That's a big deal that her husband died. And there are.
Isn't that funny how that happens when you like really, right? When you've been together with somebody that long, that like they die within the year of one another. That happens more than enough, right? That happens a lot. It even happens with birds, right? Like my dad had 2 parakeets, I think they were, right? And one of them died. They got really old, right? And then literally like a few days later, the other one just died too. Because they mate for life, right? And I didn't know that. And I was like, oh, they died of heartache. I mean, I don't know, right? Like, what's the connection there? Probably because if you're to like kind of scientifically explain that, probably because loneliness and when you really bond with someone are really important, right? Community is really important. And, you know, that's why I love you guys. But yeah, like when you really bond with somebody and you really like look forward to like seeing them all the time and stuff, and then they pass away, you spend their whole like your whole life with them, as she sounds like she did, right? That's gonna cause some serious fucking problems, right? Most chilling opening scene to an anime that I've ever witnessed. I wish every anime pilot would hold off on the intro sequence. Some band like all the crap, please hook me in first. Yeah, kind of like losing a limb. Yeah, well said, right? Well,
a lot of people who talk about this, that sometimes when you're with a partner for that long, it has a physical impact.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Kind of like losing a limb. Yep. And that's why, you know, like community is so important, right? I think we as people are, we really take that for granted. Or we think we can always just like one up each other, right? We always think there's, oh, well, this person doesn't like me, therefore they're like, right? Or like I can just get new friends, right? And that's why, like, I don't know, like I've kept my friends, oh my God, pretty much my whole life, right? All the way to like for a while now that I can think of, right? My grandpa never got over my grandma's death. He probably wishes he died when she did. Yeah, well said, right? I mean, it's not like 1-to-1 always, right? I'm just saying that happens more than often, right? Like that a spouse or somebody that you spend a lot of time with dies, and then soon after, like that person also dies, right? I know one of my friends' grandparents also went through that exact same thing, right? Her husband died, and then literally 6 months later, she also died. And she was fine. It's just like rapid decline of health, right? It just shows you. It shows you. And I guess that happened to Dolly? Damn. When did her husband die? Let's see. Wow, look at her. Jesus. That was her in 1977. Oof. Let's see. Yep. Literally a year ago. Carl Dean. Okay. Less than a year ago, probably, right? Yeah, like I'm just saying, this happens more than she's 91 now. No. Grandpa died when he was 76 and my grandma was 75. Poor thing. She'll never stop wishing for him. Damn. Yeah. Also, women tend to live longer than men just because well, there's various reasons, right? They say, but Here we go. Yep. So it looks like he died in March. And she died a little more than a year later. Yeah, makes sense. See? Instant depression. Am I right, Chuck? He's 91 now. Yeah, dog. All right, let's see. The last thing probably. Oh, look. Gavin Newsom says Taco Trump is coming. Am I right, chat?
And for a reaction from...
It's Taco Tuesday. We're getting Taco Trump.
The other side of the border.
Aiden and Dolly back to back. Yeah, well said. Woo! Congrats, you got perpetual voter. That's a great achievement.
TV's chief political correspondent Vash Kapel has had an
fine by me. Tired of this shit. I know.
Exclusive interview with Governor of California Gavin Newsom in response to President Trump's tariffs on Canada.
Hi, Governor Newsom. Pleasure to see you. Thank you very much for making the.
I'm going to be honest, guys. I like that we waited because I feel like other people just kind of covered it, and we kind of went into like a little more of the weeds, right, with the Dolly Parton story, and we we found out that like one of our last TV shows is The Orville, right? And if you've been on the stream before, like you guys recommended I watch that, and I was like, oh shit, she's on this, and that kind of crossed my mind, but I was like, I just wanted to confirm it. There you go, you learned something, right? No other streamer, nobody else is telling you that shit.
Time.
Good to be with you.
Your initial response posted on social media, Governor, to the president's imposition of those Section 338 tariffs was pointed and it was colorful. What do you think it says that he slapped those additional tariffs on Canada?
He's weakness masquerade.
Hell yeah. Cheshire Cat. See what I do, girl?
In his strength. He's flailing. And you're seeing it across the spectrum of issues. And it was full display in terms of how he conducted himself in the last few days. And so, look, I forgive the language. It was colorful language. I'm not, I'm prone to use some colorful language with Donald Trump. But, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing in the United States. It's embarrassing to the people in the United States. I think it's embarrassing the Republican Party here in the U.S. as well. I can imagine the phone calls the administration is receiving. He's creating a lot of political pressure for a lot of the members of the Republican Party in the northern states. But he's damaging one of the great relationships that we simply can no longer take for granted between the United States and Canada. And as a governor of California, I just want to make it crystal clear that we have a very different point of view than the occupant of the White House currently.
How permanent do you think the damage to the overarching relationship is?
Well, Trump's not permanent. That's the good news. Trump is, I don't know there's another and better way to say it, an invasive species. I don't think, I'm in Ronald Reagan's old office. There's nothing that approximates the Republican Party that I remember represented in Donald Trump, particularly in trade policy and tariff policy. But as it relates to the damage, no, I'm not naive.
Oh, right, because Ronald Reagan was the governor of California.
Was there when your prime minister gave his remarks in Davos. I commented right after
those. What does he mean by that? And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's why.
Those remarks, how impressed I was, and also in many respects how distressed I was because he used some pointed words.
Fuck Trump, fuck Reagan, and fuck Newsom. All these clowns, I know.
Once the mind is stretched, it never goes back to its original form. The fact that this damage may be more long-lasting than
He was a terrible governor of California, too. Reagan, like why anybody fucking was like, let's get this, let's do this, but on the entire national scale. Like whose brilliant idea? Oh, right, the billionaires. Cool.
Had originally believed, and so that
fucking Brian, kill me, Ducky.
Concerns me, but I understand it at the same time. But I also hope you and your viewers understand that Trump does not represent the majority of this country, nor, I believe, the majority of his own party as it relates to his conduct vis-a-vis your country and the insults and the insulting policies that back up this current approach, I think are, again, deviant from the normal, well, certainly deviant from the vast majority of thinking here in the United States.
A lot of other countries did end up striking deals that saw, sectoral tariffs, for example. American tariffs remain. What do you think of the fact that Canada did not ultimately settle for that deal and walked away from those negotiations?
Well, you're talking to someone who's been battling Donald Trump for years and years and years. Also, someone who's worked with Donald Trump in, Trump 1.0, open hand, not a closed fist, working through COVID, supply chain, and issues related to social unrest. But this new Trump, this is something completely different. The grift, the graft, it's a corruption story at the end of the day. He's been using tariffs and trade policy in so many respects for his own personal benefits. And you're seeing that, in played out now in terms of his own tax returns and his family and the grift you're seeing across the spectrum, across the globe. And I've been saying this for over a year. Trump's success is figuring out your weakness and exploiting it. But he respects strength. He respects clarity. And those that were rolling out the red carpet, those that were kissing the ring, most of them paid the price. And I think your prime minister has played this extraordinarily well.
Of course.
He's looking long term. I think he recognizes what we recognize here in the United States. Again, the temporary nature of Trump. He recognizes the midterms are around the corner and the Trump presidency as we know it will end this November, certainly in January when a new speaker is sworn in. More oversight, more accountability, more transparency. But I think the approach of strength is foundational.
Strength. Listen to that guy. Strength, idiots.
And
he understands low IQ idiots.
Yeah, respect, but at the same time, I think this notion of just being clear and maintaining your conviction is foundational and important moving forward.
You mentioned Governor November, and I think a lot of Canadians, kind of compare what's going on now. You mentioned Trump 1.1 as well, right? We renegotiated NAFTA in that iteration of the presidency, and ultimately at the time we had a ton of people like yourself kind of conveying to the president, this is not a good idea to put tariffs on Canada, that we want to maintain the relationship that exists under the free trade arrangement that we have. The voices, yours aside, have been a lot quieter, I think it appears, on this side of the border, at least to us. Is that going to change, do you think? Do you sense that there will be more pushback in and outside of Congress at different political levels to the president's tariff regime, particularly, I would ask, where Canada is concerned?
Well, just imagine if you're running for Senate in Michigan, a Republican. I mean, you're Mike Rogers, how you're feeling right now. Imagine running for governor in Ohio or Maine. I mean, he's putting all these races, they're all in play, but now, this is a boon for the Democratic Party. Imagine the phone calls Donald Trump's receiving, again, from members of his party, not from those condemning him from my party. So, look, I think it's a matter of days, if not weeks, at the latest, where he completely flips on this and then tries to save face. It will be all about saving face, the ego at play here. But this is interesting. This one is broken through. The level of disrespect that you're on the receiving end is really extraordinary. Going after allies, it's just an extraordinary moment in world history, in American history, in the history between our two nations. And so we have to be repairers of the breach, and we have to call that out. And we also have to remind you, not only is Trump's temporary nature, but you have a lot of states like California that are stable, that have, back to an open hand, that don't have that closed fist. That's why I did ads up in Canada. I don't know that they were well received, but making the case, representing states larger than 21 state populations combined, that you matter, that we care. We have 1.7 million visitors a year. And how proud we are of that relationship. We don't take it for granted. And so I think it's incumbent for people like me and in positions large and small across.
Is that what you sent me, girl? Let's see. Oh my God. Is that what you sent me? Uh-huh. That's really funny. Where'd you find this? Yep. Thank you for that. That's funny. Clown world. Am I right, guys? Clown world.
The country to do more at this moment to make that case, because
funny.
I don't want to see permanent damage done here. NORAD's too important. Five Eyes is too important. NATO's too important.
Five Eyes. That thing can burn in fucking hell for all I care about, right?
Supply chains are too important. Our people-to-people relationships are too important. I have 60,000
Gavin. Oh, Gavin.
Businesses in California. Canadian-born businesses, too important to allow what Donald Trump is doing to be made permanent.
Final question for you, Governor. In that vein, sometimes when we interview Republicans about this subject, they kind of push back on the idea that, you know, if Democrats were to assume power in the White House, for example, don't be so sure that those tariffs will be reversed. Traditionally, you know, Republicans were actually more pro-free trade than Democrats were. Obviously, that has reversed in recent years. Can you assure Canadians who are watching this conversation that the tariffs that you know have been applied to our country and our exports to the United States under, you know, Democratic leadership would be reversed, would not be in existence?
I think it's the right question, and to be fair, it's a foundational question on the basis of experience. You had Biden, who came in and actually maintained some of the tariff policy of the Trump administration, particularly China, not just in relationship to other countries, but notably in China. And so I think, look, having targeted tariff policy is an industrial policy. This is not an industrial policy. What Trump's doing across the board on hockey sticks and everything else. This is a tantrum. Being played out, honestly, it's literally a tantrum. I mean, the idea that he circles, I mean, this is the President of the United States that circles, you know, another, you know, the Lake of Ontario, making a Lake of America. I mean, it's just madness. But it's, again, weakness at the same time. And I think it's important that be reinforced. And so I can't guarantee that, but I can guarantee you nothing like this. The level of disrespect, talking past people, talking down to people, talking past and down to you, talking about the 51st state on the basis of our history, our proud past, our present, how important you are to our future and the world we're trying to build. No, those days are numbered. When Donald Trump's no longer president, that I can guarantee you, you won't see something like this again. I really believe that in my core, even from most Republican aspirants to the White House as well.
I'll leave it on that note. Governor Newsom, appreciate your time very much tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you guys have before we call it a night? Sweet. Thank you, man. The Gloggy finished that up. I just came home and and my poor pup. There's shit all over my house. Oh no. That's sad. Man, all these dogs, man. But since Trumpster is destroying everything, meh, not so much. I'm Brian. Kill me, Cheshire Cat. Not sure you might be interested.
You've got to make institutional changes. If DSH, PPL get into power, these people need to go to prison. You need to build new safeguards into your constitution. If you don't do these things, and let's be realistic, it probably won't happen. No one will ever trust you again. We have to accept the fact that even if you elect a DSA president in the next round, you are capable of electing a fascist again.
Correct. Yeah. And we warned this, right?
I'm Brian. Kill me.
I talked to my dad about this and several of my friends. I was like, if he gets elected again, I think people would be willing to to like forgive a complete fuck up like the first time, but the second time, right? You know, I believe in forgiveness, sure, but the second time, broadcasters won't go to a. Not sure if you guys might be interested. Netherlands won't be joining the Euro Song Festival next year. Why is that? Huh? I don't get it. Why not?
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Ton of it. There is not a ton of it.
Yeah, they still aren't even called this race, even though it's that close. Crazy. All right. Still not updating the... What the fuck? Oh my god, guys. I'm sorry, hold on. It's still not updating the titles. The titles have been busted for like the last couple streams. I don't know why. I did like an update to the code, and for some reason it just won't update the title. Since Trumpster, they weren't agreeing with Israel, and now they have been getting in trouble on any channel on board to even broadcast the damn thing. So yeah, at least we have the integrity amongst other people, even if the state still is willing to fund them. Yeah, it's sort of like a old. Yeah, no worries. What's up? I'm trying to test this out anyway before we leave, but it's not working. I guess we can watch some of Zoran's. If you raid Echoplex tonight, they'll probably talk because they're recording a podcast they're watching. Sure. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, because they didn't reply last time or follow or do anything, right? I try not to like raid people too much who don't do that, but you said they had like a specific formula, right? For when they would respond. I've been watching Echo watch Sach many times. Let's watch some of this.
Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege to be here today at the New York City Housing Court alongside partners in government, City Hall leaders, and the dedicated legal services providers, tenants, and advocates who have long devoted themselves to the fight for justice. I want to acknowledge, specifically, we have our State Senator Julia Salazar, who is here with us. We have our Deputy Mayor for Housing and Planning, Leila Bozarg, our HPD Commissioner, Dina Levy, our DOB Commissioner, Ahmed Tigani, our Director, Sia Weaver of the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants. We also have Honorable Jack Stoller, a New York City Housing Court supervising judge. We also have Adrian Holder, the Chief Attorney of the Civil Practice of the Legal Aid Society. And once again, I do want to just give a special acknowledgement to all of the legal service providers and the tenant organizations that are here seated in the audience and also here standing behind us. Now, well, yes, I think there was one clap there. We can clap for them. Every day, New Yorkers walk through the doors of this courthouse, some of whom are living in explicitly dangerous conditions and cannot afford to do so for a day longer. Older New Yorkers who have to walk down 12 flights of stairs because the elevator in their apartment building has sat out of service for months.
I DJ'd your mom
Parents
last night.
who fear for their
got him!
children's health
There
because
she is.
there is lead.
We're just about to end, but I'm trying to test this title thing. It's not working anymore. So, okay, there we go. Maybe it's the oh shit! It does work. Okay, so then there has to be something. Fuck? Yeah, something's going on with the. Okay. Now let me just delete it real quick.
Paint in the living room, black mold in the bathroom, and cockroaches crawling in through the floorboards. Families who have been forced into temporary living situations because their home has been damaged by a fire.
Welcome back, October!
Or floodwaters.
3-hour lurk. What up?
And their landlord refuses to make the necessary repairs. And yet, because of the volume of cases in New York City Housing Court, people living in the worst conditions regularly wait weeks, if not months, for a case to be heard, for a decision to come, for critical repairs to be completed, for their situation to improve. Today, we take a critical step towards ending that. I'm proud to announce that the unified court system will now fast-track emergency housing court cases where the health, safety, and well-being of New Yorkers is at risk. This is the fulfillment of a commitment made in our recently released rental ripoff report, and it is a core part of our Fix the City campaign. I'm grateful for the partnership and leadership of the Honorary Judge Ali, who has issued a memorandum to all housing court judges across the city that will expedite emergency cases immediately. This fast track will accelerate the cases that are both the most egregious and the most complex. Cases where at least 1/3 of units in a building are subject to an open vacate order, where families have been forced from their homes. Cases where at least 1/3 of the units have an open and immediately hazardous violation for essential services, like a lack of heat, hot water, electricity, or gas. Cases where elevators in a building are out of service and documented as such by an open DOB Class 1 violation issued within the past year. And 7A cases where conditions have gotten so bad that the city or tenants themselves asked the court to appoint new management for a building due to persistent and egregious negligence. In these cases, judges will now require parties to return to court within 5 days after service is completed.
Okay.
This is the kind of change tenants have long called for, and the kind of change that tenants deserve. City Hall is fighting for the nearly 70% of New Yorkers who do not own their homes. On our first day in office, we relaunched the mayor's office to protect tenants and appointed Sia Weaver to lead it. We have held rental ripoff hearings across the 5 boroughs and released New York City's first ever rental ripoff report. And we are revamping the city's code enforcement system, including interagency enforcement days with HPD, DOB, and many more. Taken together, each of these reforms reflect our all-encompassing approach to solving the housing crisis, including a historic $22 billion investment in improving public housing, building new affordable housing, and preserving the affordable homes we already have. Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia once wrote that the basic function of government was to deliver justice on the broadest scale. Justice, he said, gives everyone some chance for the beauty and better things of life. Having a home with heat and hot water, a home free of pests and mold, a home you can live in, raise a family in. That is justice on the broadest scale, one that makes better things possible in the life of every New Yorker. And that is exactly what we are here to deliver today. Thank you. And now I will pass it over to our MC for this morning, Commissioner Dina Levy.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So, early in my time at HPD, I met with a small group of legal advocates and asked what they saw as the biggest barrier to holding the city's worst landlords accountable. The answer was pretty simple. They said it was time. In the most neglected buildings, those with vacate orders, where tenants are forced to double up with family members or move into shelter, or 20-story buildings that don't have working elevators, where tenants literally become hostages in their own home.
Yeah.
Months can turn into years, and too often, residents give up on realizing the housing justice that they are entitled to. Thanks to the directive issued by the Office of Court Administration, those days are over.
They're over.
This initiative creates a critical path to delivering on our promise to fix the city. By giving HPD and legal service providers a clear and limited timeline, we will move the most extreme enforcement cases through the New York City court system with the expediency and the urgency that they deserve. I want to extend sincere thanks to the leadership at the Office of the Court Administration, including Chief Administrative Judge Ali, Chief Clerk Fay, Deputy Chief Administrative Judge Silvera, Judge Stoller, and
the mold is the worst. Building has a lot of it, but they're built on old landlord special. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys work for or have you're in these kind of situations, right? I know Living Lily, you literally work for a building like this, right? It's not maybe that much of a slum. You're not that much of a it's not that much of a slum, but still, right? This stuff is important because especially up north here, the buildings are way older, right? I've noticed that.
Assistant Deputy Counsel Kempner for their collaboration.
It's terrific. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm wondering why Mamdani's first action was to visit Trump in D.C. I mean, he is the president, right? Hell yeah.
And of course, to my colleague, Commissioner Ahmed Dagani at the New York City Department of Buildings and Director.
Mold isn't just an issue in low-cost housing. And they even get, well said, right? Because for various reasons, right?
Cia Weaver at the...
while we're watching this, I'm also fixing the title thing.
Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants for their partnership in pushing forward this extremely important initiative. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome another housing champion, the housing chair for the New York State Assembly, Assemblywoman Linda Rosenthal.
Thank you so much. This announcement is a dream come true. And I thank everyone involved. You want to make my office have less work. And here we are, because we're not going to have to keep pounding on doors. We're not going to have to keep writing angry letters, because the city is now committed to doing the work that is needed to protect tenants in neglected buildings, buildings where tenants are harassed by lack of maintenance and response to dangerous conditions. And so I applaud everyone involved with this. I thank the mayor. I thank the commissioners. I thank everyone involved because this will truly mean a safer and better life for tens of thousands of tenants in New York City. Thank you.
My neighbor there said that when the person above them ran the washing machine, the water would pour from. Yeah, there you go, right? That's what I mean. It's
Thank
crazy.
you so much, Assemblywoman. So I am now delighted to introduce a longtime friend, a fierce advocate for tenants, and I want to make sure I get it right, the chief attorney of the civil practice at the Legal Aid Society, Adrienne Holder.
What a glorious morning. I just can't tell you. This is wonderful to be here with the mayor, to be here with Commissioner Dina Levy, to be here with Sia Weaver, HPD, OCA, Jack Stoller, of course. We really appreciate everyone recognizing the urgency of this issue and taking action to help New Yorkers get home. At the Legal Aid Society, we see firsthand every day what happens when a family is forced from their home because of dangerous conditions.
Yep.
A vacate order is supposed to be a temporary measure to protect people from harm, but for too many tenants, temporary displacement can stretch into months or even years. And those delays have real consequences. Children have a hard time traveling to their schools. Parents struggle with trying to maintain or get to work. Seniors and people with living with disabilities oftentimes lose their supports, and families oftentimes are separated from their property, their clothes, their friends, their neighbors, their houses of worship, their communities that they call home, their stability. For years, the Legal Aid Society has raised concerns about delays in housing part proceedings involving vacate orders and other emergency conditions. We have seen how procedural delays can prevent tenants from getting the repairs they need and leave families stuck in temporary housing through no fault of their own. That's why this new policy matters. By creating a faster pathway for those cases, the city and the courts are recognizing something fundamental. When a New Yorker is displaced because of their home is unsafe, getting that home into that home again is of the utmost priority. Temporary relocation should not mean permanent displacement. We're proud to have worked with HPD and to help develop this policy, and we appreciate HPD's commitment to addressing a problem that has caused tremendous hardship for all New Yorkers. This reform is about more than moving cases through the court system more efficiently. It is about helping families regain something that is incredibly difficult to replace, and that's stability. Our goal should always be simple. When a New Yorker is forced out of their home for their own safety, they should be able to get back into their home as quickly as possible. And so we look forward to continuing to work with the city, the courts, and our partners. Thank you to so many of our partners, to make sure that this policy delivers on that promise and that no tenant is left behind because of unnecessary procedural delays. Again, no temporary vacate order or relocation should mean permanent displacement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adrienne, and to everybody at all the legal service providers. So finally, I would like to welcome someone who got her start as a tenant organizer fighting for exactly these issues. Please welcome State Senator Julia Salazar.
Thank you, Commissioner. Every single day in my district in Brooklyn and Queens, we hear from constituents, neighbors about.
Jesus, Ducky. October. I fought with them for a long time and was able to switch units due to not being habitable, but they were charging me for rent for both units at the same time while I was trying to move all my stuff. They always do that. And in some places, you're not allowed to do that, but good luck trying to enforce that, right? Especially if you live down south, they're probably not. They can do that without any issue. The unit was put in and the urine saturation on the floor had a dent on the fake floors from existing there more than That sucks.
The horrible conditions that many of them and their families are
this stuff is important, right, guys?
facing, and it's unjust. They shouldn't, whether they are just beginning to face these struggles or they have had to face this for years due to the failures of this system. It's unjust, and I applaud the mayor and the Office of Court Administration for recognizing that it doesn't need to be this way. And not only that, but taking action today to change it. It is personal for me, in addition to representing a district that's more than 83% renters. It's a story that I lived myself several years ago when I lived uptown in a building with atrocious conditions, so much so that it led my neighbors and I to pursue justice in housing court. I know this intimately, but this really is something that so many of our neighbors, so many New Yorkers and families continue to live every single day.
All right. I think I'm going to test the, make sure it works while we watch this. But shall we test it? We'll test it with that song, the meme song. Oh, God. Yeah, it should say, like...
Well, would you like to know the latest thing the government is going to tell you you have to accept? Here it is. You're going to eat foreign ground beef, and you're going to like it. And they're telling you that it's going to lower beef prices. Well, out today came President Trump...
It worked, yeah. Okay, cool.
So I thank the mayor, OCA, and partners in government, everyone who is coming together not only to take this action today, but to the practitioners who will make sure that this is implemented and that we see change and justice for tenants in housing court in New York City. Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to start with some on-topic questions from members of the media. On-topic questions to start. I'll start with Katie, right there.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Do you have a sense of the volume of cases that will be eligible for this path, given past caseloads? And to what extent is this change necessary for the 7A program in Fix the City? Like, was the 7A program as part of the Fix the City initiative, was that possible without this change? Like, to what extent did the pace of that rely on this change?
You know, it is hard to give an exact sense of how many New Yorkers will be impacted. However, we do know that these types of cases, the ones that we've listed earlier, are exactly the ones that tend to be the most complicated to resolve. And the extended timeline that they have taken historically, as well as the backlog that it creates, it not only means consequences for those New Yorkers who are bringing these cases to this court, but also ramifications that extend beyond that for the entire housing court system. I'm going to pass it over to our Deputy Mayor for Housing and Planning to speak to a little additional details on 7A. Oh, actually, we'll have Commissioner Dina Levy come.
Yeah, so on the 7A question, obviously this is a tool that HPD has had for many years, but one of the challenges, particularly in these very difficult cases, is that the time it takes to remove a really seriously delinquent owner in order to get in responsible management means that the buildings continue to deteriorate, getting more and more expensive. Ultimately, if the city needs to come in and repair them. So this will be a huge tool that we will layer with other tools to really pursue those landlords who are willfully negligent in managing their buildings.
Nice. Great. We got time for a few more on topic. We'll go to Patrick.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning, Patrick. How's it going?
Good.
I have a question about one of the types of legal actions here, the HP action, which is trying to compel landlords to do repairs, is also a tool that's used by some NYCHA residents to compel repairs, and they're sometimes also forced to relocate because of repair issues. I'm wondering if this pathway will also be open to NYCHA residents to use to accelerate those types of court cases, and if so, is this initiative about not only keeping private landlords accountable, but also forcing the city's housing agency to respond to what is a large backlog of repair needs?
I think just to first lay out very clearly that one of the critical parts of our housing agenda is delivering for public housing residents who have for far too long been overlooked and left behind by government policy. And one of the key ways that we've sought to do that is through the allocation of a multi-billion-dollar housing plan specifically for public housing, and then also looking for additional ways that we can make targeted investments beyond that. One of the early investments we made was on heat pumps in the Rockaways to transform a specific NYCHA housing development. I'll pass it over to our deputy mayor to add some additional details there.
Thanks. So I think as we evaluate the types of HP actions that this would apply to, NYCHA will be included in that. Thank you.
Awesome. Some more on topic. I'll go with Ben. Just give us a moment to get you the mic. Thanks.
How's it going, Mr. Mayor?
Going well. How are you?
Pretty good. Quick follow-up question about 7A. By some estimates, there are only about 24 active administratorships right now. If things speed up and things go as seemingly the plan is to have more administratorships and more transfers of management happen under 7A, are there already organizations, for-profit, non-for-profit, lined up?
Zoran got some sun, huh, guys? I've noticed that this summer. He's gotten like a lot of, he's gotten tan.
To take on.
He's out and about like me. I try to get sun as much as I can now that the summer months are ending. Depression.
On that role, is there a backlog or a vetting process that's already in process?
Hi. So, yeah, it is, in fact, right. We have some 7A administrators right now who are serving, but we also have a process by which we can take in new administrators. So we are not limited to a specific list. And we very intentionally keep that open on a rolling basis so that as we need more, we can meet the demand by pre-qualifying responsible management companies and receivers who can step in. So.
Great. And just one more question. There's a bill in the state Senate that would introduce another housing court subpart for, I believe, buildings with sub 10 unit buildings and affordable housing buildings for eviction cases specifically. What's your stance on that bill, and does anything that you're announcing today kind of feed into that push for more efficiency in that specific process?
Yeah, I think we're going to get back to you on that bill. Do you have the bill number?
I will get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We've got time for a few more on topic. Janaki.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How's it going, Janaki?
I'm wondering if you could talk about how you differentiate a truly negligent landlord from one who, says they simply can't afford.
Oh, I remember this lady.
To
Yeah.
replace the boiler, or replace elevators.
We saw her before.
Because
Okay, I was about to say, huh?
Or outpacing
She
revenue.
looks familiar.
What we are talking about today are some of the most severe cases. We're talking about cases where a third of the building is facing some kind of a serious violation, cases where we have elevators broken down. And when it comes to the law, everyone has to follow it. And for far too long, that has somehow not been understood when it comes to housing in our city. If a landlord is not able to follow the law, then they should not be a landlord of that property. And what we are talking about are things
Zoran,
that have incredible consequences for New Yorkers. At one of the rental ripoff hearings, I sat across from a tenant who showed me a video of one of her neighbors having to carry her disabled child up the stairs because that elevator was broken. You were talking about seniors who live on the 10th floor of a building. How are they supposed to get up there or get down from there? And these are things that do not exist in isolation. And what I mean by that is every so often I'm standing in front of the press corps and our cameras and I'm talking about a heat emergency. I'm talking about the cold weather.
Reach 250 gold. Nice.
That's coming. And we are trying to reach New Yorkers wherever they are. These are the kinds of things that also intensify the isolation.
October's become a gusty. One of the Gustx Angels. Remember that?
As New Yorkers, we have to make sure that these laws are actually being followed.
Great. Any more on-topic questions? Yeah, gentleman in the back.
It's going to do the Jeopardy
Gustx
song.
Angels. Yeah,
just wait.
it's an exclusive group within the Gustx Broadcast girl.
Hi, Mayor.
How's it going?
I'm Max with New York.
How's it going, Max?
I wanted to ask
I'm the
about
first wife.
enforcement. What happens when these cases are not back in court after 5 days, and what sort of conversations have you had with OCA about how to give guidance to their judges on these new rules?
Yeah, I first just want to thank and acknowledge OCA for all of the work that made today possible. And I think it's worthy of a round of applause for
round of applause. Hell yeah.
We know that this is the right thing to do. There is still a lot of work to actually follow through on it. And that is what OCA and so many others in this room are making possible. I'll pass it over to a member of my admin to speak additionally on that question.
I don't want to be the basement
just to be very
wife.
clear, right, when we first sort of brought this idea
Remember we brought that up with the Sister Wives show?
forward, recognizing that we had cases like you see on the
That's where we were like, yeah,
on
might
the
as well.
easels here that have been delinquent for
Makes sense,
months
girl. Yeah, I mean, she's the first, right? She does have a first badge. So.
months, and talking to all of the legal aid attorneys and also to the attorneys within HPD who litigate these types of cases. It was
We were all
clear,
sister
right, that we
wives.
needed sort of to speed this up in order to not extenuate how, long tenants are suffering. Again, to the earlier question, we give a notice of violation. Our door is open. If landlords want to get compliant, they certainly have an avenue to do that in partnership with HPD. So this is really about those landlords who have been warned, have been noticed, have been issued violations, and just continually refuse to comply with the law. We are very grateful that the Office of Court Administration acknowledges how serious an issue this is and has now established a very clear timeline so that tenants will not have to wait for justice indefinitely. Thank you.
Yep.
And just before we move over, I just want to introduce State Senator Kavanaugh, who can share some words on this.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Had to earn my spot in the photo op here. Just very brief. Sorry, I'm late. I had the subway mishap, but I really did want to be here because we've spent a great deal of time and energy trying to address the housing crisis of this city and the state across the board using all the tools available. We have shored up our rent laws and our laws that protect tenants. We've added, thank you, legal aid. We've added good cause eviction
I
tools.
will take some brother husbands.
We've invested enormous amounts of capital, both to create new housing and to stabilize and secure the housing that we have. We've added changes to our regulatory system that the city continues to work on to remove obstacles to producing new housing, to converting commercial buildings to residential housing. And just this year, we added some protections working with the Manhattan District Attorney to go after landlords who deserve criminal prosecution for their harassment of tenants. But there's been one stubborn problem that has resisted change and reform for a long time, and that is a situation that all of us in elected office hear about all the time. It's a building, a multifamily building, where the property owner is unable or unwilling to maintain the building in a way that keeps it habitable, that keeps it livable, and that keeps it a decent place for people to live. So that means tenants then spend a long time living in terrible conditions, often displaced from their homes for long periods. The solution is very much making sure we can adjudicate these cases promptly and get redress for the tenants and get people back into their homes. So I wanted to be here to thank the mayor and his all-star team, his all-star housing team, and Judge Ali and Sloan and all the people at OCA for coming together and addressing this. This is a rare collaboration where the city and the courts really roll up their sleeves and try to sort out a difficult problem. So it's great. This is great news. I look forward to seeing the fruits of all of this work. Thank you.
Great. And let's thanks again to our speakers. We're going to clear the stage, do some off-topic questions now for a minute. Thank you.
All right,
So we'll start with some off-topic. Holly, just give us 1 second to run the mic around. It's a big arena today.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Okay, question about the RSS. The Indian right-wing paramilitary organization is planning to have a rally this weekend at Madison Square Garden, and there are protests against this rally.
Oh, shit. I didn't know about this.
Including one right now, I think, at City Hall. Shahan Hanif, Brad Lander, and Lincoln Ressler have all called for it to be canceled.
When he just went live, when it's bedtime? Oh my God, you went live?
Opponents
Awesome.
to the rally cite the RSS's treatment of religious minorities in India. That's something you've spoken out about. So just want to get your position on that. And then I also have a question about open primaries.
You can give me that one too.
Well, just during your campaign, I feel like the whole ethos was about expanding the electorate. And you made that video that went viral.
Yeah, wow. Gwen's on early. Isn't she normally on at like 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whatever the fuck? You say you got... She seems mad like early, right? Mad late, basically, for me. I'm asleep. Right?
Well, I got so much attention about
okay, cool. Yeah, well...
reaching out to Trump
I guess
voters,
we'll raid.
you know, before
That's
too many
awesome.
people were taking...
Sorry, Echoplex. Unless, Jesus. I kind of wanted to raid Echoplex just because they're hard to... Oh, man. But, no. It's rare.
Candidacy seriously, and then you did make
very-
inroads
yeah.
and expand, getting more people involved, getting more people registered to vote. So I just wanted to press you a little.
Are you sure they'll respond?
Little bit on how
Ducky?
that squares now with opposing open primaries.
Yeah, it's
which
just
would
because apparently with Echo, you have to raid at like a specific time, like only once, right? Otherwise, they don't ever respond. October, right? He rarely goes on before midnight Eastern these days. Yeah, that is okay. See,
allow,
God
you know,
damn it.
these- I think it's more than 1 million unaffiliated voters to participate
I guess I'm gonna
in
have to
that part
pick.
of the process.
I think that our campaign showed that the current system is not incongruent with getting more people to participate. And in fact, it comes out to the way in which you build your campaign, the way in which you reach out to people, and also if you are encouraging more and more people to register, to change their location of registration to where they actually live, and also that they actually have a home in whatever political coalition that you're building. And at the end of the election calendar, I think we received more than 1 million votes, which was the first mayoral campaign to receive that, I think, since the 60s it may have been. I don't know if...
Since Lindsay, I think.
Since
right?
Lindsay. And so what that showed to me is that it is possible to bring more New Yorkers in. It's not a question of the rules that you set up. It's a question of also how you want to engage with them. So that's how I navigate that question. And then, I also stand here at...
You doodled those? You're pretty good, October. Damn.
As the first Indian American mayor in our city's history. And my mother's family is all still in India. And the vision of India that I was taught by my family and the one that I grew up being very familiar with was of a...
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it must feel weird to like see your emotes and stuff on other people's channels, right? Like I don't know how Ice Beans does it, but she does it all the time. I'm trying to teach myself digital art. Yeah.
Pluralistic.
Did you make that one or someone else made that for you? Because animation's harder.
Society
Way
of
harder.
a secular republic that believed in the belonging of each and every person who was from India. And it has been incredibly troubling to see the rise of a movement that is predicated on an exclusionary vision of any country, frankly. And so it is one that I find myself in deep opposition to, not only as an Indian American, but also as the mayor of a city that believes deeply in the belonging of each and every person, no matter their color, their creed, their religion, their faith, wherever they're from.
Should the rally be canceled, though, at MSG this weekend?
I don't support the rally, but I don't know if the city has any jurisdiction on canceling a private event.
Thank you. We have time for some more off topic. I'll go with Nick.
How's it going, Nick? Story of his own?
Haven't seen you around lately.
I know.
What's
I once
going on?
door knocked Nick, not
True
knowing
story.
it was Nick.
True story.
Matching sweatshirts.
Great memory. Wow.
Yeah. Not me and Nick.
Correct. My partner and
Nick
I.
and his partner.
It was humiliating.
Is it Middlebury? What was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sorry.
I wanted to ask if you are aware of any changes to the city, city policy that have resulted from the federal changes to work visas for international job applicants, H-1B in particular. The Trump administration last year, so before you took office, obviously, implemented a $100,000 fee for employers for each visa they.
Yeah, damn it, I really want to raid Gwen, but I think I should raid Echoplex because they don't really come on and they don't ever really say anything. So, are you sure they're going to say something, Ducky?
Sponsored. That's affected,
right? They like record the thing and then they never like actually read the chat ever.
Workforces all around the country, hospitals, nonprofits. Do you know whether it's affected city government at all?
Not off the top of my head, but we will get back to you on that question.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you can ask.
Thank you. You can go to Dana.
Because like the only problem I have with Echoplex is that like we raid and then we don't get like a shout out or anything. And the shout outs really do help because people don't even see the fact that you raid them, right? Half the time. Because they're either lurking or right. So that's the whole point of raiding.
Hey,
right?
how's it going?
The whole point of, and Gwen like consistently gives us a shout out. So like that's really important. Right?
On a related question, actually, now that a couple weeks have passed, do you have the tally of how many TPS recipients the city's had to part ways with? And can you tell us what, particular agencies were most?
I just doodled them. I made a gifty for Gwenny and unfinished sketch and got the Spilly video. Wow. But I never expected any of the drawings to get used for stuff. I just get excited and honored that. Yeah, it must be really nice to see your stuff, right? I mean, to be fair, I'm the one. I did do the Gloggy Cute emote, right? Ice Beans didn't make that one. I did.
Impacted.
The Gloggy doing this with the right. That one, yeah, I made that one. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
We can
I colored his cheeks in and did right, but I just basically used like a template of some of this stuff, and it took me a while, but I figured it out. Right.
Back to you on the exact number. What I can tell you is that these were city workers across a number of different agencies, workers who performed vital service to.
Because like he didn't have that, so I had to like go in there and do it myself. Right.
The city, and it's just one part of why I have spoken with the president directly about the importance of extending TPS
really
for
is.
Haitian Americans, for Syrian Americans, for so many who have now been deprived of that status. We are also talking about a status that was created with the intention of shielding sets of people from having to return to home countries that were deemed to be unstable. And when you look at the conditions in Haiti today, the idea that we would send Haitian Americans back in this moment, to me, is a betrayal of what TPS actually stands for.
Of course it is.
And we continue to call on the federal government to change that decision.
Right. And
here's the thing, like the businesses want them, right? The businesses want them because they're good workers. You heard that when we watched that whole thing about like the crackpots in that Ohio town Springfield, literally like a bunch of, they even said it, they're like, these people don't even show up to work, why would I fucking want to hire them? While the Haitians, that they're hardworking, they show up every day, they literally work their asses off, right? They're literally saying that Springfield is full of like crack people, right? Crack whores or whatever the fuck whatever term he used, right? I think he said crack or like they smoked something. I forget what it was, but I literally was like, wow, the fact that he admitted that is crazy to me, right?
Josie?
Thank you.
I was blown away. I was like, is it that bad over there? Apparently.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi, Josie.
I wanted to follow up on Holly's question. Just wondering, do you see unaffiliated voters as potential supporters, or are they a political threat? And then I have a second question.
I see anyone who is registered to vote as a potential supporter, and frankly, anyone who lives in our city. And, as the mayor, my job is to respond to the needs of everyone, no matter how they feel about me or whether they voted for me or whether they voted at all.
Yeah.
And when I'm running for office, I'm looking to speak to everyone. We're speaking about open primaries, but I'm also someone who ran through a competitive general. And that is the moment in which you speak to everyone regardless of their registration. And, earlier we were talking, I think Holly had mentioned outreach to Trump voters. I think by the end of the election, 1 in 10 voters who voted for Trump in New York City voted for our campaign. And so to me, it's not about classifying someone as whether they are with you or against you. It's about asking them, what is it that you're looking for from city government? What are the struggles you're facing in your life? And what are the ways in which we can actually help you with that?
And then my second question, Julie Menon, I believe yesterday, was asking the city's transportation department to restart these talks around age verification for city bike riders. I know your admin has intervened earlier this year in blocking, I think, biometric screening. So I'm just wondering where you stand. Do you think there should be stronger age verification for city bikes?
The prior administration had reached out to Lyft in support of this as a measure. And when we came into office, we were informed of a number of the risks that would come with the implementation of this, risks that include the handling of data of minors in New York City, and also questions as to the efficacy.
Tell shit to stop asking for my goddamn ID.
Of this kind of data in asserting what the actual intent is of this program, whether it's age, what have you. And so I continue to have that skepticism that after having been informed about those critiques of this kind of a program. And I think what we've seen in the last few weeks, last few months, is when it comes to a lack of safety with e-bikes, a lot of it is actually derived from the purchasing and sale of e-bikes that are clearly in violation of New York City law. And so
I wonder why.
One of the things that we've done is send out these cease and desist.
Literally, though, fuck you, YouTube. I'm talking about you, YouTube. Gloggy point, gloggy point, gloggy point, gloggy sus, gloggy sus, gloggy sus, gloggy sus, gloggy sus.
Assist letters that are
they said they'd say okay,
now
perfect.
taken effect to the more than 40 retailers who were found.
Like, I understand the way they operate their show, right? I just saying, like, me personally, I've rated them in the past and they didn't say anything, so I just don't. I don't like to leave you guys in places that you're not really welcomed, right? It's just how it is. It's how I am. I take care of everyone here, right? I had a bike 10 miles today, and the mountain bike, it sucked. Really? What the fuck?
To still be selling e-bikes and e-scooters that are
holy shit, girl,
clearly operating at speeds.
Everyone's different. Yeah, everyone's different, and I'm okay with that, right? But like, I will raid you once, and if you don't really say anything, right? Like, Rysome always welcomes us. Gwenny always welcomes us, so. But, I rated Gwen already twice, so, and they've been awesome. So, yeah, I can do Echoplex. Sure.
They're not legal in this city.
Because I've only rated them once, and it was like, they didn't say anything. But they were like recording or something, right?
Great. We got time for a few more. We're going to do Gloria, and then Matt will be our last question. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Doing well. How are you, Gloria?
I also like to build the connection, right? Because, like, streaming is part of the connection, right? I can't just stream, like, I can't just raid the same person every freaking day. It doesn't work that way, right? Not that I raid 20 every day, right? I'm just saying, like, I know people like that, right? That raid the same people every single day, and it's just like.
Thank you. Two very separate questions for you.
Okay.
First, I wonder, you probably want to talk about this new
They hope
initiative.
they bring pizza in. Oh, well, I got one of those. Are you raiding out? Yes, we are. To Echoplex,
with the U.S.
Maddie.
Open and making tickets more affordable and available to New Yorkers.
Stay in, and then we'll raid out, girl.
And then I have a separate question.
Okay. Well, yes, we're very excited that today we announced that we have secured 1,000 discounted
David's great. Cool. You can introduce me. I haven't met him yet.
tickets for New Yorkers to be sold at $100 a ticket. They will go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. And any New Yorker who lives.
All right. So let's. Let's call it there, guys. All right. You know what time it is? It's that time of the night where I say good night. Good day wherever you are. Almost 9 hours. Hell yeah, guys. Let's fucking go. Of the Gustx Broadcast. Thank you, Gonzo. Stay in for the raid. Helps drive the numbers. Thank you so much, guys. I'll be back Friday because I'm going to work on some of the like bugs and glitches on the stream. And I got some new stuff that I'm working on, so I want to do that. I can give you some later raid recs later. Yeah, sure. Just DM me or whatever. That's cool. Absolutely. Summary. Yeah, and make sure you do your summaries. Everyone do your summaries. I will see everyone on Friday. Bye, guys. It's cool, man. Hey, the best time to raid Gwen is when the stream says cutie hangout later at any point. All right. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. I didn't know that. Yeah. I'm glad Ducky told me this because I've wanted to make a connection with them. And it's always nice to get that. Right? So I really appreciate it, Ducky. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. You're the GOAT. All right, let's raid out. Let's go. Everyone join. Do plenty of emotes in the chat. Yeah, do the template. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go now.
Viewer discretion is advised.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Hack All the Things.
Well, next week, my dad's in.
Not like he needs.
That was kind of my